I just charted my first measured move. Small miracles.
She doesn't do that with your shirts. Try with your shirt. I bet you she does not do that with your shirt.
She won't because I'm not stinky.
It's not. It's because she loves me. It's a good stink. Sorry if I had open mic earlier. Oops. Bitcoin is looking pretty nice. There's 15 minutes up on a bull flag. It's about to hit its top on the third time. Oh, yeah, let me zoom out on that. And yeah, there's some more interesting things going on here, too. Even if you zoom out like on the hourly, we're still, it's an ugly bull flag. Extended as all hell. Let me go to the 4 hour. Yeah, the 4 hour looks more reasonable. I think if you look at the 4 hour, even though we didn't test previous resistance, which was like a little bit below 112, it was like 111.7 or something like that. I think that gap is close enough because on some of the perp charts and some other exchanges, it was much closer. And it still looks like, a bull flag, maybe with a blow off top and blow off bottom already. But those blow off tops and blow off bottoms could signal, a healthy inversion because you had the top and the bottom. And if we do play off a bull flag off of Bitcoin right here, its next target, in my opinion, just to match the previous post of the bull flag we had before, would take us to about 130K. I'd say closer to like 129, between 129 and 131. It would be a stair step, basically. The famous stair step to heaven Bitcoin likes to do sometimes. So it's basically a stair step, in my opinion, is just a bull flag after a bull flag. It's not a real chart pattern. You'll hear some people talk about the stair step. But yeah, I coined the term stair step to heaven. Daddy long legs. Thru Crypto, copyright. But the bulls are still here. We haven't left. A little slight rejection, but I think we're going to keep on pushing. I think we're going to have a nice weekend. Huh? What did he say?
He said hi and thank.
How has the volume been this weekend? Is there anything that's supporting any moves?
Swee's up 10% today. Well, almost 9 actually.
Which one's that?
Sui, SUI.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've got quite a bag of that. It's looking good. It's had its biggest gains in a long time. I saw the 2 5-minute candles on it, 2 vector candles, but the party didn't continue. Tell you one thing, Doge is still struggling.
What's going on, family? Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days if the stream keeps switching. I'm gonna have to reset everything. We're good for right now, though.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, guys?
Chillin', chillin'.
Nice little move to try to finish this measured move up. The one that I was saying, I don't think we get the full measured move, but it's only because this vector reclamation here is about done now. There's not a lot of that, and we've got algos trying to push price down to CME. So that's the fight right now. Retail wanting to push, algos wanting to come back down into the trap. We'll see who wins. Yeah, we'll see. I have a sneaky suspicion this stream is gonna piss me off today. Acting funny. Yeah, there's a couple things that are running on their own right now. Very nice.
Yeah, it's just Sui. All the other coins are there. They're just stands. No such Ethereum.
Got a
All the
couple.
other.
Got a couple things that are running here. Change open. From the pack in the portfolio, that's for sure. And it took Dbloc with it. Very nice. Pudgy
It's
Penguins, Sui, and Dbloc are keeping the portfolio afloat right now for sure.
yeah, Sui broke weekly rate up about 5.
Yeah, it popped out of that bull flag that we were looking at last night. So nice. Such a nice push. This breakout though is where the magic happens. We get above 430. we get above 430 and get that measured move for that bull flag, we'll finally have our 3 target, like our measured move from the falling wedge. Right? Our initial, where we initially took the trade, the TP that we initially took the trade for.
Don't do any silly. Damn, you're taking all the fun out of this.
This thing has less than $1 million market cap, bro. You don't want to be touching this. I just been keeping an eye on this little Labubu coin for a minute.
No problem. How was your Saturday so far?
Somebody in chat just reminded me of it. Chilling, bro. Chilling.
Good.
Good. That's not a show. This thing is probably already dead, guys, and never coming back. Thought it was funny. I wanted to watch its progress. Yeah, I'm just on my low cap hunt now. So for the past couple weeks, I've been sort of getting a tiny little low cap port together. And I can't be on here for like 12 hours without somebody saying the word Labubu in chat. Or shit, without me saying it. So I was looking in that,
You want to look?
was
Can
searching
you look?
through that mind share.
Can you look into one for me?
Yeah.
AVO.
AVO.
Yes, sir. It's actually like an AI agent copy bot thing.
Avocado.
Maybe. Let me look. No, it's AVO. That's on Sol.
What's the market cap?
3.5 million.
Yeah, it's avocado. This one.
Oh, all right. Well, fair enough.
Create an agent. No, their little marketing shit, their little mascot shit is A little 8-bit avocado. You're at the top.
All right, I couldn't see that.
Yeah.
I got in
Chart
at
looks
0,
alive.
0.011.
Okay. Yeah, when you're playing with these, right? These low market cap coins have a bit of a pattern that they run. Right? They tend to have that first swing up, right? The wave one. And then price comes down, consolidates. If it's decent, it'll go into accumulation. Right? So this is the accumulation. Now this is wave two. The thing with wave twos are if the wave two goes higher than wave one, then you know you've got a meme that isn't gonna just die right away. Right? You'll have your wave two, you'll go through another process like this after wave two. And then wave three. If wave two is higher than wave one, wave three is typically higher than wave two. If that makes any sense. So right now you're kind of halfway through your first wave. Right? So you'd be testing it right now. You'd be taking a look to see, are you going to get that wave two, or is it going to put in a lower high and sort of come back down to accumulation? Usually what happens if it does this is that you'll get a wave three that doesn't even go. If that happens and it rejects as a lower high, what usually happens is you'll get a wave three that doesn't even go as high as wave two, and then death. Forever death, zombie coin.
Great, thanks for that.
Yeah. So right now, that's what we're trying to do, right? Figure out, is this going to be, are you going to take out your wave one, or is this just a dead cat bounce from, but I like this. I mean, it's really tight accumulation, a really specific push out. You flagged out, you got another push, like decent. Take a look at the bubble maps. Top 80 holders.
Yeah, just know 99.9% of those Solana meme coins are rug pulls. Like avocado looks pretty decent.
Let's see, what's these guys? All right, that cluster's got about 20K in. They've only taken profit on like 4.5K. 87 transfers. Only 0.5% of the supply. That's not a big deal. These guys, 2% of the supply. 70,000 in, only 2K out.
What's up, Dbloc, and you take a look at Dina and see this.
Another 2%. Yeah, at least it doesn't look that bad. The bubble maps doesn't look. You don't want to see is one bubble with 20 wallets connected to it. Like a big spider floating around in there, you know? Bubble maps look good. Let's look at the holders. There's only 4,000 holders. Dun, dun, dun. Top two holders have 10% of the supply together. $23, $22, 23% of the supply, maybe 25% of the supply held by the top 10. Horrible. I've seen a lot worse on memes, that's for sure. Top traders. Let's see who's sitting on cash here. All right. These two guys up top are sitting on about $85,000 worth of unrealized that they haven't taken yet. 50 thou, 50 thou. That's not bad. What I try to do is I try to do the math and see how many top holders or how many top traders would have to cash out to rug the market cap or to rug the liquidity, right? So there's $400 in liquid, 400K in liquidity. For at this point, roughly the top 10 could sell out completely and not drain the liquidity. Right? This is how you check for rug pulls. You come and you look, and the top 1-2 traders are sitting at $1 million profit, and they haven't taken it yet. There's only $1 million worth of liquidity. There's 2 people that are both over $1 million in profit. That's a problem. Any KOLs? All right, no KOLs, so it hasn't started buzzing in those rooms yet. I mean, it looks like it could be decent, but it's new. It hasn't gotten its sort of hype cycle yet where the KOLs jump in. And it doesn't look like one person could come in and just completely wreck it, which is a good thing. Let me check one more second what these holders look like here. All right, so the top 3 holders, if the top 3 holders were to sell everything, then they could pull liquidity. But usually 1 or 2 of these is going to be a dev. Let me see if I can get some information on when these buys were made. No transactions. Okay, that's a dev team. Oh, it's also a dev wallet. There we go. Somebody who finally spent some money on this coin. And these were his buys. So it looks like he just aped into this push. Looks like he just aped into this push, man. All right. Well, he hasn't sold yet. He's obviously waiting for something. Probably to break even, you know? Like if I can just get, he's just now starting to get back to break even on some of his first buys.
So he's been crying for a minute.
Yeah, it's been a rough hold. Let's just put it like that. Unless he knows something about the future of the project, and he's just like, I just want to get in early. Whatever happens, happens. I don't know anything about this project, fundamentally, right? I'm just looking at the chart, and I'm looking at the dispersion that we have. Wait a second. Let me find the first person I have sold some of this.
Each pocket listed on Robinhood, huh? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that gave it a nice little push.
Yep. Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, just be careful, bro. Trail your stop loss, right? Don't give any of it back. And then just be aware if you get a lower high, chances are it's probably just going to give everything back here.
Is that Evo?
Cool, man. Thank you.
Yep. All right, give me a second, guys. Let me check my port and see anything that needs attention. I got you, Anon. I'll take a look at ENA and see this right now. Give me 1 second.
BlackRock bought another what? A little over $500 million worth of ETH yesterday. Last night.
RH, those waves could take forever to play out. There really is no timing. Usually with memes, it doesn't take that long because they don't hold mindshare for that long, right? So you see it happen quicker. That only doesn't work for memes too. That's also for regular coins, right? It's what we call the death spiral. That's why we worry so much about coins like SHIB and about Doge when they have runs like that, right? Because if they can't get above that high, then they're on sort of, you know, death spiral alert, which means we have to watch them in the next cycle to make sure that they don't just fizzle out. Not Doge specifically. I'm just talking about a coin that has a real big parabolic run. its next cycle has a big job ahead of it, right? Because it has to prove that it can increase past that, and it wasn't just a fluke. All right, let me look at ENA. My second favorite stablecoin play.
Yeah. What's his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. He's been stacking up a lot. He just bought another million worth. What's his name?
Where's my ENA chart? Oh, hold on. I lose my chart. When did I erase my chart? All right, well, I guess we'll do it over. Doing it live.
He owns one of those exchanges. What the heck's his name? My brain won't work. He's been piling up on ENA.
What happened?
I can't think of the guy's name. He's been piling up on ENA.
Well, people have been shilling it. I haven't even been paying attention. To me, it was such an obvious play just because of the stablecoin bill that was coming through.
Yeah.
All right,
Remember his name.
so we had our stopping volume candle here on the daily. My bad. I'm just having to start all over, y'all, because I lost my ENA chart. So
Sailor mode.
It's the trading view issue. It's messing with the charts.
yeah, my
Sure
charts
it's on
are
a
on
different
auto
one,
save, but lately they've been messing up, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Were you
Author
looking at
Hayes.
perps before? Like, were you looking at the perpetuals chart?
Yeah.
That's what you were charting on.
That's who's been piling up on that. Arthur Hayes.
Well, that is a good person to be shilling your project. That's
Yeah, he just bought another what yesterday? 2 point something billion worth.
it. Just makes
Million,
sense.
I mean, not
bro.
billion. Million.
Just makes
Yeah, it does.
sense.
I'm waiting for Ando to get a nice pump too. Ando should be in a good play. At least Staples.
All right, so where do we have some confluence here for a retest?
Retest down to 37.
That's a low, super low possibility there. Just mapping it out. To see what kind of confluence we get with these fibs. Yeah. Good confluence with 382 and the 0.5 there. We don't have to worry about any of that if this holds. Right? So there's only 3 fibs here to worry about. Coming back to the 50 retest. Right? That would be bullish. I'll make sure I don't lose this chart now. That's where the bulls live, on the 236.
The stablecoin too is back to all-time highs.
Right?
USDE.
It would come in and hold that 50. That's best case scenario. Your 382 would be coming down to hold structure. Right? SR flip from way back. And then pulling off double bottom off what we have here. Right? That'd be your second option. And then in my opinion, your bearish retest would be 2.5, which still wouldn't be bearish, but just the most bearish of the three possibilities here.
Anchorage Digital.
Now that's just assuming that Bitcoin doesn't pump and just get everything out of here now, you know?
Well, Athena, man, it's been doing the opposite of Bitcoin a lot. It will dump when Bitcoin's pumping and do the. It's been weird.
Monster, what's going on, brother? So Anon, for Athena, that's what I'm looking at. It's super bullish though, so I wouldn't be surprised if it just holds this 50. Holds the 50 and pops out. This thing has been moving so strong. All the retracements that they've had, for the most part, been big wicks at the bottom. Right? People can't wait to buy this thing when it hits the 50. Almost like a buy trigger for people. And then let me look at Cetus.
You watch Happy Gilmore 2 yet?
Mm-mm. Man, this thing came all the way back down into accumulation. It was either an amazing chance to just run it again, but we know what happened, right? It's because of that shit, and then we got FUD and blah, blah, blah. But it looks good, man. Came down, made its first W down here. Its first W was a double bottom. And then it played out that measured move perfectly. Bart Simpson came back. Now we're putting in another W, but we're putting in a higher low fractal. Right, so we've got our W going, but we've got a higher low this time, which should make for like a more explosive sort of move up out of here. This will take us back into that vector gap. Oh, maybe not. Maybe just short of it. Yeah, just short of it. But that'll get us back out of this accumulation. Yeah, actually, these vectors go way lower. Right to about there. That entire thing is vector recovery. So this next move will get you up into those vectors, and then that gap should sort of do the heavy lifting. But this thing, yeah. Like, this has definitely been a trader's coin. Buy the accumulation, sell the rip. You know, buy the accumulation, sell the distribution, buy the accumulation. Now, you see what we're doing on bigger time frames though, right? Like if we go to the daily. Structure doesn't get much stronger than that. All right, you got a triple bottom. And then a higher low. It's nice. Once it does play out, if you can get through this vector, then we can start talking about your overall fractal for the actual rest of the run, which would be your larger W here. That's when shit's gonna get exciting. But that's not drawn yet, so let's just leave this here as a reminder. Right, of what it's building out. That takes us back to 44 cents. You're gonna have serious resistance here. Like, that's not gonna be an easy push. Right? But that's the only thing really standing in the way from this move. If Cetus can't get back into this range, then that's all you get. But I think Cetus is gonna do fine, man. Sui's doing crazy, so still have to play the right side out, right? For right now, let's not future trip. Right now, we come in and just micromanage our little baby W here at the bottom. Make sure that she stays healthy. Yeah, still have plenty of gas to get up to the top of that W. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that you come back for some mean reversion here in real time, though. 50 EMA, 800 EMA sitting right at 11.3. I would like to come back, test that, hold it, and then push away. It's a story, but it's starting to build, right? The more you zoom out, the more you start to see the whole picture. Yeah, this thing has definitely left it behind a couple times, that's for sure. Yeah, it's one of the dexes for Sui Monster. So it's basically like a picks and shovels beta play on Sui. One's going to the moon and the other one's going to shit. AJ. Yeah, I got you, Yash. Give me a second. Esports is that shit that FaZe Banks and Hayden Ross and all these guys were getting involved in. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if he's admitted it yet, but I think FaZe Banks has something to do with that project. I'm not saying it doesn't mean it's, you know, I'm not saying it's not going to go. I'm just saying that's who's really been promoting it. So we had our original higher low fractal on ADA, right? That played out. Right? Came into our DCA out zone. More importantly, the way it retraced, right? So coming back and holding where it was supposed to. Got a nice triple bottom off of that range. Double bottom fractal. We're trying to get up and out of here now, though. Give me 1 second. Rid of this. Just trying to clear up some of the interday stuff now that we've moved past it all. So, bring over. So far it's been a decent push. What I like is that your vectors are protected by your 50 here. Right, so the vector gaps that we left on the way up, the 50 EMA is now above them, and the 200. Right, so chances are when price comes back down, if this doesn't hold, you'll catch on that 200 and then build out. Right, so you might be able to avoid coming to grab this stuff just because how bullish ADA's been lately.
A lot of these alts are all coiled up nicely, ain't they, Dbloc?
Yeah.
Just waiting, just kind of waiting.
Yeah, they are. So main thing, we're holding, we reclaimed the top of the W, right? Which gave us our breakout. Struggled with it here, couldn't get over. We're finally reclaiming it.
That's good. That's
right?
good.
So the bullish case would be that this holds. Right? That actually plays out and holds. We held the top of that. Everybody's good to go. Your base case, in my opinion, is coming back down to that 50 retrace here. 50, 200. Right? Clear all that out. Not a big deal. You're talking about coming down to like 72. You're losing like 10 cents if that falls apart. The bear case, though, the bear case would be losing that and coming down into this range, into these vectors here. Let's push this forward. right? Basically, losing that 50 and coming back down into that would bring you down to like 58. Right? That for me is worst case scenario. I don't think that it ever breaks this triple bottom again. Well, in this run, that to me is solid. The most important thing is that one of these two holds. And then if we pull our fibs and look for confluence, your 382 is your 1 where you've held now, right? That's a bullish retracement. And then your 2 would be your 0.5. So you're looking for a 382 or 0.5 retracement, or you clear these vectors. Targets for this run are hard because it depends on whether ADA gets that ETF or not. If ADA gets accepted into the well, I've got it here. I think ADA can get to over two. Let's call it 2.8, 2.5, 2.8. That's not even breaking all-time highs on ADA, right? If ADA doesn't get an ETF, in my opinion, we put in a lower high on ADA. Right? It never takes out its highs without an ETF, in my opinion. Just this is where I'll be taking profits, right? To be safe.
Yeah.
If we get an ETF, you're
Oh,
looking at $4.50, maybe $5, in my opinion.
Dbloc, quickly. These ETFs or some of these alts, is there like a due date for a handful of these?
October, we've got like 4 of them getting to their final date where the SEC has to give a response. But there's a couple of dates in September that aren't the final dates, but the SEC can accept at that point.
Got you. Okay.
Let's pull a fib extension here real quick.
Interesting.
So we pull a fib extension from our lows, highs, down to our lows. And that only puts our ETF acceptance target at a 3618. Right? Not crazy if liquidity comes in. If liquidity comes in, you're only talking about half of a fib extension. That's how I'm playing it anyways. There's a lot of ifs wrapped up in that TA though. Right? If they get the acceptance for the ETF, if the issuer for the ETF launches the ETF after it got accepted. Remember, Vanguard listed filed for a Bitcoin ETF, and when they got it, they never listed it. Then they ended up talking shit about Bitcoin for 6 months, and now they own 6% of MicroStrategy. It's funny how things change, right?
Nah, these guys waffle hard, man. Like they did that for a reason. That wasn't no oopsies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what they were doing, bro. We know how to look past that, man. Come on.
It just don't pass a sniff test, you know? Just common sense.
Like, come on, y'all. Like, y'all. Like, I'm telling you, man, I just think they really think most people are just really, like, sheep and dumb out here, man.
Well, Jamie Dimon was against Bitcoin for the longest. Now they're offering collateralized loans. I said this once, I'm going to say this again. Collateralized loans, loans against Bitcoin, using your Bitcoin for a mortgage, all of these are vehicles in hope that you do not pay your bills and they get to keep your Bitcoin. 1000%. They're not doing this shit to help anybody. This is a Bitcoin accumulation strategy.
Yep. People in dire straits on depending on, but they actually had accumulated some Bitcoin over the years. Well, let me cash in on my Bitcoin because something maybe happened in their life, and
Yeah. And it can be done properly, right?
and
You
they
can do it right
yeah
and you can keep those payments up, but people fuck up, you know?
yeah oh
And these sort of organizations sort of bet on eventually a certain percentage of their customers are just going to screw it up.
Hey, Dbloc, do you ever listen to Mark Moss?
No, the name doesn't ring a bell.
He's got a lot of followers. He's been big into finance and stuff in TradFi for a long time. Anyway, he's talking about Bitcoin and about, you know, retiring on Bitcoin later. But so let's say you have $1 million in Bitcoin and you want to retire. I guess you take loans against that money.
Yeah.
And then pay that back with dividends or whatever.
Yep. Collateralized loans.
Yeah.
You can, I mean, back of the napkin math, if you had about 3 Bitcoin right now and we got to 150K, you could collateralize about 16% of that Bitcoin for 100K, live off of that for the bear market. You don't have to pay, this is not financial advice or anything, talk to a CPA, but you wouldn't be paying capital gains tax on that Bitcoin because it wasn't sold. You received debt. There is no capital gains on debt.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
I'm like,
And
well,
then
how the hell
as Bitcoin goes up, right? As Bitcoin goes up during the next cycle, then your underlying collateral increases in price, and the price that you have to, you know, what you have to pay back is less. It's sort of, it pays for itself basically. It's like a flywheel. And then eventually what happens is on your second time around, now you have 7 Bitcoin. Now you only have to you don't collateralize all your Bitcoin. You don't need to. It's ridiculous, right? Especially once you're up to a certain point.
of it.
Yeah. That second time around, now you only have to collateralize 7% of your entire Bitcoin to get the money that you need to live through the bear market until the Bitcoin goes back up, you know? Yeah, it's basically what Sailor does in a way. Except his crazy ass collateralizes the Bitcoin, has a 5-year float to pay back less than a 1% VIG, and then takes all that money, buys more Bitcoin, and then collateralizes that, and then uses that money to buy more Bitcoin. It's a wild boy. Then when he runs out of that, he sells shares of his company and buys more Bitcoin.
Ultimate bull, man.
Yeah, balls of steel.
Balls to the wall.
Somebody said that to him. Somebody said you got balls of steel. He said, this is easy. He said working and keeping your money in the bank and fiat and hoping that it's there when you need it, that's balls of steel. Got a point.
And yeah, I was about to say, it's not like he ain't off base by saying that, that's for sure.
Yeah, nobody else is getting less than 1%. Nobody else is going to pay less than 1%. That's a sweetheart deal, and if anybody could get that deal, you should automatically take it.
So,
5 years to pay back 1% on a coin that does at least 65% year over year risk adjusted return. That's easy math.
now, Dbloc, I know you've been talking more about the whole collateralization of Bitcoin, and like something that you personally seem like you're looking more into, maybe next go around here, kind of thing. When would you want to do that? Let's just say you're good. You can pay, like you're good, but you want to do it anyways. Just, when would be the right time to do it in the cycle of Bitcoin?
Top of the market, right? Because you want to get the most for your Bitcoin.
Bang for your, yeah. Okay.
Now you just have to
But
be able to eat.
Isn't it going to hurt you as it goes
Yeah,
down?
you have to. You eat the drawdown, but you're paying.
Yeah.
You're paying for that, and like I said, that's the 1 year, right? After that, the next 2 years, the asset increases in value, and it's like it all sort of disappears in the mix. It's all about keeping the account healthy.
So let's just say we top out about 140, 150.
Remember, hold on, you've got
Go ahead.
40% of that was going to go to capital gains
Yes.
that you now still have in your pocket to pay whatever
True.
sort of interest
Which is
you
a
have
huge
to on
chunk.
whatever loan. Yeah.
Let's just call
So,
it half. Like
yeah.
that's a big chunk, man.
Yep.
Out of the whole bag.
Yeah. Exactly. But definitely sit with a professional. You know,
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a
yeah,
lot
yeah.
of there's tons of data on this. Coinbase does. Coinbase has something called Morpho, I believe, where they're doing that. I just worry that Coinbase is rehypothecating Bitcoin. I really
They-
worry that they're doing the same shit the banks do, bro. To be honest with you.
What's that word mean, dude? It's a big word.
Rehypothecating is when you give the bank some money, they take your money and they loan 90% of that out to somebody else.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
right,
banks
and
do.
then those people pay their bills, and then that gets loaned out. So basically, it's like there's derivatives and then there's money. Like the derivatives market is about at a 40x to the regular. So it's like all funny money, right? Like they can't start doing that with Bitcoin, or we're gonna be in trouble, because that's how banks fail. Right? Too much funny money. Everybody comes in and says, "Hey, I want all my money back." The banks are like, "Oh shit, didn't see this coming," and then everything goes to shit.
Got too greedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone gets too greedy, and yeah.
Yeah. So if we let them do that with Bitcoin, we're gonna have issues.
That would mean Coinbase would fail, though. I mean, Bitcoin's not going.
Yeah, no, yeah. Bitcoin. I mean, what it means is all of that leverage or all of that synthetic would have to unwind, and that would hit Bitcoin price, obviously. But no, Bitcoin's not going anywhere because of it.
Like synthetic Bitcoin. Oh man,
It's just that shit just hurts my stomach. Start thinking about the games they're gonna play.
Yeah.
And the SEC
bringing up like AMC stuff to me now.
Yeah, they've already told the banks that they can offer any crypto investment vehicles that are legal for fiat. That needs to change, because that's basically okay for the bank to rehypothecate Bitcoin. So if you decide that you want to keep your Bitcoin with Chase or JP Morgan, they are going to lend percentages of that Bitcoin out to other people and to other people and to other people. And then eventually what's going to happen is you're going to have that fear of not being able to go back and get all of your Bitcoin out. You know how
like,
you can't go to the bank.
One Bitcoin, can't get it.
You know how you can't go to the bank right now and take more than like 10K cash?
Yeah.
Because they don't got it.
Yep, you got to call first. I tried that.
No, they don't got it. They don't got it.
I'm scared of the same thing.
They'll run you in circles, so that's the problem. And eventually it's going to happen, because think, 2008, we didn't have Bitcoin. In 2008, if the banks, imagine if Bitcoin was around 2008, but at the level that it is now, right, where people are seeing it as a store of wealth, institutions are getting in, countries are accumulating, companies are accumulating, and then the banks fail. There'd been a massive rush to Bitcoin, bro. You would have immediately just gone. There was no deliverables, right? Bitcoin is literally like the only deliverable where you can buy it, receive it, store it. It's not a derivative, it's the actual thing, right? So I see that happening in the future. I see us going through a 2008 style bank crisis, probably sooner than we can all expect. And the people will rush to Bitcoin. Now, the problem is, if banks have rehypothecated Bitcoin to shit, when people rush to Bitcoin, then we're going to have an issue. Because everybody's not going to be able to get the Bitcoin that they think they own. Which is why I'm so hardcore on self-custody, bro. Just buy your Bitcoin and hold your Bitcoin.
Yeah. It's the whole point of this.
Yep.
Hey, Dbloc, I wanna jump into that conversation, because I had a topic with a friend of mine. We were talking about exactly something similar to that, and we get to the point that the new, let's call it the new version of DeFi, it's gonna have a huge and nice fight with the traditional bank, just because of that.
I agree. I definitely agree. All I know is that no matter what happens, as long as you own your Bitcoin in your wallet, you're good. You'll be all right.
How do you borrow against that?
Well, that's why you only borrow a percentage, right? That's why the goal is to never just borrow your whole, and you've got to make sure that the person that you're doing it with has massive Bitcoin reserves, isn't doing any rehypothecating, isn't leveraged out the ass. There's a lot of research that goes into it. I've been doing research for the last 3 or 4 months, and I'm still digging into some of these companies.
Now, is that information? It's not easy attainable to find that out if a company's doing that.
You gotta dig. You gotta ask questions. You know what I mean? They'll hide it behind, no, we have loan vehicles, and we can always lend you some Bitcoin. Well, where does it come from? You guys, because I don't think you guys are buying Bitcoin. Right? It's like when they lend out money, it's not their money they're lending out. They're lending out another customer's money.
Lending out my neighbor's money.
So it's like, prove it. Prove you have those reserves. Like MicroStrategy is putting in to be a bank, right? That's what they want to do. Circle is doing the same thing.
Coinbase doing the same thing.
Yeah, Coinbase and I do worry about Coinbase rehypothecating. I'm not gonna lie.
Coinbase is gonna go like a worldwide bank. Like they're going for that 100%.
If you guys have been here for a while, you've heard my theory. I've said it a million times that Circle and Coinbase and USDC have been running U.S. digital dollar pilot program for a long time.
100%.
Sanctioned by the government. Low key,
Dbloc.
behind the scenes.
Dbloc, I've been using my Coinbase debit card on my phone probably for the last 2.5 years. That I haven't used my debit card from the traditional bank. Like I'm using USDC all the time.
Nice. Oh yeah. You're getting that 4% back, cash back?
Yep.
Hell yeah. When I was allowed on Coinbase, which I'm not anymore, but when I was allowed on Coinbase, I was running them crazy on that Coinbase card, bro.
I had to stop you, Dbloc.
I was hitting my limit almost every day.
man, he stay up in the casino, dog.
Every day. I mean, it's incentivized, right? Like I've always been a gamer, right? So like I take everything like a game. So if you give me rules, I will stay within those rules, but I'm gonna find a way. So with Coinbase, it was easy. You could at the time, I don't know if you can still do it, but at the time you could just buy a bunch of green dot prepaid cards. Right? You would buy the green dots and you would load them, and then that would come through as a transaction. You get 4% back for that. Then you got a card full of cash, 4%. Card full of cash goes back into Coinbase, into USDC. And we just keep running it, bro. We just keep running it. Coinbase doesn't care because they're getting the transactions. They don't, it doesn't matter. And it's within the rules. You just couldn't do shit like, you couldn't buy alcohol. You couldn't go to I don't think you can go to dispensaries and shit like that. There's a couple things you can't use it on.
Dbloc, let me ask you something. What do you like? For example, Visa and MasterCard, right? How
dinosaurs.
Yeah, like how are we gonna get rid of them? Like how?
We won't. They'll adapt. Then they can't.
They already starting.
They're not gonna get that 5% per transaction forever, and I think they knew it. Eventually they'll just start. They'll be on crypto rails. They'll have to. They'll be forced to.
But the thing is that there's no competition besides them.
On that side, but on our side, there's plenty of competition. You ever notice that every single one of these blockchains always compares their TPS to Visa?
Yeah.
And MasterCard? Like that's the goal, right? The goal is to be able to handle that amount of transactions per second.
So you think at the end Ripple is gonna go that way?
I mean, that's what they've been trying to do, right? But we've got a bunch of people sort of in line now. These stable coins are not just neutral stable coins anymore that sit and do, like, these companies are really making deals, like and not just them, but like other smaller ones have come up from behind, like Stellar, right? Like PayPal's running off of XLM rails now.
Right.
PayPal.
You know, so that's what I mean. Like they will transition, right? They will find the blockchain that suits, or they'll create their own blockchain, try to create their own blockchain.
PayPal has something going with Arbitrum too right now.
And I think it's smart. I mean, when I send money from spot to spot, I'm sending it XLM for the most part.
That's what I use to move to the exchange.
Yeah, so why shouldn't PayPal do the same thing? It just makes sense. Yeah, I'll look at the daily on Bitcoin for you.
Dbloc, and by the way, talking about Bitcoin, I think that the dump that we had on the 114, I think that's gonna be the last low until we hit the
It's
top
possible.
of the market.
Yeah, that was my base case. But that 113, 112, if we don't move out of these areas, is still viable. All right, let me get rid of global. Daily looks good, man. Daily looks good. Very similar to the weekly, right? As long as you don't come down underneath 111.8 or 112. But we broke structure, came back above. So that looks really good. We do have a vector here, right? But if we take, I'm done. All my shit's gonna come back on the screen now, but let me take this measurement real quick. So if we take the entire vector range, hard to get it right on that vector body. And based on fibs, okay. Yeah, so 50% of that fib would be 14 flat. And we came down to what, 14.4, and then pop back up. So I don't know if it's worth coming down for just that little tiny bit of vector, honestly. I am still looking at that possibility of coming down to 112, 113, which would be a retest of the 50. But remember what I said the other day, if we can do this long enough, then that 50 will slowly come up, right? So depending on where we actually drop down from, we won't have to, you know, maybe we just get a double bottom. But the weekly looks really strong. And we got that, oh. We got that indecision candle, then we came down and we held the 5. So we still have obviously day 6 hours left. But even here, that top 111, 112, maybe some wicks down to 110, 109, worst case scenario, in my opinion. But for this week, I do think we attempt ATH. What happens at ATH is gonna be the issue, right? So let me do some magic wand shit. I'll tell you what I would like to see if this is going to happen. Our most bullish outcome would be come back down into this weekend trap. We have our false move down. Take out these liquidations, either double bottom, right? Or take all of it on the false move down. Free the trap shorts. We've got to come down underneath 114.5 just for it to qualify as the false move. All right, so we come down through here, probably take all these liquidations. And then we have our 3-day up that attempts all-time high. Now, what happens here is going to be the question, right? Because dominance, let me take a look at Dom real quick. Dominance, in my opinion, is still going to have one more leg up, right? To get to that 0.5. So when Bitcoin makes this move to ATH, if it rejects, like we talked about yesterday, let me bring this action back into the, so this move up that we had right here, this big spike up on Dom, this happened, this little part right here happened on an uptick. This bottom part, right? You see right here, you see how the line, got the lines on both charts, right? So look at the uptick. Look at what Bitcoin was doing. So Bitcoin went all the way up to that double top, and it brought dominance to right here. Then as Bitcoin came down and went sideways, Dom kept pumping. Dom went all the way up to 382 by itself. And this move down on Bitcoin and sideways and up on Dom is what shredded your alts. Right? Alts got wrecked there. So now it's settled down. It's come back down to resistance. As Bitcoin went down, it also came down, luckily, right? We got lucky here that it went down. Now look at this move up. See how it hasn't even started to move yet?
Yeah, looks like it wants to curl up though. So
Yeah.
dominance.
So my opinion, what's going to happen is whether Bitcoin moves down or up here, Dom is going to come up, right? So let's say as Bitcoin moves down, as Bitcoin makes this sweep of liquidity here, people exit alts because they're scared of the dip. Dom will go up, probably to the 382. As this thing catches bottom and pops up to ATH, Dom should come up to 0.5. Now, the scary bit for me is what happens at ATH, right? Because if we reject ATH, if we get to ATH and we reject, then I feel like dominance is going to keep going to golden pocket. The same way that it went up as we rejected here, right? It went up with the move up, and then as it rejected, it still kept going up. That's going to be horrible. This move down here and this move up is going to shave like 15% off of your alts if it happens like this. So that's why I'm sort of sitting on my heels a little bit on what I'm going to do with my alts right now. I'm still over 60%, 80% in position in most of them, right? I'm just talking about the 20, 40% that I pulled out. Now, if Bitcoin comes up over ATH and consolidates, then what we're going to see is Dom go to the 0.5 and reject hard. Because as Bitcoin starts to consolidate and show strength, we're going to pour into our alts. Right? And as we pour into our alts, dominance is going to go down. So that's the question, right? One, do we sweep up and have a 3-day down, or do we sweep down and have a 3-day up? That's the first. That's the first thing we need to figure out. Me, I think we sweep down personally. But after that, we need to worry about what happens with dominance, or what happens to Bitcoin when it gets back to ATH. That's a lot of future tripping, but that's where my brain's at for the next week. You know what I mean?
Hey, Dbloc.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Hey, man. Can you keep us in the loop with you with your research on whether what companies are the best bet on borrowing against your
Oh yeah, yeah,
Bitcoin?
1000%. Yeah. Now, once I find somebody that I'm comfortable with, yeah, I'll definitely. I just don't want to speak out of school too early, and then I don't want to be responsible for anybody doing anything crazy.
All right, my man.
But yeah,
That'll
definitely.
be great, man. Yeah, thanks. And I remember something you said a while ago, which I didn't do, but I haven't heard it in a while, and maybe the rest of the group would like to hear about it. And that was going to your bank and let them know that you're going to be you're planning on doing
Yes. Yeah.
a large deposit.
That is a good point.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you want to explain that
Yeah,
better.
yeah, that's a good point. I haven't mentioned that in a long time. So there's a couple things you want to do. You want to call your exchanges, right? You want to call your centralized exchanges, and you want to up all your limits. Right now, you're on default limits, which when you look at them, you're like, okay, it says that I can't pull out more than $250,000 over a certain period of time, whatever. And you might think it doesn't apply to you, but there's a good chance that you're going to make more money this run than you expect, right? And you need to let them know that your limits need to be raised so that when it comes time to cash out, you don't have any issues, right? It won't take you months to get everything out, to your bank, basically. So the best way to do it, in my opinion, is call your exchange, go to, customer service. Don't tell them that you want to be able to take more money out. Tell them that you need your buy limits increased. Tell them I'm coming into some money. I want to be able to buy, or I want to be able to deposit more money per day, right? It's usually a simple phone call. They'll raise it up for you. What that does is it also raises how much money you can take out. Right? So even if you're not planning on putting a bunch of money, you want access to be able to cash out to your bank in one swift sort of ACH, right? And then you want to contact your bank, and you want to let your bank know that you've got money coming in, you've got a windfall coming in. You don't have to tell them what it's from. That's none of their business. But you need to tell them that you will be making deposits, irregular deposits, within the next, 4 or 5 months. And that'll just help smooth the whole thing out. Because that's the last thing you want. Like, I made that mistake once, and it took me forever to get everything to the bank. And then the bank was giving me problems and freezing deposits and doing all this extra shit. Now, we know why, right? They like to make it difficult because you're using crypto and you're not using TradFi. But now that they're a little bit more lenient, it shouldn't be that big of an issue, right? We're past the point where these banks can debank you just because you're sending your money to crypto. That was a thing before, bro. Banks would literally just tell you, no, we don't approve these type of transactions. Go somewhere else, or,
Yeah, Wells Fargo did that to me back in 2017.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Bank of America not let me take money out and do all
Merrill
types
Lynch
of
did it to
stupid shit.
me.
Dbloc, but that's the same thing that we were talking about. Like, you can do the same thing and just send it to your Coinbase account for the people that are in US, and
Yeah.
and you can handle everything in US and USDC.
Yeah, but not everybody is, some people are banked. Some people have to send money to the bank for mortgage payments, and some people just like having their money in the, and you're not going to get them in 1 or 2 cycles to take the risk of holding their own money. And I'll be honest with you, everybody needs to be honest with themselves. Like, are you the type of person that loses your phone every day? Are you the type of person that you know, do you have real concerns about losing your seed phrase and not being able to, you know, or is it going to keep you up at night knowing that you've got that much money in a wallet instead of, some people just like the security of a bank. Me personally, I'm debanked, but your mom and your aunt and your uncle, they're probably going to want to put that shit in the bank as soon as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
It's going to take a little bit of time, Rajesh. I just haven't had a lot of hours in a day. I'm on here with you guys for about 8 or 9, and then I'm doing like 4 or 5 hours of research. And then there's that, you know, regular real life thing you got to take care of too, right? But I'll get on it as soon as we get a little bit of that time.
You think we're gonna top the summer now in this pump, and probably go, like you said, like something sideways and until probably August?
I think our next move above ATH, our next impulsive move will give us a summer top. Yeah, I was looking for like a 125 summer top, a target 7.
I wrote something to BJ, ranging 127, 129, around that number.
Yeah. The hope for alt holders is that Ethereum, the ETH BTC pair has gotten strong enough at that point where ETH truly is in charge and it holds up alt prices during the summer, right? What we don't want is to have that summer top and have alts give everything back yet again, right? For the 4th time. At some point here, that floor has to kick in. And that floor, in my opinion, is based almost entirely around ETH BTC being able to hold its ground.
Like keep it neutral?
Yeah. So you see this drop down on ETH BTC here? This is really important. So that drop right there on ETH BTC. Let me pull up another tab. And then let's look at our total 3 against Bitcoin. Or even total against Bitcoin. No, let's go total 3 against Bitcoin. This is the same gap I'm talking about. This is what I've been saying about thinking that the alts need to come back down to the support before they can actually hold. Right? Look at what happened last time. We came down to these ranges. That move from the bottom of the range to the top, this is the alt season, right? This is the explosive move for alt here, basically. That entire move from the time that it took off to the time it hit the top was 48 days, 46 days, month and a half. Right? And everybody's freaking out because there was only 3 months left. There's only 4 months left. How are we gonna? This shit goes from nothing to everything all at once. So let me go to total 3 because I'll show you better here. This is total 3 BTC. So this is excluding the top 10, excluding ETH and blah, blah, blah. that move up from the time that we actually went parabolic, or let's just say from the time that we touched. From the time that we took off from the bottom to the time that we topped out was 98 days. Right? So roughly about 3 months. Now, this is the problem for me. This is why I'm paying attention to Dom so much. This move down here, where we made a new bottom, that move was caused by ETH's higher low. ETH didn't put in a new bottom. ETH BTC came down and put in a higher low, and as ETH came down and put in that higher low, alts put in a lower low. Right? This means they bled even more against Bitcoin.
Right.
So what the argument is for the further drop on the alts, for one last drop on the alts, at least against their BTC pair, is that we need to come back down to these ranges, right? For alts to truly find the bottom that they can sort of push from, we need to come back to these ranges. So if we put in a lower low as ETH BTC put in a higher low, then what do we do as ETH BTC comes down and puts in another higher low here? Right? If ETH BTC hits target and rejects to the scene of the crime, basically to support, then we can expect that alts will make that move down to that support that we're talking about.
So basically, the total is gonna front run ETH BTC. It's gonna move faster. So whatever you see in total, then you're gonna see reflected in ETH BTC.
Yeah, well, because no, not exactly. ETH BTC is the one that moves first. The problem is that ETH BTC is just ETH against BTC. This is the entire market against BTC. Right?
Yeah,
so the amount of coins that
you
are
have
weak
you have all combined
because of the amount
you're
of
looking right now
coins
at total 3.
because of the amount of coins that are weak against their BTC pairs, the reaction is heavier on total 3 than it is on ETH. So a lower high on ETH BTC will give you a lower low on total 3. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's all going to depend on ETH BTC. When does ETH BTC come put in this next higher low? Right. It doesn't mean that alts. I mean, we could pump. What if ETH BTC goes to the 800 EMA and everything has one more pump and then it puts in that lower low? Right. So we still don't know exactly how it's going to play out. But when I show people this chart, and it's not just me, everybody's talking about this on what you call it for the most part. Why are they both on ETH BTC? Oh, I did that. So people don't want to hear that alt BTC pairs still have another drop, right? Because everybody's ready for their alts to go. Again, this doesn't mean that their USD pair is going to get slaughtered, right? It's a dominance thing. But for me, since I'm trading Bitcoin into alts, then this is the most important chart for me.
Right, exactly. So that's everyone against Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's the chart. It's gonna front run ETH.
I don't know what you mean by front run.
Meaning that
you'll see, you're gonna see the move on ETH
like,
BTC.
Let's say we pump now with the all-time high, right?
Uh-huh.
These should go down, right? Regardless, it's the opposite. But the pump, let's say we go to 127. This that pump should be reflected on that chart.
And it depends. It depends on if the alts go with or not. right? It's going to depend on what dominance does. If dominance rips up to where I'm thinking golden pocket area, yeah, this is going down. But as far as what chart is going to show it first, it'll be at the same. I mean, ETH BTC will be the clearest. Yeah, ETH BTC will be also accounted for here in total, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
But you'll see it first. Like total 2 BTC, right? Which is ETH heavy, no Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
Looks a little better on the top, but still has that to come down. And it's not because of ETH, it's because of every other coin in the basket.
Every other coin. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If we look at ETH has already done its job. Like ETH BTC literally came down to the same areas that we're talking about and then got the reaction.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So as this starts to struggle or build structure to come up, then that down move should be enough to pull total 2, total 3, others BTC. It's all of them. Like even if you go others BTC. Right, where you're looking at mainly just lower cap, mid caps, nothing in the top 10.
Yeah, makes sense. Mm-hmm.
Still has that same move to go. And again, we don't have to worry because this move, the all-time high on most alts, took from the very bottom to the top. Well, that was 140 days from the time where we are now, in my opinion, which is coming to that's like 100 days. And we saw in total that entire move on total was like 28 days, 48 days, something like that. It happens really fast at the end.
So don't you think that right now alts are on the top? Like almost exhausted?
Yeah. Yeah, we can take a look at let's go to CoinGlass.
So AVAX is making a move.
Oh wait, it wasn't CoinGlass. Where was that RSI heat map at? It was CoinAnk, not CoinGlass.
I use the
Watch out for the
CoinGlass.
flashbang.
How you doing today, Dbloc?
I'm good, brother. All right, let me find this RSI heat map real quick, and then we'll check on the alts.
Oh my god, my baby girl, it's going crazy with that Labubu thing.
Imagine. All right, so here's our RSI heat map for the 24 hours. Right, we can see what's sort of coming down. Pengu's still moving up. Everything's, remember, overbought just means this is bull territory, right? This is where the bulls are in charge, where the bears are in charge. Let's go to longer. Let's go to weekly. Weekly RSIs aren't horrible.
That's 24 hour.
This is weekly. So everything's in the middle. Or lower time frames. Everything's just resetting. There's still some gas in the tank here. If Bitcoin goes to ATH, it's not going to go alone. It's going to drag alts. But it will probably take everything into overbought at that point.
Oh, I know what you. Oh, okay, I know what you're seeing right now. Yeah.
Some of these are moving. Vine, Soph. One came down.
So that's like kind of like a money flow, right?
It's just showing you where every coin sits on its RSI on any time frame, right? So that you don't have to go look through 50 different RSIs to see what's overbought or oversold.
That's cool. Yeah, look at Pango.
I look at it to find snipes. So, I'll just have it running in the background, and I'll have it running in the background, and I usually just glance at where it's at for the 4 hour, 12 hour, and I kind of know what's going on. And then when it's time really to start sniping in, when things are getting heated up, and as soon as you see Bitcoin starting to go down, you can start seeing if it's oversold, overbought, and it works really good for sniping.
Yeah, that looks super cool.
Yo, what's that again? Coin Inc?
Yeah, CoinEnc, and then you go to RSI heat map.
I haven't used the Coin Inc, so I'll play with that one too. The one over at Coin Glass, if you just do a Google search for it, it works pretty good. But I'll use the Coin Inc and see if that might.
They're basically the same. Yeah, it's basically
They
the same
are
thing.
okay. Okay, wonderful. Less to play with. I'll stick with what I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Dbloc. I mean, I was looking at ETH. I was thinking it was looking a bit weak. I mean, based on what you were saying, I guess it's all got to come down a bit anyway. But I think I saw on the 15-minute ETH bounced off the 200, or at least close to it. But do you think it's going to sort of keep coming down from when? Let's see. Because I know Bitcoin sort of topped a few hours ago, right? It's like in the short term.
Yeah.
And it's sort of consolidating. I see, but
So
and ETH sort of been.
These were our
Oh, sorry, no.
targets. No, you're good. These were our targets on ETH last night or yesterday. I mean, so it came down just barely. I mean, we were worried about this being a deviation and not a breakout. Right. So we're saying if it came down, you wanted to hold support at least above the 50% of the mark, which was our 3, right? That 0.5. We held, pushed out. I mean, it looks good. It got a little squirrely there for a second, but we are dealing with this double top range now, right? This is where we had that's where we had our double top, and we haven't really successfully broken out of that sort of range yet. We're trying to, though. I like that we came back and we held the support. Right? Even though it broke, but we reacted, and now we're trying to get back above. If we can get back above and hold, then maybe we could push.
Okay, nice.
Check out AVAX is making a serious push right now.
Which one?
AVAX.
I like AVAX, man. AVAX has not been an easy hold. Out of all the alts that I bought when we first, when I first started buying alts, AVAX was the one that just kind of sat there.
I remember it being 45, 40 some dollars back in December. Oh dear.
Dude, I bought AVAX for the first time at like 100 something. At the top.
I don't remember it being at 100. That's crazy.
Yeah. I don't even want to think about the price that we were paying for AVAX when we were playing with NFTs.
Oh man.
3-4 years ago.
So that was years ago that it was that kind of price, or was that December? Because I don't remember it being. But there's a lot of things. I got a question for you.
$140 was the top for AVAX.
It's like 2021. 2021, it was around 100.
Wow. How's your dominance theory playing out for us? I'm seeing it
I mean, we're starting to
kind of
break out and
doing.
move to the top side. It's going to be interesting to see if it still pumps if we get this false move down or what. I would like for it to pump no matter what Bitcoin does now, just to get it up to that 0.5.
And destroy our alt so we can get a hard reset and start buying.
Well, if it moves with Bitcoin, then we won't have a problem. And I hope that that false move down is fast. So yeah, I do see some blood coming on the alts, but it's gonna depend on the timing of it. Remember we were just talking about that wave 1, wave 2 theory when it came to coins? It's the same sort of thing here, right? AVAX had a huge opening wave. If AVAX can't get above, and it's gonna be a tough road for AVAX to get above. If AVAX can't get above, then it has to go into death spiral watch during the next, right? Because if you come up and your wave 2 doesn't pass your wave 3, I mean your wave 1, then chances are your wave 3 is going to be even smaller, and then you're just in a death spiral of zombiness. AVAX has more than enough to keep that from happening, right? They're actually decent blockchain, but it needs to pick up.
Well, that black hole project, it seems like there's so many projects being built from Amazon to you name it on AVAX that, you know, that there's at least what you would say, there's at least a lot of attention on it. What it will do is, you know, different, but there is attention still on it. So I'm hoping.
No, like, I mean, it's not, it looks crazy on the chart, but we're talking a 5 or 6x for it to break all-time highs.
That's insane. But things can run 100% in a day.
No, things go, bro. Listen, when this thing gets going, the right coins are gonna gobble up a 4 or 5x like it ain't shit.
Yeah. When's that coming, Dbloc? So I can stop looking at these charts. Can you tell me the minute, the exact minute and day?
Listen, there will be signs. Let's just put it like that.
There will be. Well,
And wake up one morning and there will be signs.
well, now that I've figured out how to do this Discord and not have to watch it and have my goo goo gaga stuff when I'm not, I figured out how to do the push to talk on my phone so I can listen to what's going on and go about my day.
Cool. I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys.
Okay. Guys, I didn't expect things to run the way that they did. A lot of things ran really solid today, and it's nice to see, you know, some decent action. Except Fortcoin's dying.
AVAX is in that 10 crypto index fund too from Bitwise. They call it the 10 token ETF.
Yeah, the funny thing about this push up right now is it's not really hitting the memes yet. Like Pepe, Farcoin, with all those like top memes, they're kind of slow right now. It's looks like it's feeding into like your traditional coins, like your AVAXs, Litecoins, XLM, all like the
So it's the
fundamental stuff.
it's the recycling, right? I guess I could find this, but I'll just draw it better. So the way that it runs is you go from Bitcoin ETH damn you. The mid caps, the memes, right? So it'll go Bitcoin feeds into ETH, then ETH feeds into mid caps, the mid caps feed into memes, and then memes feed back into Bitcoin, and the cycle goes, right? So as Bitcoin starts to recover now, we're in this territory. Right? Once Bitcoin gets some ground, starts getting closer to ATH, then you'll see the ETH BTC pair start to go crazy, which it's doing now. Right? We're starting to move up on Bitcoin. ETH BTC is looking healthy. That rotation's going into the mids. As soon as the mids start to do healthy and people start feeling wealthy, then they'll slam it back into the memes. The problem is that these memes have two different categories now. This is how it used to work. In my opinion, how it works now is like this. These are large cap memes. Large cap memes. As the flow comes out of Bitcoin into Ethereum, it still goes into large cap memes. And it goes from Ethereum into mid caps and right through large cap memes, and then go into the middle ones and then right back into large cap memes. And as it comes out of the small memes, it goes right into the large cap memes, pumps them, and then goes back into Bitcoin. This shit hasn't gone away.
Can you repeat all that again? That was a lot to take in.
That's what's been different about this cycle, that the memes haven't waited for their turn to push. Once the meme establishes itself and has a community and has a large enough market cap, whenever money moves, it tends to move into them.
Yeah, no, I could see that 100%. That makes sense.
It's been a very strange feature of this market. Before, when Doge would pump, SHIB would pump, and Floki would pump, shit like that, you took your profits and you got out of the way and you waited because you knew it was all going right back into Bitcoin, and then it would slowly, Now it's different. The way it works now is different. Let me see if I can find that. Give me a second.
Yo, this candle on AVAX, it broke this. I was watching it. I was seeing it was gonna break this flag, and then it broke it, and it's just been straight up since.
It's had some vectors going on, and let's see if the party still keeps going, or if Dom starts rocketing, might be a good short as well.
Which coin was that?
AVAX is getting another vector at the moment.
It was on this 5-minute flag, and I was playing it. I was like, it's gonna break, so I took it at like 24.5, and it just broke.
Nice, good work.
Let's see if it can get past these next two resistance bands. One's coming up at 25.6, and then there's another one, two of them at just above 25.871. If it can get past through those, it might be high flying even more.
So this is the cycle I'm talking about. Right, this is your path to alt season. Phase 1, money flows into Bitcoin, causing price surges. Then this is the overlap that we were just in. Money flows into Ethereum, but it struggles to keep up with Bitcoin. Ethereum goes back and forth with Bitcoin and starts to outperform it. Right, now here, this is when we get to the point where ETH BTC has found its ground and it's moving, right? After like one more, in my opinion, one more retracement on ETH BTC. ETH is outperforming Bitcoin, and we hear talks of the flippening, the phase overlap. Money starts to trickle into large caps, where we see large buy-ups happening. And that goes into where Ethereum's been outperforming Bitcoin for a while, and large caps are going parabolic. And we've seen this phase already. Then it scrolls down. Regardless of market cap, some altcoins with strong fundamentals are having pumps. Right? We've seen a little taste of that. And now phase 4 alt season. Large caps have gone full vertical. We're seeing blow off tops, mid caps, low caps, micro caps all tend to pump around the same time. Large caps have been outperforming Bitcoin and Ethereum. Seems every coin is parabolic, regardless of fundamentals. Memes are everywhere. Everyone's super excited. You feel the mania in the air. This was 2021 bull market. Right? What I'm saying is that now we have this category here of memes that haven't
Crypto
gone
Fox,
anywhere.
an open mic.
Large market cap memes.
To the gulag.
Large market cap memes. So what I'm seeing happening now is as price comes out of Bitcoin into Ethereum, moving through these memes. And then it goes from Ethereum to market to large caps, but it's moving through these memes. And then as it cycles back, just doing it again over and over.
Fartcoin's a clear example of that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of good ones. It's all the really high. So you've got memes, and then you've got what I consider to be blockchain mascots, right? The highest market cap memes, 1 and 2 on each blockchain, where they almost they almost represent the chain itself, right? Where people are taking beta plays on Ethereum by jumping into your Pepe, or taking beta plays on Sol by jumping into your high market cap Sol memes. Just interesting. Every cycle is different. As much as it's the same, it has brand new things to learn, bro. And that's what keeps me so, like, I guess, involved, right?
It's really very boring.
Yeah, you gotta, yeah, if you don't love this shit, good luck, bro. Everybody wants to talk about what you need to be a good trader and da 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 da. Listen, if you don't love this shit, there is a ceiling to how good you can get. Because you're not gonna put in the hours. Like,
You have to be thirsty for knowledge.
It's not even about trading skill, right? Like, I know for a fact that there's very few people that are going to put in the amount of research that I put in on a daily basis. Point blank. Just not going to do it. It's ridiculous. I shouldn't
100%.
even be doing it. You know? But that does give you an edge, right? There's probably not too many people that are willing to stare at a dead chart for 4 hours in a row and not just claw their eyes out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an edge that I have that somebody else doesn't have. And these are the edges that we have to find within ourselves. Do the things that other people aren't willing to do. If you do what everybody's willing to do, you're going to get what everybody's getting.
That's the advantage us single people have too. We don't have anybody pulling the cane out and grabbing us around the neck and trying to.
Or if
us
you
up
got
to
a
go do
girl
something.
that's understanding and, you know, bro, sometimes you're going to fight with your girl over this shit. It's going to cause problems.
Mm-hmm.
So Dbloc, with that said, right, because I would say 2018, 2021 cycle, I was like you, not in terms of ability to trade, but in terms of like the thirst for knowledge. But that 2021 cycle burned me out. It did. Like, it was, and that was, I can understand it was probably due to the way I was trading and over trading and all the rest of that. But it was like, yeah, the 3 hour like nights of sleep, the constant looking at like Telegram groups and all the rest of that. I mean, how do you avoid burnout? Like, what's your method if you have one?
I only do what I want. Like, I gain conviction in these coins, and then it's easy, right? Once I have the conviction, once I'm passionate about something or whatever, and then it's easy. Money, bro. It's really like
I hear it.
It really just comes down to like keeping a sharp edge, right? So this whole cycle has been a hardcore trading cycle. Like, if you didn't know what narratives were hot before they were hot, you were chasing your tail the entire time. So, like, I don't want to be doing 4 to 5 hours of research a day. And it's gotten less, right? It's probably down to like 3 hours of research a day now because of AI. because I can use AI to do some side things that would take me an hour to do, right? That any like a bot can do. You know, I'm not asking it to reason for me, but I'm asking it to go out and grab information for me, right? Shit like that. And you just really have to love it, bro. I really don't know how to explain it. Like I enjoy the market. Right? I enjoy the bad days. I enjoy the good days. Maybe I'm lying to myself. Maybe it's something that I did for survivability. You know, maybe it's just something triggered in my mind. It's like, you love it.
Stockholm.
Yeah, like I mean, who knows? But I do know that the people that I have to take care of and the responsibilities that I have aren't going anywhere for the next 30, 40 years, you know? Like it's the hard part is not to get complacent because things are okay right now. And I think a lot of that comes from sort of where I come from, that I always have this feeling like it can be taken away at any second.
Yeah.
You
You have
know,
kid- you have
it's
kids, Dbloc?
almost you almost have a bit of imposter syndrome when you come from nothing and then you fall into something. It's like, you know what I mean? It's just this weird shit that's stuck in your brain from when you're a kid that you got to get rid of and you got to sort of get over.
I hear that. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the things you're saying as well about this sort of doing research and basically making it easy based on conviction. I mean, it's also pretty easy based on understanding, right? And I guess when you have less understanding, everything feels like it's gonna be much harder.
Yeah.
So
No, yeah, you can overwhelm yourself. Definitely. Analysis paralysis is a real thing.
Yeah, yeah. And I think definitely in that previous cycle, there were a couple of things that I sort of got in on early. I held for a while. Sold like one of them I sold on the top, which was very fortunate, but the rest was like, you know, selling at various points. But I think there was definitely that one portion of the cycle where it was like kind of frenzied and I was doing the rotational thing and it was both working and not working. It was like the net worth was fluctuating wildly and that probably did take a lot out of me. So maybe it's like, yeah, it's probably, I think listening to what you're saying, I am gleaning a lot from it. I think it's really just a level of a matter of conviction and also comfort and understanding of how the market works. And once you have enough of that, you're probably not going to feel as stressed out and the burnout's probably not going to happen as easily. So, all right, thanks for that.
Yeah, but also it's important to remember that breakthroughs and changes in your life happen through discomfort. The more comfortable you are, the more likely you are to stay in that exact situation, right? So that
Change
little
is
bit
good.
of uncomfort, that little bit of stress, that anxiety, like that's a sign that things are changing, right? That's a sign that you're at the verge of making the next step. And that sort of shit excites me. It's stressful as hell. You know, I think anything worth having is gonna stress you out. Honestly.
Yeah, of course.
You have kids, Dbloc?
No kids. That is a huge edge, guys. I'll be 1000%. I'll be the first one to admit it. 'Cause I don't know how some of you guys that have, you know, 3 or 4 kids and you've got practices to drive through and auditions and freaking, I can't even imagine, bro. It's tough.
Good morning, everyone.
What's going on, bro?
Morning.
But honestly, that's why I try to simplify a lot of this shit, because I think that people overcomplicating this is what keeps a lot of people from just being like, I just can't. I don't have the time to do all that. I can't do it, you know? But a few key things: understanding the way the market moves, understanding liquidity, just being able to get in and out of a trade at proper times. Like that's really all you need, right? Everything else is extra. Everything else will come in the next cycles. Once you get that base knowledge in, then you'll go picking up little chunks here and there, and adding to the, you know, adding to the toolbox. But a love for this shit and delayed gratification are probably two of the bigger, two of the biggest qualifiers, I think, for making it. Delayed gratification is a big one, bro.
Yeah, someone jumping in looking for the get rich quick scheme is usually going to get their ass burned real quick.
Even if they run it perfect, they're gonna get to the top of the bull market. They're gonna cash out and they're gonna go crazy, bro. They're gonna buy a bunch of cars. They're gonna take a bunch of vacations. And don't get me wrong, you have to pay yourself, and you've got to do something nice. You got to take some of this money, and you have to build those synapses in your brain for the benefits of investing, right? You have to realize that all this hard work has to end up in something enjoyable for your brain to, really start building that wiring that you need. But you can't go nuts. Don't do what I did, bro.
Bro, I watched my pops do that. and it scared the crap out of me the last like 10 years or so, 5-10 years, easy. All that hard work he put in for nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing on the back end. Nothing like I'm the one who's, so I hear where you come from with some things, with some stuff like you got to take care of in your personal life. You got to keep doing this, man.
Yeah.
This has been a great way for you to do that.
My gratification will come after everybody's taken care of.
Yep. And it be like that sometimes. It's just what it is.
I don't want to be sexist about it, but sometimes that's what being a man is.
That's exactly what it is.
We're your kids.
They're going to come into a completely different life than I had. That's a promise that I always made myself. I bring kids into this world, it's going to be 1000% night and day how I grew up. And I've gotten there already. At this point, I'm stalling. At this point, I'm probably stalling a little bit. Look, I know they're cute, bro. I see it all the time. My friends' kids, I love them to death.
Yeah, because you ain't got to deal with them like that.
But the ROI on those little guys, man. ROI is not insured, like you almost have to have 3 just in case, like one of them's gonna do all right. The other 2,
we love them all the same, right?
Yeah, you got to.
Well, they say you're never ready for kids, right? But people who have them, they never usually regret it. So
no, yeah, it's the type of thing I think you can analysis paralysis, bro. We were just talking about this.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've got a 25-year-old son who works in cybersecurity, making 6 figures at the age of 21 without a college degree. Taught himself.
Good, man. Good for him, bro.
Stuff. Never given me a bad day in 25 years of his life. Then I got a 22-year-old daughter, and shit, don't get me started.
Hey, the world is about life is about balance, bro. Right? There's a yin and there's a yang.
How do you have
your
2
voice.
kids? How do you have 2 kids from the same parent and just polar opposites? It's just banana. She's sweet as could be. She's a great kid, but holy shit, does she know how to does she know how to push buttons?
That's fun.
So
80, I appreciate that, bro. Welcome to the channel, fam.
yeah, like you said, balance. Because if I had 2 like her, I would have. I would have already volunteered to sit on the outside of one of Elon's rockets and just went to space.
I don't know. I've always just looked at it like, all right, you got the 3 kids, you're sitting there looking at them, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna save for college for this one. I'm gonna save some bail money for this one. I can see it already. This is gonna be a problem.
Yeah. Well, man, this one might need a little bit of bail money. The college fund ain't gonna work with this one.
The teen years were the worst. She's 22 now, and she's came around a lot in the last year and a half, 2 years. So, like I said, she's a good kid overall. But whew, man, all the baggage it comes with.
Yeah, they'll be there to take care of you when you're old. The daughters are the ones that are there to take care of you when you're old, bro.
Yeah, I had full custody of them both for 16 years too. So I had to do I was everything. So we're pretty close.
Somebody told me that a long time ago. They're like, having a son is great, but have a daughter because the daughter's gonna be the one to take care of you when you get older. And like growing up, I've sort of paid attention to that. And everybody that most people that I know are taking care of an elderly parent.
It's a
like,
female thing,
yeah,
man.
it's the daughter.
If I have kids, I want and they're being babysat or in a daycare somewhere, I want women to be around. Majority women, not men.
Yeah.
Because it's just the nature, that nurturing aspect of them. That's all.
I
That
think
makes perfect sense.
I think what happens too is that as a man, you get married, and then your wife is probably going to take care of her parents. You know what I mean? So you've got, yeah. I mean, not that you can't take care of both, obviously, but you get what I mean. A little extra pressure.
That's where they shine. That's where they shine through, man. The nurturing aspect, man. It's just.
If we would happen to get that full measured move, would that release the shorts? Or do you gotta kind of go like above?
No, yeah, you wouldn't. You would have to come above target 6 to free the trap longs. 119.4. Yeah, this would just be a deviation that doesn't free either side. If we end up having a deviation back into the range, though, I would expect another deviation out of the bottom. That yin yang we were talking about.
Got that 116, 800 area, 500 area that we could deviate back into.
Let me see.
Still keep our structure with the high lows.
Dbloc, what would it take for us to look bearish? Even if we, what's the ultimate line in the sand? Is like 108, 109?
Nah, 112 is what I'm looking at. 112 with maybe a wick down to 109. Body
Yeah,
to
but
112, wick under.
But a wick under is fine just to clear that liquidity, obviously, that we were expecting the other day. I mean, they're so close to that, 113 and even below that, obviously. But for us to get below, that would be ultimate line in the sand that this ain't going our way.
Especially closing candles underneath that zone.
Yeah, if you don't want to lose that weekly range. That would be bad.
Uh-uh.
That would be all bad.
You don't want to think just to flip the resistance straight up, just like, uh-oh.
Yeah. So if we fast forward, I mean, we rewind back to whenever we got into this range. When the hell was it? When we first dropped our 1, 2, and 3. 2 was always the base case, right? 1 was the bull case, 2 was the base case, 3 was the bear case. So there is a possibility that we only needed to come down to 114. Right? That's not out of the cards yet. But if we're gonna get bearish, then we don't want to close daily candles underneath 112. That would be bad. Sentiment wise, that would be bad. There'd be a lot of fixing to do with sentiment. Now, speaking of sentiment, though, we still have not popped down on fear and greed. So that is one possibility that move down happens to reset fear and greed, right? Because we're still sitting up here, bro. As freaked out as everybody sounds, we're literally still sitting at the tip of extreme greed.
They seem like it's kind of tapered off there on the end there a little bit.
Yeah.
We're not getting those peaks.
In my opinion, a move up to ATH does it. I want to get this out of the way first. I keep saying I want to get rid of the bottom first. It doesn't mean it has to happen though. Right? There is a situation where we come up, free these trap longs, have our false move up into ATH, reject, and then have a 3-day down that takes us all the way back down and grab all this shit. This would bring sentiment down. That move, in my opinion, would bring sentiment down to fear.
Like grabbing the fake power pump, man. Like just grabbing that back almost, pretty much.
I got a quick question. If we get if in market theory, like market maker theory, if they know ultimately we're going to go up.
Mhm.
Coming down like a dagger, I called it the blood needle. The down movement that you were just talking about, just reset the fear and greed, is that for market sentiment? Because it seems like it would be
Yeah.
more profitable for the market makers,
It's
to
for
go
sentiment.
in and get out.
Yeah, it's for sentiment. It would reset sentiment. We can't pump from here, sitting at greed where we are right now. We can't pump from here and just keep going into extreme greed. And as soon as we get into extreme greed, we'll get sell-offs. So the point is to reset that meter so that we have more of a runway.
And that's to give people the ideology that they're getting, they got a fair deal, they're getting a better deal, hey, we're at the bottom, let's get in,
Yeah. If we move to
that fear.
If we move to ATH, what I would expect is for us to move into extreme greed, and then for us to come all the way back down into fear when we make that move that we were looking at. But there will be a move into extreme greed when we make that move, which is why I say that we probably top off. Now, if we come down first and grab that liquidity, maybe we can bring fear and greed down, and then we have a longer way up, right? Maybe we get to 130 instead of 125 or something, or 140 instead of 125.
Yeah, but Dbloc, can't that same move happen? Is if we get to 140 and we come back down to like 120?
Yeah, but the problem is that there's not enough room, I think, above us. Like getting into, if we move from here, by the time we get to 120, we're going to be in extreme greed. Right? Once we run through the liquidations, we're going to be in extreme greed for probably a couple days. So the chances of continuing to push there are pretty low. There's a lot of people who literally just trade fear and greed.
And I hear some of those people are the most successful.
I mean,
You got long.
you're taking
Yeah,
less trades, right? You're taking less trades, and you're basically just playing the FOMO. Right? You're selling into the FOMO, and then you're buying.
You're not worried about the
bottom.
bottom, pico top, like you say.
Nah.
Like you get into a big chunk of the move regardless when
Mhm.
you go to the extremes, and you just like you say, you just buy on that. Simply buy on that.
Yeah.
You'd be just fine. You would be just fine.
Hey, Dbloc, fourth hand, I heard there's a couple of like whatever easier plays instead of like trying to day trade the market or whatever. I was thinking about doing the next bull run, whatever, getting in low in the bear market. Some people use the RSIs on, a larger time frame or whatever. What are some of the others? I'm not expecting you to explain them all, but what are some of the other like, people that have not enough time to, watch the market as much and easier or less stressful plays over the cycle?
I mean, the base trade that I feel like everybody should be running is buying as much Bitcoin at the bottom of the bear market as possible and sitting on it. That's the base trade, right? That trade runs, that's the current that runs underneath everything. Right? That's the trade that got you a $15,000 Bitcoin and you're now sitting with $118,000 doing nothing, just sitting. Now, to move out of that base trade, right? The only time you move out of that base trade is when something is outperforming Bitcoin. If you're going to move that Bitcoin money into something else, it's got to be outperforming Bitcoin on the Bitcoin pair. And then as that coin goes up and it tops, you pull that back into Bitcoin. So you're making more Bitcoin basically by moving it out of Bitcoin, but the intention is always for more Satoshis. If you're somebody who doesn't have time to trade, you just, during the bear market, stack as much capital as you possibly can. And then you buy Bitcoin as low as you possibly can. And you don't screw it up. You sit on it and let it go. I think that should be everybody's trade for their first season. Because while Bitcoin is going up and while price is moving and while you're not stressed and while your bag is going up, you're learning. Right? That's when you learn. Now you learn how to do everything else. Doesn't mean you jump right into it, but you've got that sort of like cushion, right? Like price is going up, you're good. You're not worried about your bag. You start getting into other things. The problem is that people come in and the first thing they hear is Bitcoin's already too expensive. You're not going to make any money. Only alts make money. And then they just discount Bitcoin altogether. which
Dbloc,
makes no sense.
I got a quick question on that sentiment aspect about the bear market. Obviously, you know, recessions could be pending on us. Other things could, be dynamics, black swans. But in general, right now, and you know my background, this is why I'm asking. We've just been allowed, to have the introduction of a potential percentage, and even if it's the smallest of not even 1%, it wouldn't make a difference. But there's a $43 trillion marketplace in the US that's just been opened up for the purchase of Bitcoin and
Mm-hmm.
retirement accounts. And that's in our stock market. Most people don't realize the majority of all our stocks and everything else that are being purchased, they're being, unfortunately, I have to say this, in the future, they're going to have to pay taxes on qualified accounts, meaning 401ks, IRAs. But
Yeah.
those 401ks still hold the majority of all assets in the stock market. And so, those potential numbers of what we can do as far as getting to the market cap, I can tell you firsthand, all these companies are scrambling as quickly as they can to figure out how they can integrate it. And some are going to say no, and they're going to be left behind in the dirt, and they're going to realize, hey, this, we missed out. But at the end of the day, there's going to be an astronomical amount that's going to be allowed, that's already being allowed at this moment. $43 trillion. If we get 1% of that,
Yeah.
1%,
But I was talking about
that
the other day when we were looking at all the
4
world's
trillion.
money. Yep. Now, so
So
when
what?
with retirement firms specifically, because I've been watching
Yeah.
this pretty closely, their ears perked up. Pension plans, retirement firms, their ears all perked up when these ETFs came through.
Right.
They've already gone to their boards. They've already talked about their interest, and they've been put on 365 to 2 year holds, meaning they need to watch the performance. Right, this is people's retirement that you're talking about. These are not your first adopters. Right.
Right.
Now, individuals now that are controlling their own they're gonna rotate. They're gonna if they're up on Bitcoin and they understand and they're excited, and then they're gonna do it. But the big
Well,
money, in my opinion, won't come in probably till the next bear market after these funds have seen a full cycle. Right?
okay.
They've seen
Right.
both the ups and the downs, and obviously you're gonna want to buy as low as possible, right? You're not gonna
And we're
shove all your
talking what,
401k money in at 118k. But
we're
yeah,
talking
I think it's coming.
2027,
I definitely think
2028.
that's coming.
Next year seems like it's still going to, hold some type of balance. Do you predict, the bear market is, really, when do you see really the best case scenario for us to have that
Listen,
dead weight? Here's bottom of the barrel you should be buying area. Is it a year out, 2 years out? I know
year
the
out,
4 year
year
cycle,
out
but
after our top is going to be, in my opinion, August, September, October, closer to October, beginning of November. That's my scale out range. But from November to the next November, right? So we're looking October, November, December 2026 for bottoms. Whatever that
so
happens to
3
be.
months from
There's a lot
now.
of people
Yeah.
saying that there won't be any more bull market, there won't be any more bear markets. I don't see that. Personally, I don't see
Well,
that.
I can tell you firsthand, we're going to have bear markets and we're going to have bull markets. I know my industry well. I'm not going to mention financial institutions by any means, that are, because I work with so many of them, that are going to be, the main topics are, what's the integration going to look like? But because these other funds are already existing, the thing is that we're going to see an influx of many more institutions offer their generic version of what else is out there. So, with any time that there's competition with different funds, things become more democratic, meaning they become cheaper. There's also that theory of, was it better for should you self own basically own your Bitcoin. Well, what happens if you you can't remember your passphrase? What happens if you lose your cold storage access? All those things. So that extra cost sometimes, not specifically to one institution or another, but with these big institutions, some people prefer that little bit. That cost balance awareness, do you think that's going to become, obviously the point of all this is not to have it controlled by any governance or anything else, but it still seems like, if the only place they can access where they have the majority of their money, everybody's going to take free money if a 401k is offering a match, or a lot of people are transitioning to Roth, which ultimately there's no shadow of a doubt that I prefer. But nonetheless, if 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 my point is, by that free money coming in and that access, do you think there's a potential that these big institutions are actually going to start dominating realistically that one, you personally own, you got in a long time ago, you got 3, 4, maybe even 5 coins right now, in the future, how does that work against, well, I guess my question, how does that work against the person that's self-maintaining?
It doesn't.
I don't know the terminology.
It doesn't. None of
Yeah.
that shit affects you if you're holding your own Bitcoin.
Well, I think that's kind of the theory in play. So there's going to be things that affect Bitcoin. It's those big
Bitcoin
80%.
price can be affected.
Yeah,
but the amount
absolutely.
of coins that you hold will always be the amount of coins that you hold. You know how hard it is to put money into a deliverable right now?
Yeah. So, like, my point is like these big, for the outflows for these big institutions, that running for the hill scenario and seeing big price drops. Yeah, I think it can happen just as quickly as it goes up.
Well, that's what bear markets do, right? So look at this chart. Right, this is our 4-year cycle. This is my Bitcoin 4-year cycle indicator. Our yellow line is our halving. We've got where we're supposed to start taking profits out of alt into Bitcoin, where profit taking ends. We got our DCA bubbles down at the bottom once we've cooled off. It's safe to start putting money back in the game. This cycle is controlled by the 4-year global liquidity cycle. Nothing is going to change the fact that money expands and contracts. The global liquidity cycle expands and contracts. Yes, there's tons of interest. I get that there's tons of interest, but there's been tons of interest in other assets that have also gone down 50, 60, 70%. This is cyclical, right? And now what we're talking about is, this is for the super cycle guys, right? For the guys that think that this can just keep popping up and going and going and going because, whatever. At about this time here, we've got our equities bubble, right? That's going to pop, in my opinion. The stock market isn't just going to keep running forever. A little bit after, we have our real estate bubble that's going to pop, right? So what you're talking about is a multi-sigma bubble that we've never had. 2008, we had real estate bubble pop, right? 2000, we had equities bubble pop with .com. This is the first time that we'll have both bubbles coming down at the same time.
That makes sense.
Now, can Bitcoin act as a hedge or, whatever? Yeah, probably. But will people take profit to get out of this? Of course they will. They're going to let it settle. We also have the big R, our looming recession, that they've been pushing back since 2023.
To avert this whole time. And the truth is that no matter if we're seeing stock market all-time highs, that weighted average does not gauge the full economy. So you can say as you want to, hey, we're doing great, but at the end of the day, a weighted average for people to have their reality given to them is like, things are great. When things start going badly, like truly badly, into a recession, it's going to devastate a lot of people.
I'm sorry, I forgot something here. not to make it worse, right? But equities bubble, real estate bubble, debt. We've got a massive debt bubble right now. The levels of debt that average Americans are carrying are absolutely insane. So what happens when that multi-sigma bubble cracks? What happens to the debt bubble? And people, for the most part, count their wealth in real estate, their home, right? When you ask somebody what they're worth, they're including that home value. Well, that's going down. Their investments are going down. Literally, at this point, the only thing that looks like it's set up to move up during this range is metals, which is why I'm paying such a close attention to it.
Well, XRP could be like 30,000 by then, right?
So you think that metals has got a potential to overshoot then in terms of?
You know, it's not like I expect them to start performing better than they've ever performed, like percentage wise, but they are at breakouts, and with everything else losing percentage, you know, it's gonna look pretty good.
To at least stay steady or slow climb.
Yeah, it's just a defensive play for your capital, right? It will, at the very least, it's gonna beat inflation.
Also, you know, you said that there's always going to be profit taking. There's also always going to be capitulation for sure. And while I don't have a great understanding of the sort of ETFs and the family offices and whatnot, I mean, I at least have a good understanding of human psychology, right? Like, look at the Q1 of this year. Like, everyone just logged in and just said, like, they made a call and just said sell, like the shit's going down, right? And when that happens again, especially if you've got, like you said, those other bubbles popping, the capitulation's like naturally gonna happen. Like, we could still get those big drawdowns. People who are saying that they're not gonna get those big drawdowns, that to me means that you have to also say out loud that you don't think that capitulation can happen again.
Yeah.
And that's impossible.
They're gonna make movies out of this.
People will circle the wagons and they will bring all of their capital in and they will hold it very tight during that time.
Yeah.
So that means risk assets naturally are going to come down in value. They're going to be repriced. Now, the argument is that Bitcoin is no longer a risk asset, but it hasn't been performing like that, right? That's the Bitcoin maxi dream, that it becomes the hedge against everything.
Then it needs to become gold and it needs to have far less volatility. And right now, people
We're
enjoy
probably
the
one or
volatility.
two cycles away from that, in my opinion. But like I was saying earlier, if Bitcoin had been around 2008 and been as well established as it is now, you would have seen a run to Bitcoin when the banks collapsed. You'd have naturally seen a run to Bitcoin, and you would have seen it perform as that hedge that it's supposed to.
Hence the reason why it was created in the first place, really. You know what I mean? Why doesn't this exist?
We've
Well,
just
let's
never
make
had to prove it. You know, this is the first. And we were born out of the ashes of the last real estate collapse. So, you know, we're going full circle now.
Feels like it's yesterday, but it's a long time ago now.
Sometimes they say we're degenerates when we're doing leverage trading, but you can do like gold 3,000x leverage
Yeah,
trading.
those are
That's
degens
just
too.
like insane.
I mean, that 2008 cycle, like, everyone was a degenerate. Like, the average person, like, on a ninja loan and the person, like, all these people were degenerates. Like, they were, and if anything, it's worse degeneracy because you're living in the thing that you're, like, leveraging so heavily.
They out here leveraging lives, man. Like,
yeah, like, for
straight
real.
up, like relationships and communities, and bro, yeah, when you really deep it.
Yeah, man. Like, obviously, like the way that the society is structured and economy is structured, like, you do it to an
Decadence,
extent.
man. It's decadence.
Yeah, it's decadence. You do it to an extent because that's what's promoted and that's what's expected. But to go that far obviously at the time, if everyone's doing it, it feels like a sure thing, you're going to do it, right? That's kind of similarly to anything else that has some level of risk. If everyone else like is doing it and they're not incurring the risk, or select few, like
It's got to be
to
all right.
me, yeah, exactly. To if only a few people are getting repossessed, and like, oh, well, all right, that's not going to happen to me. That's minor. Then it feels like a sure thing. And when everyone's getting repossessed, then that's a crisis.
Depends on what you've done in the past too. Like I've done everything imaginable to make a buck. I've tried every sort of get rich quick. I've tried every sort of business that I had, the funds to be able to start. I've tried it all. So coming into crypto after all of that, I feel like I'm trading leverage. Like you know what I mean? Like yeah, leverage was fun and it was great, but even now, leave crypto and go somewhere else and see how you're gonna do.
Yeah.
You know,
You got a good foundation.
Those slow gains that you're talking about trying to avoid are like you're on a rocket ship compared to anything else.
You really are. Yeah.
I got a question for you, Dbloc. I know, obviously I'm here and I'm learning every day, and I know quite a bit and knew quite a bit before coming into this. But, for yourself, I know you said you don't do leverage trading, but in the scenario of where we're at to where the full potential of, the new all-time high coming up and then going into the bear market, are you not utilizing at least on, a separate wallet, a separate area, at least something like a 3x or a 5x on Bitcoin just for that potential for this
Nah,
last
so
leg?
it's I don't trade leverage on chain, right? Because there isn't enough regulation yet, and exchanges I don't trust them. I've seen too much dirt. But I will short IBIT and the MicroStrategy on Legacy.
Okay, that makes sense.
At least lie to me, At least they lie to you on Legacy and tell you there's some sort of some sort of rules and regulations and guardrails, and like at least lie to me. And crypto's like, hey, anything could happen, guys. Good luck here.
Good luck.
But we'll see what happens, man. There's a lot of clarity coming through. There's a lot of framework legislation coming through, and if they finally do put some guardrails down, then yeah, I'll come play. It's not the leverage itself that worries me. It's the provider.
Well, that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about, well, it is kind of not, but I'm talking about fiat, just cash dollar fiat, that you're utilizing, not using your own personal Bitcoin in a sense, but just, straight up, I got 10 grand. I'm going to play 5X. I know I've got my theory here, and where's it going to go to? Because ultimately I'm going to be selling off,
Yeah, no,
some of my
I'll
Bitcoin.
definitely be making money on the way down. It's just too
What's
much
that?
of a. I said I'll definitely be making money on the way down. It's too safe of a bet, in
For
my
some reason,
opinion, not to
I
take
truly
it.
believe that. How do you maximize your gains on the way down?
I
Kind of
love
what I was.
more than anything. Like the shorts are cool and all, but I really love dead cat bounces. I love bear market rallies.
Okay.
You can get good 100, 200% on a bear market rally.
Oh,
But
yeah.
what I love about it is that I'm usually only playing Bitcoin. So when I go into a position, it's heavy. And so I don't need a lot of movement.
Nice. Thank you once again.
Yeah, eventually it will
Yeah,
be
eventually.
ghost off. It'll be regulated pretty strictly. We'll see. Like I said, everything's a game to me, right? So just give me the rules. Give me the rules and I'll find a way, to make a bag out of it. But I need to know the rules, and I need guardrails. It's the same way all these developers feel, right? Like, you ever realize all our developers are like cartoon characters on Twitter? Donkey Boy or whatever. And it's like, because nobody wants to put their name on the line, right? There's no clear regulation on what's allowed and what's not allowed. So everybody's undocked. Excuse me. And it's not just the guys that are trying to scam you that are undoxed. Guys that aren't willing to risk it without clear rules, clear regulation.
Did you say you have a position in Athena by chance?
Yeah, ENA. I opened my Athena position when I opened my Circle position before the Genius bill got. Those were my stablecoin plays. ENA is my only sort of crypto stablecoin play. Circle's on Legacy.
Do you think this run that we're getting on Athena is just like it's just a lagging, like run like from that bill?
Yeah, I think people are starting to try to see, like, how can I make some money off of these stables, you know?
Yeah, I got some on spot, but I'm like, I was thinking I took some profit, but then I kind of bought back in because I'm like, this thing just keeps running.
I did the TA for this earlier. What I was saying is a bullish retracement would be coming back down to that 4.9. And if that broke, then your bearish retracement would be that 50 EMA on the daily. But I don't think it breaks. I think it stays above this support. I just don't really love this daily vector on the way up. And we're sort of topping out a little bit on got 4 hours, right? So we'll be closing as like an indecision candle unless we can pump here within the next 4 hours. My position's pretty low though. Like I'm in from somewhere around this stopping volume candle. Toko, you're not the only one, bro. Toko said I bought when the market was at its peak and everything was green. I've been there before, brother.
For real.
Hey, Dbloc, meant to mention this to you a few days ago. Keep forgetting. For some reason, there's a certain percentage of people I don't hear on Discord. I haven't muted them or anything else. BJ, I haven't heard her in almost 3 weeks. And
Check to make
these other people
sure.
that are
Yeah, check to make sure that they're not, because Discord sometimes will just randomly mute people. Just click on her
BJ was
name
on.
and make sure she's not muted. But
BJ was
it
on.
would have to be something on your side though.
yeah, I've done it several times on her, and then a couple of the other people because
Have you updated your
I've never.
Discord? Maybe there's an update that you haven't done, but I haven't. If anybody else is having the
Okay, I
same
didn't know.
issue, let me know.
I knew you were having an issue a week or so, 10 days ago with Discord with something about mics and things like that. So I didn't know if that was still an issue or
No. Whenever
what.
somebody has a hot mic and I turn them down, it's just me that can't
Me?
hear them. You guys can all still hear
Sure.
everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, there's still just the occasional time there's somebody everybody else can hear, but I can't hear. So, and
That's weird.
BJ's one of them. So,
Oh my God,
yeah,
I
I can
thought the
see if
same
there's
thing, but I thought you were just reading off of like maybe YouTube chat or whatever, and you were answering them just verbally as opposed to people talking and I wasn't hearing them.
Most of the time I am though. Sometimes I am, but right now nobody's been talking. It's just been us.
I just remembered. I meant to bring it up a few
Yeah,
other
let me
times.
know
And
the next time she's on if you can't hear her, and then I'll check if there's something. But I don't even think I can do that on my side.
okay, and I'll look and see if there's an update needed or something on my end.
Yeah. It sounds dumb, but AI has handled a lot of my Discord problems lately. Just jump in AI and be like, hey, why is it that like check your settings and so and so. All right, thank you, appreciate you.
Dbloc, what's your opinion on a potential lackluster alt season? Only because, well, the reason I'm thinking is you have all these Bitcoin treasuries, you know, popping up every day, buying huge amounts. And that amount of money coming in, pushing dominance way back up. Like, you know, each time we keep having, you know, whatever, people are riding these things up and down. I know I have. And, you know, whatever, we're all hoping that this is the last time and it's going to drop soon. Dominance, I'm speaking of. But with these treasuries coming in so heavy, you think that there could just be like another run back up, like to an all-time high again on dominance
I mean,
because of all these big money coming in?
it's possible, but people would have to lose faith in the alt season for that. So like what I see, how I see that affecting Dom is instead of getting down to 35%, 40%, we probably only get down to like 45. Are we having issues on the chat? We good on YouTube? I've been saying this for a while and I don't think people want to hear it, but I don't think everything is gonna go. Like I don't think that unless we go into QE or unless we get rate like really heavy rate cuts, I don't think enough money is gonna flow in to push every single alt. So that's why I've been stressing that your alt has to have a high level of mind share, right? There has to be people waiting to buy this thing. It's not just gonna trickle down through everything like it did in 2021. Right. And then people are like, well, what about this coin? What about that coin? And I'm like, okay, you know, then it's like, what is that Benjamin Cowan always says? He's like, not your altcoin. Your altcoin is fine, but everybody else's altcoin. Because everybody gets all sensitive. But just make sure that you're not the only one that wants this thing, right? Like, right now is not the time to be thinking, what do I think is a good choice? Right now is the time to be thinking, what do other people think is a good choice?
Also, to the gentleman's point about the ETFs and the treasuries, a lot of that's starting to happen with the Ethereum also. Like they're doing the same thing. They're just running it back on Ethereum.
I will tell you one thing, though. I think that that's going to be a very big catalyst during our bear market. Because a lot of these so-called Bitcoin treasury companies and ETH treasury companies, they don't have Michael Saylor level of commitment. The bear market is going to come and they're going to make choices. And I think that a lot of this shit is going to unwind and end up being what adds to that push down, right? All of these sort of smaller ones, not the big ones. I'm not worried about MicroStrategy or MetaPlanet or anything, but the smaller ones, right? There's Bitcoin treasury companies that are holding 10 Bitcoin, 20 Bitcoin, 100 Bitcoin, 200, like a lot of them. You know, even to the thousands too, but not like Michael Saylor level of, you know, of holdings. But they will unwind, in my opinion. So that's going to add to the sort of the dip during that time. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is, Shane. I think it's the internet that's fluctuating. My bit rate keeps acting up. This neighborhood has the worst internet ever, bro. All these damn mango trees. And then it's like we're living in the past where all our wires are above ground. What are we doing? In a hurricane zone. Like, come on, guys. Let's do a little bit of forward thinking here. Starlink is cool for Starlink is cool for trading needs, but for streaming needs, it's kind of lackluster. I already thought of that as having like a backup.
Some big buys.
Let's see if we can get over this damn supply here. Pop up our supply zones. Gobble gobble. Just trying. That supply zone will disappear once that's gone. I'm being lazy. I don't have my my liquidity map up right now. Got it. Market maker likes. Come on now, go get that measured move and then come back home. It's not too crazy yet, David. We have deviations out of the weekend trap, and we have enough space between our trap longs and the weekend trap to have a decent move. If we take out the trap longs this early, then yeah, I'll agree it's a crazy move for the weekend for sure. But it's definitely better than just getting trapped in this shit. I think what happened is we still had the motivation from our W pattern, right? So we still have people long into this.
I like the structure off the double bottom though. D-block a little bit better than some of this other structure in this range.
Mm-hmm.
I like the form, like on the 15-minute and 5-minute, just kind of. It's got like it looks like it's got a little bit more pop to it.
Yeah.
Like we can get a little bit more pop out of this than we had the last week or so, couple weeks since we've been in here.
The most intense, excuse me, the most intense sort of pool of liquidity is sitting right below our target. And then we go into a bit of a gap where there isn't much until 118.9. It's always jumping that puddle, right? Like jumping that gap. If people aren't buying and this is just a liquidity sweep, then we end up getting up to these gaps and sort of stalling out. only for a minute for them to harvest more liquidations, though, right? Like they just pop up green vector through all of this, and then stall out.
So this is not what market maker really wants to do. We're about 1% over the trap box there. He's about 1% either way, right?
Yeah, as long as you're eating liquidity though, and you're underneath the trap longs, they will sanction this because there's money there for them. But you see how even that gap in liquidity there, it's like I'm not paying for it. You can almost hear him saying, "I'm not paying for it."
I hear you. Okay, I hear you. Yeah.
Retail wants to jump in here and put in some more green candles and get up into this liquidity. Market maker will throw another bag to get through all those liquidations. And then when we get to that gap, he'll hit the brakes again and be like, "All right, your turn."
Is MM creating this right now, though?
He's been holding it up. You could see, right? The attempt was to come up. All these candles down have been retail. Only time he stepped in again was to hold price and then push up again. So he's been advertising this for a while.
Yeah.
Right? He wants you to buy into this. He's like, "No, really, like we're good. Look. No, look, we're good. Go. Breakout. You guys know this. Breakout."
Yeah, yeah. That's why
You know?
that's why I even said it myself. I like kind of how it's looking, but maybe that's a trap in its own self. You know,
Yeah.
it's just
Well,
it's
right.
making it look nice, dressing it up for you.
This last move up here, just talking about market maker motivation, that we just touched right now was the last bit of our vector here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So this entire vector zone that we left on the way down has now been taken.
Yeah, I just pinched off a little bit of my long that I got from the bottom there. Here again.
So as far as motivation goes, the only thing really left for market maker to do is to come grab this. Me personally, like if you remember when I was doing the TA, I never had big conviction that this entire measured move would play out. I thought that the target would be just this, what we're getting here. Mm-hmm. Just that vector recovery. But we do have a fair amount of liquidations there, so I mean that makes sense to go get that.
So the pause is to allow retail a little bit of time to FOMO in.
Well, it's yeah, he's waiting. It's basically like waiting for them to step in, right? Like, watch, look, let's turn these dead bodies on from our last liquidations. All right,
Dbloc, I have a question.
so look at this. Look at this move up here, right? So market maker pushes through all of these liquidations, right? Eats all these liquidations, and then comes to the point where there's a gap. So at that point, it's like almost like you're in a car and you're like, okay, well, I need some gas money. If you're not willing to give any gas money, then we're gonna go down and we're gonna grab all of these orders that are down here, right? That's money for the market maker. You're not gonna help me make money to the top side, then cool, go ahead and take it. And then again, so what happens is that support level, or that that support that we just saw break, right? That becomes the pool that gets sold into. Right? So right now, market maker is selling into that pool or creating shorts on the way up to recover that vector. So now the vector is recovered. If we don't step in, right? If retail doesn't step in and get us to at least 185 where the rest of these liquidations are, then it'll just roll over. And he'll eat that. Either hold support, maybe he hasn't given up. Maybe he gives you another stopping volume candle here to try to entice retail to keep going. But either way, the motivation at this point is mean reversion to the 50 and this vector versus this liquidations. Except it costs him nothing to clear this vector, and it would cost him a lot of money to clear this liquidation. Right? So it's a cost benefit analysis. It's done by algos.
He doesn't want to do it. He wants retail to do that. He doesn't want to do it because it's gonna cost.
Yeah, these are the calculations that the algorithms are making in real time. RH. The weekends market makers on algo. The main set for market maker algo is to come down to CME. right? The only time that you see them give you green candles or give you liquidity in the opposite direction of CME is if there's targets for them above, right? So this vector gap was a target for them. Now, when you'll see them step in is that they won't let it go higher than the trap longs, right? This will be a deviation out of the trap to clear liquidity, retake a vector. So
That's a great
far, hard
explanation of all that.
rejection of the last of that vector. No, I appreciate that, bro.
I have a question about the CME thing.
Mm-hmm.
For example, you have what you call BTC1 CME futures, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's at like 18.2 or something like that, right? There's a premium on the close on CME. Yeah, yeah.
exactly. So we just match that price. So that means that when we closed yesterday on futures, we have a negative delta. So we just match that number, right? So how does it work for example, for us? Because we have the CME close around the like 117.
Yeah.
So
So
are we matching that number and we can deviate from this point up? Because I'm confused
no,
with that.
so okay, so I used to map both of them before, right? Because there's always a premium. I used to map both of them, right? Where CME closes on the CME chart, where CME closes on the perp chart. What I've noticed in my years of doing it is that the algorithm, market maker algorithm, seems to be set to always bring price down to where CME closed on perps. Right. I've run both weekend traps, right? Like both charts at the same time, and you just see it over and over. And it's probably because over the weekend, obviously, CME's closed. The most amount of liquidity is running through perps, and that's where the work needs to be done to keep price steady, right? So there, as of right now, there is no gap. So it doesn't matter how far we move away or towards Sunday when it opens. That's what gives us our gap. The difference between the close price on Friday and the opening price on Sunday.
Right.
And that's one of their jobs, to keep that gap as small as possible, if not non-existent. So over the weekend, while there are no market makers in the office and it's running on algos for the most part, the algo is set to only provide liquidity to moves that are going towards the CME gap. And the only time you see them provide liquidity with these vectors away from CME gap is if it's going to another target that can be taken without freeing the trap longs. You get what I mean? Because then it works against their ability to be able to bring price back down to CME before Sunday closes, before Sunday opens.
Okay.
And that's just the way it seems that the algos are set, from my experience.
Got it. Thank you, Dbloc.
Yeah. We've seen market maker lose control. Like, we don't follow these traps for perfection. We follow them to be able to tell when market makers losing grasp, meaning when liquidity is getting to the point where it's very easy to get in and out of large trades without needing the market maker's assistance, right? At that point, their control over the market becomes less. Like right now, let's say we get a bunch of liquidity, and for some reason, let's say we get some sort of news event or something that brings people in off the shelves. Market maker will lose control of this weekend trap, right? Let's say we just go parabolic here, right? Go to ATH, da-da-da. Now, all of the same metrics that we have to worry about, like our fear and greed being too high, RSIs being too high, all of that's going to come into effect. Okay, so you will end up still rejecting off an all-time high, especially because you're making the move. It's a gassed out move. It's a fast move. But what that would mean is that you would leave a massive CME gap underneath you, right? So now you're just adding market maker motivation. That's going to close regardless, you know, unless you really go parabolic and get away from it. So at that point, you've got massive green vectors that have left vector gaps on the way up, a CME gap underneath, and all of this liquidity that you left behind. Right, so that's like a perfect recipe for a huge retrace. That type of erratic price action is what market makers get paid to avoid. Market makers get paid to bring balance to the market. Right? Imbalance, huge moves in either direction are overcorrections, right? And then eventually that volatility comes down until market maker gets back to a steady sort of. But that's the difference between when whales are in control and when market makers in control. Whales don't have that. Whales don't care about balance. They want to go, right? They make moves one direction and they push. Market maker pushes against them to not get too far away from their targets. Eventually, whales win that fight, and market makers leave vectors all the way up to the top of the bull market that they don't plan on getting back until the bear market.
And it's the exhaustion where the MM gets back like regains control. Dbloc in a sense.
Yeah.
It's like when the volume wanes from like big moves like that, that's when he can get things back in line, right?
Yeah. Like look at our history here on the way up.
He's just got to let it go. He can't control it from there if it's just too much volume.
Look at our history here on the way up. Times that it's gotten away from market maker, right? Green vector up from 22 to 28. We end up going sideways until it eventually comes down and clears half of that vector. Right? So the cool off period was market maker getting his money back. Then you have another move up that completely consumes itself. At this point, market makers paid up. This blue vector here, boom, wick down, paid for. Green vector, red vector, all of this is paid for immediately. Green vector up, they pushed it all the way to 74. Whales took control. Remember, this is when we broke all-time high before we were supposed to. And then what happened? Longest consolidation in history that didn't end until market maker had paid himself on that entire vector. And then we get another push up. Bam.
Yeah, every time the market there's a range, they're in control.
Yeah,
Basically.
again, whales come in, push it higher than they're supposed to. Market maker refuses to match any orders up here. Right? You're on your own, guys. You want to push it? Go ahead. Have fun. Have fun. I'll wait. And then boom, finally you start to show weakness. Market maker's like, oh, you guys need liquidity? Now he steps in, right? Boom. Clear your vector. Took 50% of that last vector, and now we pushed up. And so these moves become really evident on larger time frames.
Yeah.
Right? Two
Yeah, the
big
same thing
liquidity
happened when we
injections,
broke up 12.
both almost fully recovered.
Notice we didn't put a vector or anything on a weekly or monthly getting up into this range.
Nope. No, he's not trying to leave unfinished business that he doesn't know that he can come back and get. That's how I look at the sentiment from when they decide to do it and not do it. I'm like, oh, you don't think you got it, huh? You don't got what it takes to bring us back to 100, do you? I know. Why you're not leaving any vectors down there. So just our current move now, right? Last time market maker put his money in was to clear that vector. Retail did not follow through. So price retraces. That supply is back in store.
Market maker would be in trouble if you had wins money.
Man. That guy upsets me, bro. This is disrespectful. Never met somebody so disrespectful to their money before. Like, I'm offended for his money. The thing is that the way I trade, market maker loves me, right? I'm not trying to stop him from doing what he wants to do. I'm not trying to stop him from getting where he wants to get. You know, I'm not If he draws a nice, pretty pattern for me, I'm gonna play it. Right. One of the guys that I used to first really kick it with, old school legacy guy, used to always tell me like the market rewards good market participants. What the hell does that mean? You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
for
I
the
was just about
longest,
to
I'm
ask you that.
like, what the hell does that mean, right? But now after being in the market for a while, I get it, right? A good market participant is somebody who buys the higher low, right? Somebody who waits for the confirmation of the retest to add his money in, right? Somebody who recognizes the patterns that market makers playing and plays them as they should be played, not counter trades them, right? You're drawing a picture. Market makers drawing a map, drawing a picture of his intentions. Good market participants will play along with that, right? A good market participant has his liquidations underneath EMAs. Bad market participants have their liquidations above EMAs, or above support and resistances. Right? Good market participants respect the market structure. Bad market participants counter trade it. Like a good market participant will trade with market maker towards a target. A bad market participant will try to short every new high. Like basically you're following the rules of technical analysis, which makes it easier for market maker to paint the picture that he needs to paint for it to get to where it needs to get to, because we're all buying when we're supposed to buy. You get what I mean?
Kind of like blackjack.
Makes me think like double tops are there to stomp people out, or double bottoms are there to make you not want to long.
Yeah, it can get. So whenever I first start talking about market maker, the hardest part is getting it through people's heads that he's not the bad guy. Right? The whales are the bad guy. The institutions are the bad guy. Right? Market makers just providing liquidity and trying to keep the wheels going, sort of thing. Right? Like his intention is never to wreck you. You wreck yourself by not taking profit on the liquidity he provides soon enough and ending up in the payment portion of the trade. Right? Like somebody's gonna pay for that. When this guy took his short here, right? He wanted to go short. Somebody needed to sell him short. So market maker filled all those orders, all those short orders all the way down. Good market participants saw the stopping volume candle and said, I'm a TP. Thank you. Come again. Took his profit and ran. These guys then, retail, that had nothing to do with the original trade, now pump market maker back up to get his money back. If you don't take profit, the guys that shorted this and haven't taken profit and they're already here, they round tripped it. Like they were given money, they made a trade, they made money on it. They then round tripped it all the way back and gave the money back to market maker. Right? The key is to not be the guy that pays him. Be the guy that takes the loan, let somebody else pay for it. It's gonna get paid for. That money is going back into market makers' pockets somehow, right? Or else they wouldn't be able to stay in business. But you don't have to be the guy that pays him.
Are they really necessary?
Yeah. Yeah. Being able to get on an exchange and put in a buy or a sell or an order at any time of the day, anywhere in the world, and have it go through seamlessly is the function of the market maker. Right? They're there to take the other side of the trade when nobody else is.
Right, because when you sell, somebody has to buy. That's just bottom line.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you want to take a huge leverage position, then somebody needs to provide those coins. Right? Which is why he takes the counter trade. Your long is his short. Your short is his long. As this guy here went short on that green line, that very first green line of the red vector, market maker set a long in that position, which he just paid himself. Right? It's a break even. It's just getting the money back.
Yeah, it was interesting when you were showing us yesterday from the bottom how on both sides they work.
Yeah. And you can tell when you're trading in coins that are on dexes that are not centralized exchange, that don't have any market maker. They just have a AMM or whatever market maker the developers decided to go with for launch. Right? When you get into those liquidity issues, or you can't sell your bag fast enough, or you're getting huge amount of slippage. And it's not perfect, right? Like I said, we don't look for perfection. But if market maker was not able to get up to this vector, if it fell apart and he couldn't do it and price just went down, that means something. You get what I mean?
Yeah, when you see it run out of steam, you know that he has nothing left to work with.
Yeah. So now is when we see, was this really anything more than vector recovery? Right. From this point forward, I would assume that unless the tape lights up, market maker will not be providing any liquidity for any trade that isn't headed in the direction of CME. That's why we were talking the other day about control, right? Like that's how the control happens. Right? Being able to force a buyer to go onto the book, having to force a buyer to split up trades, or just shutting off the sort of liquidity faucet, it affects whether price keeps going or not. The psychological high and psychological low are set on Saturdays. Saturday from 5 o'clock till Sunday at 3 o'clock in the morning, the high and the low. Right? Usually happens within the weekend trap whenever market maker is in control. And what it acts as is a mean reversion for the rest of the week. Right? Prices will move above and below. Right? So price comes up, comes back to the psychological range, comes under, comes back to the psychological range, comes up, wicks all the way back to the psych low, pops up, comes all the way back to the psych low, pops up again, back to the psych low, pops up again, deviates underneath, and now we find ourselves back in the psychological range. In an hour, we'll start setting our new psychological range for the day. Market maker, now this is another aspect that's important here. This psychological range is a bit of an insurance policy on the CME close, right? Our CME close last time was right around here-ish. Right? So on Saturday, when the psychological range starts, market makers attempt to keep that CME within the psychological ranges, right? The reason that they do it is because it acts as an insurance policy. Like, let's say that we blew up, right? Whales took us out of here. We weren't able to close CME on Sunday, and we left a huge CME gap. That mean reversion, that natural mean reversion to the psychological range would help with the close of the CME because CME is within it, right? So that mean reversion to the psychological range would eventually close the CME gap on its own if market maker wasn't able to do it. So it's like an insurance policy that they take out on CME closing in case they lose control. The reason that it's important is because when we start putting in the psychological range now, we're going to be up here. So if they want to open that insurance policy on CME, that means by 2, 3 o'clock this morning, we will have to bring price back down under CME. And then our new psychological range will be, you know, up here and down here or whatever. We still have an hour for that to start, so we'll see how close we get to it. But that's something that I pay attention to. So if we're above CME when our psychological ranges kick in, then I tend to take some profits. If we're below CME when the psychological range opens up, I tend to long into it. It's not perfect, but it does skew your probability. Right? That's all we try to do in trading. We get to the chart and you're at 50-50. It could go up or it can go down. And then you use these patterns, you use these mean reversions, you use these tools that you have to refine that percentage closer to 60-40, 70-30, 80-20, right? And when it's at a comfortable percentage of probability, that's when you pull the trigger.
We're making a rising wedge on the 15.
Yeah.
What's your name? I'll tell them.
I can't hear somebody.
Yeah, there's somebody out there you can't hear. I don't. What's your name?
Yeah, Matches Malone.
Okay, hold
Patches Malone. Patches Malone, Dbloc.
All right, I got it.
That explains a lot.
I got you, bro.
Every time I go to try to ask you a question, I'm always like, he must be doing a YouTube thing, and I shut up.
My bad, bro. My bad. I turned down a bunch of people the other night.
All right, so let's see. I was looking at yesterday's daily. It looks like bearish hammer at the top of a range.
Mm-hmm.
But does that create the range yesterday from 115 to here that you expect to play in, or you expect a bigger range?
You're talking about this candle here?
Just on the daily. Yeah, just on dailies.
Yeah, I mean, wick recovery wouldn't be out of the question, right? That's that retrace to 114 that we were talking about that would be giving us a double bottom here if we were to come down. So the thing is this. Our false move for the weekend, if it's going to be down, it's going to come down further than 114, right? Because it's got to free these trap shorts.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, the only possibility of there being a double bottom and not going lower would be if we have our false move up, right? If we come back down into the trap here and sort of go sideways and then have a move up that frees the trap longs, maybe even an attempt at ATH, whatever, going through these liquidations, wherever it ends up. If we have that false move up and then we have a 3-day down, that's the only situation where I could see us having a double bottom, just because it could come down that far and hold, and then we have a double bottom scenario. But if we have that false move down out of the trap, then I think it's going to take out these lows. I think they're going to go for this liquidity, give us a nice wick or something to play off of, and then have our 3-day up. It's going to take a little bit of time to see how it sets up. Most of it for me is going to come down to liquidity. Like, first we got to come back down into this trap, right? Once we get back down into this trap, the long liquidations are way more of a target because we've already cleared all those shorts. So depending on how long we stay in here, right? If we come in here and we happen to go sideways for a little bit, hold on. If we come down, clear this liquidity that's in here, go sideways for a little bit, and we can build some more short side liquidity, then it'll be more of a 50-50 chance of which way that false move is going to go. If we don't do that, if we don't stay in here long and we just come after this, then I'm thinking the false move is going to be down, which will take us underneath that 114. But that's future tripping. We need at least another 12 hours here before we can start.
Well, it's interesting because I'm looking on the daily, and on the daily, I'm targeting like 109. And then on the weekly, I look at it and I'm like, all right, the dailies are insignificant so far.
Yeah, I mean, on the weekly, the important range to hold is that 112 to 109, right? So I would like to, I don't want to see a body underneath 112, but a body to 112 and then a wick to 109 that instantly sort of consumes itself, I'm okay with that. If we start closing bodies down into these wicks, I start to get worried a little bit.
Yeah, it's especially in price discovery, this kind of area, it's just a check of the support. It's not necessarily a bad thing to go down to some of those levels, but because of the size of the range, nobody wants to.
And because of how high dominance is, right? Like, I mean, how low dominance is, meaning dominance will have to take a hit on that, and then alts, your favorite alt, will not be looking that great.
Yeah.
So like when the shorts are freed, why do they typically like? Is there like a reason why they typically go in the opposite direction? I've heard you say that, or even if they
Yeah,
go
the first move out of the week is usually a liquidity sweep of some sort, which means that they're taking care of last week's business or of all the liquidity that built up, because of the weekend trap, before they then turn and move in the direction that they want to move. Right? It's the same way that we say on a smaller scale when we're like down here and we have that pool of liquidity and we're like, they're probably going to grab that before they go up. Right, just because the money's right there, right? So on a bigger scale, on the weekly, that first move tends to be the fault, and the reason I call it a false move is because the rest of the week tends to trend in the opposite direction, right? So it's usually a really fast liquidity driven move.
Almost like a throwback or a retrace real quick.
Yeah.
Just to check a support.
Well, I was also thinking, like, I guess theoretically, a lot of the shorts there that were trapped, a lot of them could technically let go of their trade and I guess switch directions too.
Mhm.
I don't know if that's a common thing that happens, but
No, yeah, they do. The most degenerate of the traders are the ones. So the point of the weekend trap, right? Like I said, is to keep price close to CME. So to do that, they need to keep liquidity and volume low, so that the algos can actually control price and have that happen, right? The only way to truly do that is A, on the weekend, obviously, because there's low liquidity, but B is to take your most sort of aggressive traders and trap them, right? So don't even think about perps. Just imagine spot for a second, right? Anybody that's willing to buy the break of this, or anybody that's willing to sell, right, to get out of position here, and then you got the longs and the shorts. So all of these guys, your perp guys, are their margins stuck in the trade. 100x's have already been wiped, but your 25x's, right? These guys are still alive. Your 75x's, your 25x's here. These guys, some of the 100x's still. So these guys here, they're stuck, right? They're sitting in that part of the trade where you're praying to whatever God you believe in, that if price just gets back to where you entered, that you'll never be that dumb again and you'll just take your profits. But because of that, it brings down the volatility and it makes market makers' job on the weekend easier. Now, when it's time to go, we need these guys back, right? It's time for action now. So one side or the other gets freed, and it's usually the opposite side that gets freed that's the real direction. I hope that made sense. It sounded like a lot of words.
no, it does. I
All right,
guess
all
I
right.
was wondering why, but I guess theoretically it could be like a lot of those traders either let go of shorts to add to longs, or some of the degenerates just add to their shorts at the bottom again, which I guess could give.
Bro, some of these people
The
just hold.
degenerates.
Some of these people just hold their trades, and their stop loss is their entry, yeah, or their liquidation. That's just how they trade,
So,
and they will hold it until they get liquidated.
yeah, no, we know some of them, and
Yeah.
some of them are really good, but most of them get wrecked. In fact, they get wrecked X amount of times before it's a bad trade.
So right now, motivation is to get down as close to the CME close before our psychological ranges start to get set in. So that again, the job is easier for market maker to make sure that this CME closes within these psychological ranges.
It's fascinating because everybody could have the right idea and then they could flip it around. And what I mean by that is if everybody starts, if this is a real top and everybody starts taking shorts, they can decide that there's so much liquidity that they want at 122 or 123 and just run it up a couple percentage points, take it, and then go down.
Well, it's a cost benefit analysis on market maker's side, right? So mean reversions are easy because mean reversions for the most part happen naturally, right? It's just the flow of the market, the ebbs and the flows, the contraction and expansion. So mean reversions are cheap. Moving against mean reversions are expensive. So the only time you move against the mean reversion is when there is a large vector gap or a large amount of liquidity. So yeah, if everybody wanted to start shorting here and this thing filled up, it would 1000% bounce off the 50 and go take them. That's why we say that like bears and bulls are their own biggest enemies sometimes because they keep reversing price to go liquidate them. You know, the aggression is what gets them. So remember I said market maker won't match any orders unless it's in the direction of CME.
That's a bad hourly.
I think one of the benefits of understanding this sort of dynamic is that these drops don't feel like a punishment or markets falling apart, or because you understand the motivation for it, right? As opposed to somebody who's not looking at any of this shit. There's no liquidity on the screen. There's nothing but candles, and they just have no idea why the hell this candle is dropping for no reason. And it could be the candle that takes us to zero, right? Like, why not? We've seen it before. They just start to get in their brains and shit.
What'd you just say there about the mean reversion? That it's cheap. What was that you said?
It's cheap. So like when things move away from the 50 EMA, right? When prices expand away from a mean reversion, remember that all the 50 EMA is the average of the last 50 candles on the 15-minute. Right? That's the average price of the last 50 candles.
Estimated.
So, yeah. So what you're doing is you're looking at your current price and you're saying, are we trading above or below that average, right? And the higher you get above that average, the more of a chance of a mean reversion back to that average you get. So all of these drops down that eventually come back down to the 50 are price reverting to that mean, right? And that's just EMAs. And you got 50 EMA mean reversion, 800 EMA mean reversion, 200, because the 800 and the 200 are both 50 EMAs on different time frames. Right, so this is price just coming back to equilibrium. Right, market maker doing his job, bringing balance back to the price. But when there's no sells, when there's no buys, right, you can see we don't have the buys to get back above this range. Then the mean reversion is cheap. Because more than people are willing to sell, they're just not willing to buy right now. Right, so market maker doesn't have to pay for that trip down.
Temporary floor on Bitcoin right here.
We're now at that 50 EMA mean reversion. Now we know momentum. To track momentum, we wait for our 13 EMA to cross the 50 to officially declare that momentum is bearish on a specific time frame. Right? When we go to the 5-minute right now, and we look at where our 50 is, you see how our 13 is about to cross the 50 right here. So this candle will give us our candle of confirmation that we need to declare that momentum is turned bearish on the 5-minute. I'll be right back. Hold on.
It turned bearish on the 15-minute and the hourly already.
Not with confirmation.
Yeah, confirmation in a half an hour. Stay tuned. See how low it gets. It looks like it's targeting 117.4 on the hourly.
It's gonna bounce from the weekend trap, the top of the weekend trap.
Bounced every other week. Mondays are made for price discovery, my friend.
Could be. I don't think
Either
we're
to the
gonna
downside
pass.
or the upside.
I don't think we're gonna pass from 17.3, but let's
All
see
right,
what
I'm
happens.
back. So as far as the
Oh.
momentum, like I was saying, once you get that confirmation of that momentum shift on the 5-minute, right? Your 13 is crossed under, you've had your one candle. Now you can switch to the 15-minute and you can watch the same thing play out. Right? As that candle comes down and the 13 crosses, now you've got confirmation on the 15. So what you're doing is you're watching bearish momentum roll through the time frames from the 1-minute to the 5-minute to the 15-minute to the 30-minute. Waiting for that confirmation is important depending on what time frame you're trading on. Obviously, I like the 5-minute because you only have to wait 5 minutes for the confirmation. If you're on an hourly chart, you're going to have to wait 1 hour for that next candle to close to see if you've got bearish momentum on the 1 hour. Now, I'm dropping way too much alpha for there only to be 90 likes, guys. Smack that like button, hit that subscribe.
Oh, it's trying to turn around.
Out of all the YouTubers out there, Dbloc, you spend the most time with us mere mortals.
That's chill. We're just all at different lengths on the same path, bro. I can't tell you how many people I've seen ahead of me stumble, fall, get past. You know what I mean? It's humbling.
Well, I'm trying to future-proof my future because I'm a couple years away from retirement. I got money to play with later, so
Yeah,
I'm just making sure I don't piss it away this way.
I hear you, bro.
So education is key.
So may I tell you, Bitcoin, bad news after January.
Yeah, probably before then. I'll be out by November, more than likely.
Yeah, I won't be buying anything until I know that the bottom is in.
Let me
Forget
rephrase
that.
that. From November forward, I will be back in scalping mode. Personally.
So from November or actually December, January forward, gonna try not to touch Bitcoin. Gonna try and sell a lot of the alts as they peak if they haven't peaked yet, and I won't buy back in until 2026.
Yeah. Going August, September, October, I start to rotate my alts into Bitcoin, and then going into late October, take my Satoshis and run.
Late 2026, early 2027, I'll start buying again.
I'm interested in trying to make some money in the bear market. We'll see how that goes.
Yep. That'll be fun.
Yeah, start
More than
looking for
enough
shorts.
opportunities.
When the momentum changes
Hey, Dbloc.
direction, you can probably just short it then.
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
How are you doing, man?
Good, man. Good.
All right. So back to the conversation about the bear market and trying to get in, as you said, it would be wise for guys who are entering the first time into this first cycle, a full first cycle, would try their first main goal would be in position and keep holding Bitcoin at their lows. Now, when it comes to that phase, buying Bitcoin, will it be time-based or price-based? What is it going to be?
For me, it'll be time based. For me, these cycles, I play them 1000% time based. Let me take you back to a time when I didn't and I regretted it. Right here. When we put in this low, Monday the 7th, right? I was still looking at this green vector right here. That would have taken us down to like 14.7, right? If I would have been paying attention to time, I would have seen that this is the exact day that we were supposed to bottom based on our time fractals that we've pulled, right? That chart that I showed you guys with all the time fractals. If I would have paid attention to time, I would have known exactly that it wasn't going to go any lower. Right? Another opportunity here, same thing. This is when it paid off. Look at where this cycle ended. Right? These green bars that I have on my indicator are take profit zones into the top of the range. Right? On the last bar, this is when you get out. This is it. Time to go. At this point, everybody and their mother was everybody and their mother was convinced we were going to 100K. Right? This was just a recovery. We had just broken all-time highs. Futures ETFs were launched and shit. Super hype. 100K. People rode this thing all the way down, waiting for that next move up to 100K that never came. But
It
time,
came.
yeah, it came eventually. But time would have told you that this was the top. Right? Time and RSI, honestly, because we had a massive bearish divergence on the RSI. Right? Price was
I need a
higher,
projection.
RSI was lower.
I have to fix a saying that I've been telling people for like 10 years. You know, what if I told you Bitcoin's going to be $140,000 one day, and people would be crying because they would have lost half their money? Well, it's some point soon it's going to be true.
We've got a lot of time to worry about it, brother, but in the Discord, you can find this indicator. Right? And at the very least, it's going to fire off DCA zones for you. Right? If you would have at any time on any of these just blindly bought the DCA zones, right? You would have bought 206, 250, 205, 369, and your last buy would have been 388. And then we ended up going to 20K on that. And on this one, you would have bought 3,000 twice. You would have bought 4.9. You would have bought 8.2. You would have bought 6.1, and then COVID would have scared the shit out of you. But eventually, you know, we ended up at 69K. Same thing here, right? You would have bought a little bit early at 18.3. Then you would have DCA'd again in at 16.7. Then 19.2. 25.2. 24. You would have had a nice average somewhere around $20,000 Bitcoin. This take profit here, when everybody was like, why'd you decide to take profit into Bitcoin? Why'd you get rid of all of your alts? How'd you know it was going to drop? Well, aside from the double top that we had, right? This was early January, right? I was out at this point, December, and I was trading into this. But going into this first sort of take profit zone traditionally is when you pull profit out of your alts and you put them into Bitcoin and you lock in the profit from the alts that you've had from the bottom. The difference with this cycle is there were no profits from the alts from the bottom, right? If you hadn't been taking the profits, you didn't have them. During this cycle, it was different. During this cycle, when I got right here, I took all of my profits out of my alts that I had gotten that ran up all of this time, got all my Bitcoin back, and then topped out, finally bought it all and sold it all, you know, going into the 60s, 50s on the way down or whatever. But these zones will give you an idea how much time is left, time-wise. These are based specifically on time measurements, top to tops, bottoms to bottoms.
Is there a specific time frame for it, from tops to bottom to tops? For
Start when I want it. And I know that's my own fault.
If I remember correctly, it's 390 days, sort of.
I'll find it for you.
Was it your BLX chart, Dbloc?
It's, I don't think it was on BLX. I think it was on Index.
Oh, Index.
Let me see.
I remember because it's a quarter of the whole 4-year cycle.
I've really got to do a better job of organizing these things. Real for real. It's not there either. I'll find it for you, brother. I'll find it for you before tonight. And then I'll go over
Thank you.
it. Yeah.
Also,
Because
one more
it
thing.
is
Just
very
make
impressive to see the fractal timeline on there. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Just one more thing. Given the fact that I've been in this, I've started trading over the last 8 months. I found you when just early in January. Just January, February. I've been a silent watch of you for a while now, and I just wanted to understand something. When you say you convert everything from Bitcoin to alts when it's the right time, I just want to understand, when we at the bottom of the bear market, haven't the alts also reached their bottom, or they are still finding their bottom as Bitcoin has found its bottom? What's happening?
They find their bottom, but the problem is that Bitcoin outperforms them because dominance is also coming down off the bottom, right? So as dominance is increasing, the majority of money is going into Bitcoin. And it's not that the alts won't pump, is that for the most part, until the halving, they don't sustain their pumps, right? So you can trade them, but to buy them and hold them, unless we're in the right monetary climate, right? Unless we're in hardcore quantitative easing, you end up giving it back, right? Anybody that bought their alts at the bought Ethereum when ETH was at 15, bought whatever, unless it was, you know, like Sol, Sui, there's obviously a couple of examples that did well, but the majority of the rest of the market gave back all of their gains, right? And it's because of
So you're saying,
it's because of the BTC value,
okay.
right?
So you're saying that your Bitcoin will grow from the bear market to the time you decide to move it to alts. You have already got a gain in your Bitcoin. You have already got more fiat for it also in terms of value, and you can then transfer your Bitcoin into the alts.
Exactly.
Okay. And then you just keep compounding your gains. So basically, when you have these dips that they are talking about, you convert your alts to Bitcoin to save your
And I
money.
get
So
my
when you're
money
going
back.
back, you have more tokens than you had before.
Yep.
And you just keep going there.
Yep.
Okay.
As long as when the money comes back into Bitcoin, there is more Bitcoin there than there was before I took the trade, then it's worth it. Right? It's just accumulation of Bitcoin. Like give me an alt. Give me like any alt.
TUI or ENA. Let's go with ENA, one of my favorite.
All right, let's go.
As you said, ERC20s.
Yeah,
let's
let's
go with ENA.
ENA BTC. All right. So this is ENA in BTC value, right?
Okay.
Where dun, 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 dun. let's say you bought ENA. Let's bring Bitcoin here. Bitcoin USDT. Drop that on the chart. All right. Bitcoin's low was right here. Right? Let's say you bought Bitcoin here. If you would have bought ENA at the same time, you would have lost all of this Bitcoin value. You get what I mean? So let's do it. Let's do it better. Let's do 1 divided by ENA against BTC. So this is how much ENA you could buy with Bitcoin, right? So if you sat in your BTC value and you let your BTC value go up and you bought here, like you were watching the chart and you saw it start to cut down and you bought your ENA here, right? With the same 15K you would have had at the bottom, right? Let's say here's the bottom. You have 15K to buy 1 Bitcoin. At that time, that would have bought you 276,397 ENA. If you waited to buy your Bitcoin here, I mean, if you held your Bitcoin and you bought your ENA here, you'd have 4,200 and you'd have 428,856 ENA. Right. So even though you're not buying your alts at the bottom, you're getting more coin by waiting because of the value of BTC and the value of the underlying Bitcoin chart. Right. ENA
And what's the
BTC has
drop
done
after
nothing
that?
but go down.
Before you go, what's the drop after that? What does that mean? Because if you told me to buy it on the top, why is there red candles after that? Is that on the reverse? Did you just inverse the chart?
Yeah, it's the value of the Bitcoin.
Okay.
It's how much.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah, if you waited till right now, then you'd be getting less
Yeah.
ENA, right? Because ENA has been going crazy. ENA has been actually going up against Bitcoin. So you have to wait for when it tops out. Right? At this point, it's not going any higher. That's the most ENA you're going to be able to buy for your Bitcoin, and then boom, it starts to fall out. So your ENA value hasn't gone down here. Just the amount of ENA you would have been able to buy per Bitcoin went down because ENA price went up. That makes sense?
Yeah, very much. This is good. Thank you, Dbloc. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, bro.
Hey, that DCA indicator, is that located somewhere? I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah, if you go, it should be. Give me a second. It's under education, and oh wait, no, it's not. I'm lying. It should be in the free section because it's supposed to be free for everybody. There it is. It's in under free for all, and it's got a little GIF next to it. It says free 4-year cycle indicator.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah. So what you're gonna want to do, you're gonna have to put it into your Pine script, right? So what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to hit that little arrow, well, where it says expand, and then you're gonna want to scroll down to the bottom after you hit expand. And where is it? Yeah, you hit the 2 arrows, the 2 side-to-side arrows, and it'll open up the entire script. And then at that point, you just hit download, or you can just copy and paste the whole thing. Hold on, I'll do it. Let me do it on screen so you can see what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
So you would come here for your cycle indicator right here, and you would hit those 2 arrows, view whole file. That's going to open it up for you. Then you're going to copy and paste the whole thing. Make sure you don't copy this shit down here. Make sure it's just the script. Hold on. Do it from the bottom to the top. Probably. Right, you're gonna copy and paste that. You can copy that. And then you're gonna come to Trading View and you're gonna come down here to Pine Editor. This is gonna open up. You can delete all of this shit. Right, just grab it, delete it, or hit new script. Is there a new script here? New window will do it. No, it's not new window. I'm lying to you. I haven't done this in a while. Hold on. Rename, create new. Create new indicator, right? Then you're gonna copy and paste. You're just gonna copy and paste what you just put into here. And then it'll pop up on your screen. You can name it and save it and you'll have it.
Great, thank you.
Yep. But one thing I'll tell you for sure, if you stick around during the bear market, it's not going to be a secret when we get to the bottom. There's going to be bells and whistles.
Nice.
We're going to be hype in here. Bear market is weird, bro. A lot of people go away, obviously, for understandable reasons. Some people are just going to go away until it hits bottom again. Go chill, enjoy some of their gains. But, it's funny. It's definitely a different bear market crowd. I appreciate you, Yash. You already know, Monster. Bear market's fun. Let me order some food so that it gets here before I'm hungry. I'll be back.
How was everyone's Saturday? Tell you what, the weekends are good for catching up on sleep.
School's been in the last couple of hours with Dbloc.
Yeah, that's good. I heard him. I heard him as I was waking up. It's good. Valuable information. It's good to learn new tricks and tips, man, because I didn't know any of this vector stuff myself, or very, very, very little. So it's cool to get like the deep dives.
Yeah, Rick, I've literally been sleeping all
Yo,
day. I just woke up.
nice, nice. Yeah,
You're right.
I had a decent sleep last night. You know what? I finished work last night, 9:15, and now I have to start work this morning at 8:45. So it's like less than a 12-hour gap between my shifts. So I have to try and fit sleep within that 12 hours, and then anything else I want to do. So yeah, the back-to-back ones, man, they're pretty brutal when you're tired.
Oh yeah.
Man, I do 5, 6 of those in a row, 12 on, 12 off.
Oh,
A lot of times.
that's yeah, dude.
It's just part of what I do.
Yeah, I suppose you would get used to it eventually, but I don't think you would ever not get tired. Like you'd still get tired as hell, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, that's a.
You need them coffees. Become like a coffee addict.
Bitcoin got up to like 0.13% away from the very top of my grid.
Oh
and
yeah.
now it looks like it's reversing and going back towards the bottom. I have a grid bot.
You know what? Your grid was probably in the right spot. It's just that many of the lots of the market also had the same high, and they got in front. They front ran the top, perhaps.
Well, here's what Dbloc always says: the market maker doesn't want it to get more than like 1% away from where the CME
extremes?
closed.
Oh, okay.
Well, whatever price it's at when CME closes, right? They don't like it to get more than like 1% away from that, so that it's easy enough to get it back to where it closed on Sunday night.
So that they don't have to go gap filling. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I put my grid 1% above the price of the close and 1% below the price of the close. So let's see how close it gets to the bottom.
Yeah.
And before Sunday night. And then I don't know. Well, like I don't know. We'll see. It's done. How many trades is it done? 48 trades.
Nice.
How many won?
All of them, but so far. But I'm only up right now because it's longing and shorting at the same time. I'm only up $1.69.
There's a way to.
How much money did you give it, the bot?
1,000.
Oh yes.
There's I think 50 grids.
And you're doing it on spot, right?
No, 10x leverage.
Oh, okay. And it's made a profit of $1. Is that what you said?
Yeah, but look at how much the price has moved. Is it? It's above. It's in total like $1.69 or something. But if it goes back to the bottom of the grid, and then all the shorts will make a lot of money, and then if it goes back up to the top, or back up to the top, or back up to the middle, then the longs will be making more money too. So it'll be it should be more profitable. I'm waiting. I'm just testing it out, so I'm waiting to see if it goes back to the bottom and then at least back to the middle. And if it's back to the middle by the time, like, so it might go back, it might go to the bottom and then back to the top and then back to the middle, or it might go back to the bottom and then back to the middle at some point before Sunday night at 6 p.m. So basically like 24 hours from now. So I'm gonna let it run for another 24 hours and see how much price movement is there. And if it gets back to the middle, I'm just gonna close it. Like if it's somewhere towards the middle at 6 p.m. tomorrow, then I'm just gonna close the bot and then see how well it did. Because either I have too many grids, too few grids, or I didn't put enough money in, or a combination of both. Like, you know, it's either too many grids, not enough money, too few grids, not enough money, or, you know,
Mhm.
something
And
like
I
that. Like
remember,
I feel like if I put in more money and more grids, it would be doing better. But okay, so I could have started it by Friday night is the thing. And I was too sketched out. If I did that, it would have been up a lot more. You know what I mean?
Well, I remember I used to use the DCA bots, the on 3 commas. They did okay.
I used the DCA bot on KuCoin for XRP
Mhm.
before I went to rehab, and it was like
Yeah.
it bought me like a ton of XRP, a few other things too, for like months
Mhm.
and months and months, like down at the bottom.
Wow.
Actually, I had XYO. That was a spot grid bot, so I got tons and tons and tons of free XYO. And then XRP, I just had a DCA bot, so it bought like a pretty good amount of XRP. And I just held on to it because back then KuCoin was the only place that you could get XRP. This
Yeah.
when this was like in
Really?
the
Back
bottom
in
of
the
the bear
day?
market. Yeah, the bottom of the
Oh,
bear market and
for
the
Americans, right? Because
the
XRP.
court
Yeah,
case
gotcha.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was the only place I could buy XRP. So
Right
I
on.
held on to that until like last year.
Geez, they made it really tough for Americans with that. That's crazy. A homegrown crypto, and they dragged it through the mud. I wonder whose like prime idea that was, if it was Gary Gensler's or if it was someone else within the SEC that had a problem with Ripple.
I don't even think it was that they had a problem with Ripple at all. I think they just wanted to keep the price down as long as possible.
Yeah,
Somebody that
maybe.
wanted to keep the price down. It's so obvious, you know? And either Gary Gensler was a puppet or he was involved in it or whatever. I don't think anyone was out to destroy it. Well, yeah, destroy it, but only temporarily. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, thank God that we're past that chapter now. That we can.
You just jumped back on the mainframe, didn't you?
Yeah, I just got on the mainframe. Yeah, you know it. Voice
I heard
changed.
the difference. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know which is better, but
This one, but I mean it's not that big of a
yeah,
difference. But definitely your good
yeah,
mic is better. But
yeah. It's supposed to
I'm
be better.
actually gonna
It's like
do
a
the
$200.
opposite.
Oh yeah, you're
I'm
going mobile
I'm
now.
yeah,
Mobile,
I'm about to jump on mobile.
cellular,
Cellular, dude.
cellular towers. We call it mobile. Mobile phone. Mobile phone. Yeah.
Yeah, I know went absolutely crazy during COVID about cell phone towers and having that
Mhm.
many waves and controlling. It's like, dude, where is your tinfoil hat? You should be wearing it.
Someone said that
So
aliens are coming to kill us in November. This is like a new doomsday prophecy thingamajiggy.
let's go.
Another one. Yeah, let's go.
I
Show
saw
me
that.
the aliens.
No, that's past. You're talking about the spaceship. I mean the asteroid that went through our solar
Yeah,
system.
yeah, yeah. Someone was trying to like say that
Amadorba,
that was aliens.
Amuamua.
Mama,
Amuamua.
100 years
The
ago,
Jason Momoa.
everybody.
Don't you make fun of Honolulu? What
Oh,
was the name of the
Well,
thing?
that was the name of the asteroid. Amuamua.
oh, oh, nice.
That sounds like you're making fun of Hawaii.
It does sound like that, but that's really what they called it.
I mean, hey, how many times have we made fun of Australia? We even said that Australia doesn't exist. So that's That's the
How
ultimate.
do you make fun of a place that doesn't even exist?
Rick, did you watch that video?
Hey, Rick
Yes,
told
I
us
did.
that he had to
Yep.
prove he was real.
Yeah.
Every time he shared his screen, that was just AI.
And you had people
Rick is
saying that Australian children don't exist. Like, have you ever seen a video of an Australian child? Everyone was like, no, I haven't.
What
It's
the?
like, well,
Dude, come to think of
and
it.
then they heard my nieces and nephews talking, and they're like, oh, okay, they are real. Well, XRP
Well,
had a nice pump, like a couple of %, and it gave it all back, of course, as it does on the weekends, usually. Well,
we
that's
should have done the
usually.
damn grid bot on HBAR. That's the one that was always good to me. But yeah, I don't know. I'll figure this thing out. I'll probably do it every weekend, to be honest. Like if I can figure out a good system. The reason why
Yeah.
the bot's not profitable right now is because it's been winning on the longs, but it's only been longing for the for the top half of the grid, right? It's been shorting at the same time. So when the price goes down, so it's already been taking profits on the longs, but the profits aren't big because on the long side because it's already halfway up. Now the shorts are in the negative, so it's been shorting the whole time on the way up. So the shorts are in the negative right now, so they're evening each other out. Like the wins from the longs the losses from the shorts are canceling the wins from the longs. So once the price goes
Right.
down, it should get a lot more profitable, and then it will pick up more long positions if it goes down to the bottom of the range. When it gets back up to the top, it should be or back up to the top or middle. It should be pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, apparently there was some kind of explanation behind the XRP sell-off. Apparently, Chris Larson, one of the Ripple dudes, transferred like huge amounts of XRP, like from wallet to wallet, and people got nervous, and it started a massive sell-off. So people thought that he was like preparing to dump it all at once, kind of thing. I don't know. Not sure. I haven't really looked too much deeper into it than that, but that's apparently what happened. But I think it kind of just lined up with the fact that Bitcoin corrected too, primarily. And so many other alts did the same move down. So, yeah. I don't think there's any like kind of blame on a single action.
People just taking
But
profits, man.
People like to point the finger. Yeah, I mean, that's a part of it. People buy it, people sell it. Get used to it.
Yeah, it's kind of
Just
what we
like you
do.
will
here.
sell. It's kind of what we do here, yeah. It's kind of natural. Well, cool, dude. If I could be so lucky as to pick up XRP again at or below $3, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it does it. I think
You could just wait for the
Bitcoin's
bear market.
yeah, but then I won't have anything to ride XRP up to the targets that I think it's going to. I think it's going
What-
like at least to $5. It could get
What
to
if it's
12
already
bucks, man.
topped out?
Well, I mean, what if everything's topped out? It's the same what if, really. Okay, how many bull markets have you seen with no alt season and the big important blue chip alts making a 7% price discovery for the cycle? 7%. That's all they made. That doesn't make sense. Ethereum hasn't even
Well,
come up to
we've
its
also,
all-time high yet.
to be fair, we've also never seen a
So
bull
much more to
market
happen.
where we were in quantitative tightening the whole time.
That's true. It's true. So maybe things are just getting delayed, and well, they already have been. It feels like the alt season's coming so late in this
That's the hopium
cycle.
that I've been holding on to.
Yeah. So hopefully this just means that Q4 or the back end of Q3 is going to be really, really explosive. to the upside. Maybe. Cute theory, cute, hopium. But whatever. Could happen. Either way, man, I'm excited for just everything that's coming. Like whether it's a bear market, whether it's a continued bull, like something we haven't seen before, that's kind of exciting. But either way you cut it, either direction is beneficial, If we bear market, like send it to the floor, bro. Send it as deep as possible because then we can get the best prices for, the next bull market. And I wouldn't bet against a bull market, you know what I mean? Like, because they have been coming. They do happen. Not financial advice, but I'm pretty. That's a high probability when you have a repeated behavior to bet against a repeated behavior. Long, like when you're talking macro, that's kind of risky. It's pretty risky. It's probably better to get in line with the behavior of like the cycles, And I remember saying that back in 2022 to the Bears, and they said, "Nah, but what if?" And I said, "Well, anything could happen. Yeah, civilization could end. Like anything could happen. But if you're going by the past performance can be like a loose indication of what might happen in the future. It's not a repeat. It's not an identical, but it's a good way to project the behaviors of how like people behave in markets, like what they tend to do when it bottoms out, what they tend to do when it tops out. It's like kind of repeatable. So yeah, I'll be around. I know that probably like 80 to 90% of the audience and the crowd will probably like walk away because it gets really boring and miserable. And a lot of people might lose money, but stick around. Like, I promise it's worth it if you stick around. Like, definitely stick around.
As long as you sell when everyone says it's gonna keep going, then you
Hey,
won't.
dude, you know what?
Be losing money.
I had this thought the other day. I wouldn't even blame people for being all out right now. Like, if they had, let's say they took profit like early this year and they're just waiting for the bear, then good on them. That's great. You're not gambling like with an uncertain like end, like when the end comes. Like, it's better to get out alive and with profits than gamble away. But in saying that, you can still dabble because there's still a lot of action to be had in the rest of this bull market, I think. But if you are like lion's share into cash or defensive, then that sounds sensible to me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't doubt a lot of whales have already distributed like a fair bit, from the ones that accumulated in the bear market. I would imagine that, yeah, they've probably been feeding the ducks the whole time, so to speak. And like the remainder is just the latecomers, the people that wait for, confirmation of a bull market, like that waited for 74K or something. You know what I mean? They didn't get the prime optimum bottom of the market to buy. They waited for the confirmation. Kind of like Clive. He waited for BlackRock to say it was cool. Or he waited for the SEC to say that Bitcoin was cool. Actually. Not knocking it. I'm just saying that's like some people take that approach of like wanting more assurance about it, less speculation. But looking at the past, this point in history right now, at this point in time, Bitcoin, or should I say every time before the current time, has been way more speculative about Bitcoin. Like the future hasn't been as certain as right now. This is the most certain Bitcoin's ever been about its own future. So the confidence is rising in investors. But that's a good thing. It's a good sign. Anyway, you can tell I'm like amped up on my coffee, so I apologize. We go to that 8 view. Yeah.
So, Rick, what did you think of the video? It was obviously silly. But
Oh, it was funny. Yeah, yeah.
I thought it was funny how they
Yeah.
made fun of Australia. Well, WTF?
Yeah, what the hell? What the helly? Yeah. There's a lot of videos like that on the internet. Similar kind of humor, you know.
Well, it's close to 20 years old, so that's how funny I thought it was.
It's extremely childish humor, but yeah, it's good. I like it.
Well, my brain thinks I'm 12, my body thinks I'm 50.
Yeah, people are saying that this was the last like really explosive bull market that there'll be, and that the ones after this are just going to be kind of mediocre and like less performance. I don't know about that. That's a big claim. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
That's a
they
really big
also
claim
think
to
that it's
make.
not going to go down 70 something percent for the bear
Yeah,
market.
that's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Like that ties into them saying that you're not going to get the performance because it's just going to sort of run flat. No dips, no rips, or just, you know, that everything's going to tame down, like and squeeze up. And I don't know, man. That's a big claim. That's
What do they
such
think
a
it is?
that's a big
Silver?
call to make. Sorry?
What do they think it is? Silver?
Yeah, exactly.
Silver has a $1.5 trillion market cap. Or is it five? A $5 trillion market cap, and gold has like a 15 trillion.
Wow.
Or it might be five. 1 in 5 or 5 and 15. I can't remember anymore.
Yeah. Do you think that our generation and the generations below us, like younger than us, so let's just say Gen Y, Gen Z, and then the newer one, do you think that they're going to be as excited about gold in the future, or do you think they're going to be more into
Platinum.
Bitcoin?
Platinum.
Okay, so you still think it's going to be a physical metal obsession in the future, not digital?
Yeah, did you see the gold backs that they're printing?
No, I didn't. Nope. I guess my
So
point is like I'm pretty sure the younger generations would be more keen on digital assets like Bitcoin, right? As an investment.
you would think that's the future, but the
And
future is reset. So it'll end up being tied into a physical asset of some sort. But look at what they're doing with the gold. They're bringing gold back to bills. They'll probably bring silver and other things into bills. So you'll have
breathing
these
life into it.
silver backs and gold backs. So the gold backs are X amount of gold. So it's literally like trading physical gold.
Yeah. Horse and cart back in the 1800s was pretty popular, but when the car came around, the younger generations went with that idea, I guess.
Okay.
More efficient, newer. Horse and cart's still great, like awesome, People
Okay.
respected it, and it was the thing to be and get. Yeah, that's all I was trying to get at. But yeah, man,
Okay.
there'll always be a place for gold. I think it's been around for 2,000 years, like valued as, and obviously millennia. It's been around forever. It's older than humanity. But I
Okay.
feel like
I
yeah,
know
we
you
can.
said I know you said a lot, but let's break it down.
Let's break it down.
So, how much does a horse cost?
Today, dude, I have
Yeah.
no idea.
What's the cost of a horse, and what's the cost of a carriage?
Yeah, I don't even know. And that's a highlight to my point. It's that because no one's really in that market anymore, unless you're you're an enthusiast or like you'd know these prices. But I don't
You
know
can get
them. I'm not even.
you can get a crap horse for like a few $100s, $1,000, whatever.
Mhm. Okay.
Horses get up
Yep.
to hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're talking about your racing
Mm.
horses.
Yep. Oh, if it's a racing horse, but what if I mean like a
Let's
functional,
go
like your
ahead and say
transport?
it's in the middle. So that would be like your supercar or whatever. So let's say that the average horse is probably anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 for like a specialized horse, like the what are the tall ones, the 6 foot ones, something like that.
Clydesdales? I don't know. Got no
Yeah,
idea.
Clydesdales. Like maybe a Clydesdale is going to be like a more expensive horse or whatever. But what's the
Yeah, they're
cost
like
of a
the big
carriage?
carriage pullers. Yeah, good question. I'm sure it's cheaper than a car. Cars are more expensive
Well,
than
that's a
carriages.
horse of a different color.
Okay, I think a ratio of income would be a fairer like comparison. Like, to buy a car, what's that? It's probably like about let's say an average income earns about 60,000 a year, right? A
All
car
right,
in the
you can
US, what's the
you can
average
get one
price
of
of
them.
like a car? Like
You
20
can get one
grand?
of them racing. You can get one of them racing ones for like a couple grand. One of the little buggies, cart things that follow the horse. But if you want a real
Yeah.
carriage, we're talking anywhere from 3 grand to 30 grand. Most of them look like they're about 6 to 8 grand.
Remember how houses used to be cheaper than cars? Like as a ratio to your income back in the day, but now it's the other way around. It's
Yeah.
easier to afford a car, but to afford a house, it's insane.
So for your
Yeah,
horse and your horse-drawn carriage, it's going to be above 20 or 30 or $40,000.
wow. Yeah, usually when a market dries up, like when the demand dries up, the prices will fall to try and meet, to try and go get some demand. Like they'll cheapen it up
Well,
so that it
it's
attracts
interesting
buyers.
how it works out. As you get less people in those markets, that market becomes profitable again. So not everybody has a horse and buggy. Those that do can sell the crap out of it on Wall Street or Central Park or wherever.
I suppose it depends on the scarcity. Like if it's scarce, yeah, the value will be up. But if there was like suddenly this huge supply shock, like where there's oh sorry, not supply shock, but a shock in demand, like where demand just like goes out the window. There's just no one buying it. What do you do with like the 500,000 horse carts that no one's buying? You hawk them off, like you reduce to clear. You heard reduce to clear before in shops? Because there's an oversupply and they reduce it
Yeah.
to sell them, to pass them off.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like that. The way I see it anyway.
Yeah, but reduce to
The
clear
same
is
thing
in
happens in crypto.
Yeah, reduce to clear, exactly.
So
Mhm.
yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah, just basics of supply demand.
How do we get started talking about horse-drawn carriages?
Bitcoin versus gold. That's how.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you should check out the gold backs. They're pretty cool looking. There's about 5 U.S. states doing them. Florida, the state I'm in, is really getting into them for some reason.
Gold
And they're like,
backs. Okay.
yeah,
So
they're
everyone and their mum is talking about gold backs and wants gold backs compared to Bitcoin.
they're well, they're starting to. There's different businesses that are accepting them, so you can go and use them as payment, and there's a conversion rate. So there's a specific conversion rate you go by. It is a currency. It's a physical currency, but you're going to have to look up the actual rate because it's the rate of gold. So you have to look up gold and be like, okay, this is a 1/200th bill. What's 200th the cost of gold right now? And that's the value of the bill. I think it's actually almost double that. So I'm not sure how the what is it? The charge it. There's a name for it. The premium is. So I don't know if the premium will always be double or if it'll always be like $30 higher than the price of gold. But right now, that seems to be the premium that they're holding it at. So it's interesting. You buy, sell, trade it, and it is actual gold. It's a one-sided bill. The back of it is just gold.
Cool.
Sounds
Gold
like
backed.
a collector's item or something, like a $2 bill, $3 bill.
They have half, $1, $2, $5, 10, 25, 50, and it goes on. But yep. So there's different denominations, but it's interesting because right now the cheapest bills are like still $3 to $4 in value.
Yeah.
Pretty cool looking. I ordered a bunch the other day.
Yes, man. I hope the demand stays up for you.
Well, it's interesting. You
value.
can apply to be a vendor and accept them. So I might apply to accept them at my work.
Oh yeah.
And then you get everybody in the state or whatever that's looking for places to spend it. You're one of the few listed.
But then how
Yeah,
are
what,
you gonna
man?
sell it at the top of the market?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think you're stuck with it. You have to transact with it.
I
That's
am.
what I needed to do deeper research and see if vendors can resell it to the supplier. So if you're a vendor and you're supplying it to people and they're able to trade it through you, if you say have a surplus, are you able to send it back to them, sort of thing, and exchange it for your cash? What the rule is. If you need X amount of dollars on hand, the surplus can I send back in?
What are you saying it's called? Gold
I
backed
mean, I guess
bills.
kind of the idea is that it's always going to have the face value of $1 at least. Right?
Yeah, it's always going to have it's going to always have at minimum the value of the
you're
gold
not
that's
gonna
stowed into it.
So when you say gold backed, do you mean like gold standard? Kind
No.
of way of no.
No, like literally the back of the bill is gold.
Is gold. Okay. So it's a dollar bill and the back is gold. Like like flake gold kind of thing?
Like material.
Yeah, right. Okay. So real gold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Well,
Quite, you
your
sound
connection's bad, dude. Your connection's terrible. You're coming through as ones and zeros, my dude.
Let me get you. Here, I'll put a couple in general in a second. Did we just lose Quai? Is he resetting?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's out and about, so he's probably driven under a tunnel or something. Through a tunnel.
These are the two I want. And I'm in general chat. Am I in the right? Yeah, in Cypher.
The pause thing in a sec. Let's have a look. General chat.
And then
Cypher.
this is the whole series for Florida, and then there's 5 other states that have bills. Florida seems to have the most.
Where did you put it?
Where did I
Off-topic or
put it?
general? No idea. You in the right Discord?
Yeah. What the heck? Where did it just go? Did it not go?
I can't see it.
1, 2, 3. I'm trying again.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I see him now.
When I do it
Florida
fast, it seems
Goldbacks.
to stop me. It must be a anti-spamming thing.
Yeah, that looks cool. They do look awesome. I like the artwork as well.
There's no pictures of the back, but the back are it's literally just gold. Yeah, there's no design or
So,
anything.
so they haven't been released just yet, or
Yeah,
they're coming this year, or
they're released. If you signed up as a dealer, you got there's one of those bills was a pre-release that you got. There's a different there's a variant of that one that some people have.
okay, right on. So it's like Pokemon cards for fiat.
Yeah, so if you signed up to accept it in your business, they sent you out like $6 worth of a bill.
Wonder how much they cost to make. They got to be less than $1,
Oh, like
hopefully,
nothing.
to make them.
No. They cost more than $1, I assure you that. So like for example,
right.
the $5 one has 1/200th troy ounce value, which brings it out to 30. I think it brings it out to about $17, $18 in value of gold, and the current value that you're supposed to trade them for is like 34.
Yeah.
So let's say the whole thing completely collapses and I'm stuck at the pawn shop. They stick it on a scale, and I'm going to get $17 out of every one of those bills. That was worth 30. So yeah, I lose 50% of my money, but you can't lose more than that. Period. It's going to be the value of gold. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah.
So like the different bills, they're physically bigger because there's more gold in each bill.
Beauty. I reckon they should repeg the gold, the dollar to the gold standard. You reckon that's possible?
That's where I was going with that.
All right.
So the recycling of coin, right? The future could be digital, right? A digital thing. and then there's no trace of us after an EMP, and no record and no way to trade. Then you also have, if there's to be a physical system that's still traded, we have to go back to something of value. So the last 50 years, maybe 40 years, that's the only time we've ever traded in really history where it was crap of no value other than like seashells on an island. So like it's always been gold, it's always been silver, it's always been a metal or something of value.
Something
And
scarce. Yeah.
the last 50 years it turned into paper that is not backed by actually anything, right? So it's supposedly backed by gold, but you can't go take your bill and trade it for gold. You can't go to the bank and be like, I want $5 worth of gold. So the
I
way
don't do
back
that
there,
anymore.
and we shifted from it because people were stealing gold and silver. So eventually you had coins, then you had to add ridges to the coins because people were shaving the edges of the coins to take metal off of, 1,000 coins to make a bunch more money.
Yeah.
So they added ridges, and then they stopped doing it because the value of the coins became more expensive or more valuable than the coins they're printed on. You can't print coins made of silver if they're worth 4 or 5 or 6 times the value they're printed on.
Yeah.
So this gold back thing is a way of doing these metals in smaller amounts where they're tradable again. Whereas, I mean, people would lose fortunes if you were having little tiny gold beads to trade with. This one's $5. Could be nuts. Whereas here you have actual bills you can trade, and they have they're physically gold. You don't have to go to the bank to trade them back for gold. You throw it in a pot and melt it. Not that you need gold for anything. So I would say it's a way of hedging the dollar with a currency that can be exchanged through the US dollar. So it's basically, it's how we trade gold when it's above $5,000, okay? Sorry. It keeps going up. This is the future. I like the pilot one. I can't afford her. She's like 130. She's 1/20th in a troy ounce. So if an ounce is 3,500, 1/10 would be what, 300, and 1/20th would be 150ish. Plus whatever the premium is.
Man, BNB's been on a nice rally for the last few hours. Oh, BNB.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey. I just ran into a dead zone. Freaking
Yeah, I heard that. You
house
lost
pain in the
connection
ass.
pretty good.
But I was trying to ask Matches if the bills, if you can fold them in half. If it's like a solid bill or if you could still fold it in half.
Yes, you can fold them, but I wouldn't.
They would start to, yeah, you'd kind of ruin them over time if you kept doing that, I would imagine. Just like anything.
So how the hell are you supposed to carry it around without like damaging it?
In a folder.
But
In a folder.
I don't think you do. I don't know.
Everyone's,
It's weird.
everyone's
They're
got
collectible, but you would put them in, I guess, a little plastic bag, a little plastic shield, like a card
So
shield.
who's producing it? Is it your mint, like the US Mint or whatever they call it? They
I don't
print the
know. Let me
money.
see. No, it's got to be this company.
Oh, a third party.
With
Okay.
goldbacks, what are goldbacks? Daily exchange rate, mintages, and artwork is, I think, what we want to look at. So 668 is the current exchange rate for a 1. A 2 is 13. A 5 is 33. 10 is 66. 100 is 668. Where to exchange, where to spend gold backs, how to transact, truly fungible currency. Okay.
Is there a trading view chart for these things?
I don't know. Probably. Because there's an actual exchange rate, daily exchange rate, mintages, and artwork. This comprehensive purpose of the go back to preserve integrity, source record.
Well, sounds fun.
I guess they meant it. Whoever this company is. For
Does
5
it beat
different
trading Bitcoin in your pajamas on a Sunday morning from the comfort of your house?
Sell gold backs at my business. I don't see selling them back.
Yeah, probably because it probably appreciates in price in one day the amount of percentage that Bitcoin moves on a Sunday.
Is there global demand for these gold backs? And is the supply truly finite? Could they just increase the supply if they needed to? Probably.
I don't know. I'll buy a bunch of them, but I'll probably wait until the price of gold has gone down quite a bit.
I'd just buy Bitcoin, to be
Oh
honest.
wow! There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places near me. That sell these things. Vinny Papers, Sovereign Gold LLC, Recant Coins and Precious Metals, Premier Rare Coins, Miami Gold Coins, Metals Mint. Yeah, there's a bunch of places that are selling it or exchanging it.
Yeah, every denomination that the bill goes up, do they put more weight in gold on that bill? You know what I mean? Like would a
Yeah,
$10 bill
yes.
way more than a $1 bill?
Yes. Yes, it tells you right on the bill what the weight is.
Well, I was gonna say, basically, like, it'd be easier to carry around than gold, and you could denominate it in, like, to smaller fractions instead of just having a gold coin or a gold bar. So that
Well,
would
you
make it
can't have a
easier, but
gold
to,
coin
like,
that small anymore.
yeah, well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You could denominate it into smaller fractions, and it wouldn't be as heavy to carry around if you wanted to spend it. Also, you could probably send it in the mail, and it would be a lot cheaper than sending a like like the weight of a gold coin or a gold bar. So, like, it has that advantage. You could send it in the mail, but if they get heavier and heavier with each denomination of the bill, then if you were trying to send a lot of bigger bills, it would be more expensive. If you were trying to send, you know, just a few smaller bills, then it would be probably cheaper than sending
All right,
gold.
so I'll give you the breakdown. They have a half, which is 1/2000th troy ounce. They have a 1, that's 1/1000th troy ounce. 2 is 1/500th troy ounce. 5 is 1/200th. 10 is 1/100th. 25 is 1/40th. 50 is 1/20th. And the largest bill they make is 100. That's 1/10. You need 10 of those is a bar of gold.
So it's 1/10. You mean?
So 10
Like
of those will physically weigh an ounce in your
gold?
pocket.
How much it will?
Yes. So if you have 10 of those in your pocket,
Okay,
you have
so
1
now,
ounce of gold physically in your pocket. Like, that's the weight.
so now you got to figure out how expensive it is to ship something 1 ounce of anything. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to bring it to FedEx or UPS or something, and they charge you by weight to ship it, how much do they charge per ounce or by pound? Because if it was per pound, you could send a pound of something, and that's 16 $100 bills. So you'd be saying $1,600. How much would they charge you for that?
It would be what?
You know what I'm trying to say?
$161 bills. Yeah, it would be 161 $100 bills. For a pound. And 100 each of those bills is $660. I think we lost you again.
Can you hear me now or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You driving like through tunnels and stuff, or just away
No,
from
I'm
cell tower?
just like
Out in the boonies.
around my area. When I'm in certain spots, it's just like
Yeah, lots of dead zones.
for some reason. So I don't know. There must not be very many cell towers around here for.
And we lost him again.
You lost me?
Yeah.
Hello? Am I clear enough now, though?
A little bit. Yeah, you're getting there. Yeah.
Oh, bless you, Matches.
Thank you, my child. Well, anyways, bye. I'm getting into him.
Yeah, it works out, bro.
Usually does. I mean, they're pretty cool.
Well, that's usually.
I mean, tell me you don't want one.
I want Bitcoin over that, but I'm
Really?
not gonna knock it. Yeah, man. Just because it's easier for me to get my hands on Bitcoin than it is American special money.
Ooh, ETH is doing good, huh?
Yeah, ETH, Bitcoin's turning the corner kinda locally. And
Oh
even
yeah, ETH
XRP's
just had
getting a
a
little
nice
bit of
spike.
activity.
You might want to look at ETH seriously.
Yeah, I might want to look at ETH. Yeah, ETH
Well,
is
we got to
looking
cup
pretty
and
cool.
handle vectors from this point up all the way to 3782. Every time we go above here, it doesn't last long. We get rejected down, and if we can pass it, ooh, it's going to get good. Precog party. I'm gonna be rich with ETH. Rick, my trade is up to $14 in fees
Oh yeah. Wow.
on ETH.
You're still on that same one?
Yeah, it's
Nice.
I accidentally added like $13 to it at some point, and these fees keep eating it. It's crazy. I am spending currently $14 to try and make at least $800 and risking 61. And at 4 hour, every time we go above here, it's a wick. Same thing for the 1 hour. We need to get a strong push through. We just got rejected on ETH.
This is why you guys need to learn more about the weekend drop. Just saying.
I'm not
No,
in
I'm
any
just I'm
trades.
checking my 4 hour, my 1 hour, and it looks like we're due for a wick to the upside. But every time we get to this
BNB is
area, bad news.
racing to its all-time high. BNB's racing back up toward its all-time high, by the way.
BNB.
BNB. Where dreams come true.
You're a good whatever.
Logan guy?
Gonna say some stuff.
Voiceover man? I don't know. a good shill for Bitcoin or BNB?
I wish we hadn't kept losing why.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear what he had to say.
What do you mean? I'm right
Wow,
here.
BNB's a
I'm
rocket
still
ship
here.
right now toward its all-time high.
I'm surprised Clive's not here to bash my gold back.
Well, he's I don't
I'm
know.
surprised
He's
that
waiting for
Clive's
trading
not here
days.
to bash me.
Is it because we're here that he's not here? We should leave for 5 minutes and see.
Maybe all of our statements are uncounterable, and he's just like, I got nothing. So he's not showing up. I'm just kidding.
Maybe he had a couple extra martinis during martini hour.
Maybe.
Maybe there was a
Saturday,
freak.
there is no martini hour.
Maybe there was a freak emergency at a summer school and he has to deliver 200 pizzas. You're welcome, guys.
Technical analysis on Clive's absence.
His brother got called in and now he's in trouble for trading drone stocks with me because it's insider trading. He's not allowed to keep trading them. So he's disappeared.
Bitcoin dominance is still kind of tumbling there. That's good. And BNB just got above its previous all-time high, which is cool. It did it like a few days ago as well, but not by much. But this is cool for BNB. Good job. Jab. Largest exchange on the planet for crypto. Still. Sunday price action. How's Pengu going?
Up and away.
Yeah.
Even though penguins don't fly.
Like locally speaking, like over the last 24 hours, it's certainly like lost momentum to the upside, but as far as macro is concerned, it's still in an uptrend.
It's holding pretty good while it's up there.
Yeah, it's still in the region of the highs, so that's fine.
Dude, BNB is
Dominance
almost at
is falling.
$700.
Yeah, I know. You mean 800?
That's nuts. Yeah, $800. It's nuts.
Yeah. Like I was saying, it's racing back toward its previous all-time high, which was 793.86. So it's 795 now. It's above it.
Dude, that's it, man. The next bear market, it's Bitcoin, BNB, Sol, Stewie, and Doge. That's it. That's all I'm buying. Maybe XLM.
That's how it works.
Yeah, XLM is like the XRP trade with a 10-foot pole if you don't want to touch it, you know?
Check out ETH, man.
Which is perfect for me.
Yeah, because you don't like it.
Yeah.
Check out ETH at this little Pico top here.
Helium. Just a sec. I'm just getting my BNB all-time high line. My old.
Ooh.
And that was a December. Better annotate this. Annotations to my lines. December. High. Okay. Oh, I have to be at work in 35 minutes. Lucky it's only a 3-hour shift. Going back to mobile phone.
ETH broke local structure.
I'm gonna change to push to talk, maybe. Maybe when I get in my car, so I don't make any clicking and flicking noises. I think they can make some improvements with the good old.
ETH is doing good, man. ETH is doing good.
What was that? Sorry, Matches?
Ethereum, doing great.
Oh yeah. BNB's doing really amazing as well.
A lot of things looking good.
Yeah. But will it last? Like, will it hold? That's the question. It is the weekend. Remember, they don't like to take things too far out of range. On average, like that's usually what happens.
What's been going on with CRV? That thing's been moving for a while now.
Sorry, dude. You're kind of quiet. Didn't quite catch that. Yeah, he's really taking off now. Let's go Ethereum.
Yeah, man, we got to get into price discovery and up to 7 grand, so I can sell my $50 long.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
I feel an interesting week coming on. GDP coming up. FOMC. End of the month.
Just your tight shorts talking to you. What's going on, Rick?
100, $100 trillion waiting to get tokenized.
The first of the month coming up. It's the first of the month. Wonder how many bears are trapped right now down at the lows in shorts. It's got to be a couple.
Smokey the Bear doesn't even wear pants, much less shorts. Same with Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe that's because they prefer tops. So it's still Saturday, the 26th of July for you guys, huh? Nighttime. Or 6 in the afternoon, 6:30.
It's only 4:30 where I'm at.
Oh yeah, you're West Coast then.
Yeah, it's
Mountain. Yeah.
6:30 here up East Coast time.
Yeah. Americans would be pre-drinking before going out to the clubs and the bars.
All the young people, at least. People still do that these days. have a social life.
No, they all just meet on dating apps and text each other and
Yeah.
meet up for hookups.
Yeah, the bars and pubs and clubs, man. Man, they used to pump back in the day.
Being able to wheel a girl is a lost art now. They can't even talk to them.
Yeah, most people prefer to talk to ChatGPT these days, I suppose.
It was interesting. Last night I went to dinner by myself and I'm sitting there and there's 7 tables. It was kind of an early dinner. And 4 of them, there was 4 single guys. We were all by ourselves, all like no dates. Just like I think people have given up on dating these days. I've been divorced for 18 years. I never even came close to getting engaged again. Just the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Yeah. Well, hey, at least you experienced. You know what they say? It's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. You heard that saying?
Oh yeah, yeah. I got 2 great kids out of it, and so can't complain. But
Your memories, I'm sure. Yeah.
yeah, but probably more bad ones
Did
than
you say
good ones in the
married?
long.
Did you
married
say
for
you were
10 years,
married
but I've been
for? Oh,
I
for
was
10 years. Okay.
I was married for 10 years, but I've been divorced for 18. I had
Yeah.
full
Well,
custody of my
I'm sure
kids for 6.
there was some joy in that 10 years that you were married, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, like it's
Love and
especially
joy and family. Yeah.
especially with the kids and stuff. But yeah, then I ended up with
Oh yeah.
full custody of the kids, so that was good. But stressful when I traveled so much. But luckily, I had a great family and support system to help out. But
That's good.
after that, leaving a bad taste in my mouth and the 4 relationships since, I'm like, you know what? It's not worth it. Looks like Dom's trying to creep down a little bit. It's crazy. I started using this new indicator. I don't know if it's new out there, but it was new for me. Future trend channel at part-time chart time, and you can put 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, whatever you want to put on there. And it kind of gives you like a green channel if it's going to be going up in that time frame, or reddish channel going down, and it has a little marker in there. It says future price projection. So I just grab one of those little target icons and drop it on there. And this sucker, I'm not kidding, it is 90 to 95% like right near the money. Like the price goes right towards it. So I usually
What's it?
pick up a 15-minute, then I'll do and I'll find the price where they're expecting it to be. I'll drop that target on there, and then I'll pick 30-minute, and then I'll pick 1 hour. I'll go 4 hour and daily. Damn, this thing is just in the last week, 10 days I've been using it. It's been impressive.
What's it? What's it called?
Here, let me go back. to it here. Future trend channel.
Okay, I got you.
Chart time. I think that's the one. I have a couple trend indicators on here. Yeah, that's the one.
All right, cool. I'll take a look at it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Like earlier today, I plotted 3 of those targets for, those different time frames for dominance. I'll be damned if it hasn't basically went right to those targets each time.
Huh.
Aren't you the guy that was talking last night? I think I recognize your voice. That was oh gosh, hold on. 2 phones going on here. That was scalping. That was 8-0.
Yeah, that was me.
Did you use this indicator with that?
Oh yeah, I've been using it pretty solidly the last 10 days or so.
Interesting. I was thinking about that last night because I've got a new laptop that is faster because I'm just getting back trading again, learning Dbloc system, but I cut my teeth on scalp. And
I'm sorry, you cut out there. You cut your teeth on what?
Scalping, 3-minute time frame.
Gotcha.
Typically, I've learned on Forex. So I've just, transitioned over to this market this year, been learning the last several months, came across Dbloc's channel, learning his system, which I think is phenomenal.
Yeah, he's
But
awesome.
I love to scalp. I know everybody gives everyone grief on the 1 minute, so much noise and all that, but that's what, like I said, that's what
Me
I got my
too.
teeth on. It's not
I don't
fast
know
for
if
me. It's normal for me. So
yeah,
I
it's
want to, go ahead.
no, I didn't say like holding these other ones is like watching paint dry because I
Oh,
cut my teeth on the Solana meme coins and stuff, and you're in and
gosh,
out
yeah.
15-20 seconds and you're sniping and bam bam,
Yeah.
and that's how I got first kind of in the crypto market. I mean, 4 years ago I invested a bunch, and then that's right when all the shit hit the fan in January when all the
Right.
market went to hell, and so I held on to some stuff, and then I just finally in January jumped back in again, and but then I stumbled across Dbloc about 6 weeks ago, and really it's definitely taught me to be a little more patient with some of my trades and stuff.
Yes.
But
Even if you're
if
scalping, you have to
Yeah,
sit
but
and wait for the trade because it's so much more accurate. But again, I had a laptop that I realized was too slow, and these US exchanges are horrid. And then I would put a VPN on top of it to get out of the
right,
US exchanges, and then it would lag even worse. And the slippage just cashing out was nuts. I mean, you'd make $300 and you'd end up with 50 of it because of the lag and
oh
of closing
yeah,
out, like on Wex, which is I will not get on that exchange again. It's completely
yeah,
ridiculous. And then you add on the fact that my laptop, apparently, I didn't realize this, but my son said, that's because your laptop's so old. So got all that rectified, just got it up and running the last couple of days, and I find myself going back to what I've always known, and that's that just a couple of minutes in and out. But um, I I need to get something that I feel more confident in than the indicators that I'm using and the strategies that I'm using, um, just because I haven't done it in so long. I
You've
haven't.
just inspired me.
Pardon me?
You've just inspired me with what you were
Oh,
saying. Sorry to interrupt you.
yeah, no
To
problem, no
buy,
problem.
I'm keen to buy now a exclusive compute, like just a computer
Yes,
dedicated to trading, like not
that's
even have
exactly.
Discord on it, like just solely trading, like nothing to impact the performance, of the trading interface.
It's
Yeah,
stunning, the difference.
Mm.
I
I have
have
And then
my
of
one
course
laptop.
have a
specifically for that. And
yep.
then I have one that when I'm upstairs, like you said, laying in your bed in your pajamas last night, I was laughing when you were
Yeah.
saying that because I'm laying there in my pajamas in my bed trading Bitcoin. And the funny thing is, it was like what I seriously said this, you guys. This is like freaking watching paint dry. I had to get out of the Bitcoin trade. I couldn't take it. I'm like, this is stupid. It was so slow. Again,
Oh,
compared
and
to what I'm
especially
used
the
to.
Yeah.
weekends. The weekends are painful. Like I was looking at
Oh yeah.
Ethereum for like the last 7 days, like 6 days, and it's almost just straight across. Like hardly anything worth even scalping on that. I mean, there's a few spots here and there. Like last weekend was had a decent one, but yeah, it's painful. I just sent you a friend request. I can forward you like the different types. 'Cause I've spent a lot of time researching and testing and going through all these different types of indicators. And a lot of these things you look up on YouTube, yeah, they're great for stocks or they're great for forex or whatever.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
trying to lock down ones that are great for not only crypto but crypto um, scalping and sniping stuff pretty quick. So I mean, there's always new indicators coming out, but I'm pretty
And
comfortable with what I've been able to narrow down and use.
say it again. I'm sorry. There's a bit of a lag, and I think I talked over you at the very end. What you said? What was what you used?
I said, but I'm getting more comfortable with what I've said or what I've been able to use and narrow it more towards crypto scalping. So many of those
Right.
indicators, they're good for so many other things, but they're not necessarily all that helpful on the
That's
scalping side.
That's exactly right. And depending on what kind of a market it is as well, because I've got Market Cypher on my laptop downstairs, the one that's just dedicated solely for trading, but it has to be the right environment um, to execute it. And there's one, you said you sent me a friend request. Please forgive me. I am not the best at Discord and I'm on my phone right now. So I'll pull my laptop up here in a
Yeah,
second
no rush.
and accept it. But there's another one that I was sitting here looking at the last couple of days. I don't even know what it is. And I thought, this dang thing is so accurate, it's ridiculous. And I want to say somebody gave it to me or told me about it, I don't know, months ago. And so it was just kind of a random thing. And all it does is it's kind of like a I don't know, like an RSI, really. I've got it at the bottom of my screen and it shows
Stochastic RSI?
it's like that, but it's got hidden bear div, hidden bull div, or bull div, bear div. And
Yeah, there's a million of those
my,
out there.
yeah, but this dang thing,
It
I'm
sounds like
telling
the
you,
divergence indicator.
it probably
Is it
is
called
actually.
divergence?
Or is it the Fu Manchu?
No,
Fu
it's not
Manchu
Fuma
B?
too.
Oh,
No, no, no,
okay.
no. Nope, not any of those. Dang it, I'll pull up my laptop here. I just got back to the house here and jumped on. I'll pull it up here and I'll shout it out here in a little bit. As soon as I figure out what it is, I have to go in there and find it. But I'm telling you, I was, again, I was looking at it for scalping, and I don't care if the hour said with Market Cypher that Bitcoin was going up or whatever you want to scalp. If the first 15 minutes on this indicator, you just get all the different time frames. If it was at the bottom of that RSI or at the bottom of the channel, let's just say, it doesn't matter on the hour. That first 15 minutes is going down. And then it will turn around and go up. But I would sometimes I'll just sit there and watch it to see how accurate it's remarkable. It's like some unknown thing that you don't, it's free, all that kind of thing. But it's incredibly remarkable for the accuracy. So I'll find out what it is here. And, like I said, I just walked in the door and jumped on here, heard y'all talking. And I wanted to ask you, since I recognize your voice, I wanted to ask you how you were scalping and what you were, how you were finding your coins, and if that is still the case. So it sounds like that other indicator, but are you still scalping memes? Because that does kind of scare me. I just know too many people that have gone absolutely wrecked. I've got a friend that.
It was interesting because I had left that whole, trench thing a few months ago, and then the other night I went back and I'm just like, I'm gonna just take a quick look and see what's going on here and not see anything. And I just, out of sheer damn luck, I jumped in one and I had like $500 in like 45 seconds. Like it just, I caught it at the right time, took off. But again, I got wrecked too much messing with that stuff. I
Those
just
aren't
happened to.
consistent. Yeah, those are home runs, but I'm good with base hits every day, and just kind of exactly what you said, $500 or $600 base hit. Do that every day, even if it's a couple $100, whatever your risk tolerance is. As again, now that I have a laptop that has the speed that I think can compensate for the laggy exchanges that I have to use, then I think I'll be able to be much more profitable now. But I kind of want to stay away from the memes because again, I think they're just too erratic, and I don't really think that they follow the rhythm of the market or the indicators or the levels. I kind of think they're just, they're rebels. They just do what they want. But again, it's been a while since I've been in doing that scalping, and that may be what everyone's doing is just scalping those memes. That's maybe why they're so unstable.
I don't scalp the mini memes, at all. Just, are the top 8. Somewhere in there, they're just have a little more rhythm to them.
Right. Okay.
Hey,
Cool.
Coco, I sent you a friend request. I have a bad internet connection right now, bad cell service, but I sent you a friend request.
You sent who?
I tried to message. I sent you a friend request. I was trying to send you a message, but I don't think it will let me message you unless we're friends. So I sent you a friend request.
Okay.
Tell her again.
But
Tell her again.
I just have wicked bad service right now, so talking on voice is difficult.
I just opened up. I had the most satisfying thing right now. I just started work, right? Putting money in the till and opened a fresh bag of $1 coins. It reminded me of Bitcoin or gold. Like Matches has been talking about gold all morning. I'm going to put a little, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll put it in general chat. Look how shiny these are. It's crazy. Usually like worn out and faded and, you know.
Those
Hopefully
are
it
called
sends. There we go. Can you see that Matches in general?
Those are probably mint, and you should look for defects every time you open something like that.
Oh,
You
some
think
of them
I'm
say 2024, so they're probably fairly new, but
No.
they got
I don't say
kangaroos
anything.
all
I
over
just.
'em.
Oh my
Not
god, you got
necessarily.
Charles on the front. Wow.
Yeah, Charles on the back.
Yeah,
Like King
on the
Charles,
back.
rather.
Yeah. I mean, he's not quite the queen, is he? Do you know what I mean?
Dollary doos. Yeah.
Yeah, what the dollar it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Would you put 'em, or you
Kangaroo
were
dollary do.
Yeah, no, I definitely recommend a sort of trading computer for anyone who is thinking
Oh,
about
hell
it.
yeah.
I mean, even from like a security perspective, like for me, I've bought a couple, and like one is like a gen laptop, one's like a, do you know what I mean, like a sort of regular trading computer, and the other's like, do you know what I mean, it's just like, and then that's like
What?
recreational.
What do you find more important in a computer for using a browser? Processor or RAM when trading?
RAM.
Do you think RAM's more important? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
RAM
RAM
because it needs
for
to
like
like
amount of tabs. I mean, for me personally, I'm messy. I have a lot of tabs open,
yeah.
and RAM tends to dictate how many of them I can have open before it starts to chug. Also the processor as well. Like you still
Yeah,
want a
it helps.
processor, but ultimately, like like the RAM
Like
will
hyper-threading multi-core, like handle multiple things at once kind of thing.
yeah.
But
If you can
I
get
learned
yourself
something new with RAM. It's not just capacity anymore. It's like the RAM has its own speed too. Like you can get different ranges of speeds with the RAM. Like
yeah.
I think they're up to like, the last time I looked, it was like 3,000 megahertz speed RAM, like C18, I think they call it. Like there's all these different like registrations to the RAM, but yeah,
Mhm.
you can get fast RAM and slow RAM.
Okay,
It's like,
that
why
one,
is this
I'll
like
have to check. I know about DDR5, DDR4, like etc. But some of those that you described,
yeah,
I'll have to look into myself actually.
yeah, check out the speed of the RAM.
Mhm.
I think the ones I've got at the moment are DDR4, so they're old.
Okay, DDR4.
But yeah, like I'd be keen to build a new PC just for this. It's worth it. I think it's a good investment. If I'm gonna be trying to trade, like scalp, it's important for scalping, not so much like swing trading's not really that. It doesn't really matter too much with swing trading. But
Well, I mean, it
yeah,
definitely
man.
was in the trenches. I can tell you that much. That's one of the reasons why I did it, because like on chain, like shitcoining, some of these coins don't even last seconds. So it definitely was quite important. It was like knowing sort of when
Yeah.
something is when someone in a group, like maybe I have like sort of chats where we have group chats where me, myself, and others would talk about something and drop a CA and be like, "Oh, this was on
Yeah.
pre-sale, dropped at like 5, and at 5, like you're sort of hopping on and you're throwing in the trades, like the actual purchases. If your computer's not fast enough, I mean, you're gonna be taking maybe an extra second or two or a couple of seconds to actually look. If it's like a very busy web page, could be like a few seconds that you're
Yeah.
something, and that actually does make
Do
a difference
you
to the amount of money you could potentially make from it.
do you remember the days of struggling with you having to type stop loss details in, but now you can drag lines around. It's so much easier and faster to trade like that, where you have a stop loss set and you can actually edit where that is, like live, with just dragging a line on the chart. It's
Well,
so
what
that's
do you
yeah.
use? Because I don't
Well,
necessarily use something that supports that really. I don't think.
I'm on Bybit, so Bybit has it. I'm pretty sure Binance would have it by now.
Let's have a look at Bybit.
The clunkiest and worst exchange I've ever traded on was KuCoin. This was a
that's
few years ago, but it was so bad. Like every time you performed an action, it wanted a pin, a trade.
Correct.
You've got a trade pin. It's like what?
Yeah, and then you've got to
You
throw that in,
ain't,
and then you'll do your trade. It's horrible.
and you'll have missed it, or you'll have missed your exit, and you've lost like hundreds of dollars because of the timing. Yeah,
And that's another thing where sort of if you're in a slower computer, like
yeah,
sometimes it can take even longer.
definitely.
So that's why, like,
Yeah.
all of those things are quite important. But yeah, no, definitely KuCoin is annoying for that. So your
Yeah.
trade password, right? You got your regular password, your trade password, or your
Yeah.
yeah,
Trade
it's
pin.
yeah, trade. Yeah.
Yeah, stupid.
Let's take a look at some Bybit.
I don't even know if they had an option to turn that off. I can't remember. This was back in like 2019 when I was trying to do it. But
Well, all 2021, 22, they still had it. I don't remember if there was an option to remove that. I think maybe there was an option to remove that, but I think, obviously you have to do all the confirmations, etc., to turn it off.
yeah. Yeah.
Which, in this type of space, rightfully so, I guess, right? It's like the scammiest space there is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, true that. Added security at the cost of like convenience and timing and
Yeah.
like usability. I don't know.
And to be fair to KuCoin, for all we're sort of slating them right now, I remember foolishly having assets on there well, not even foolishly. Actually, no, it was sort of foolishly. But I had a decent chunk of assets on there at one point, and they got hacked. But then they said like it was an inside job, so they just said we've got an emergency fund that's bigger than the hack. Like everyone's gonna be made whole. Like just don't worry about it. Like wait 2 weeks, and yeah, sure enough, after 2 weeks. Like the number was there, but you couldn't trade it basically. And then after 2 weeks, like it was actually back there, like which is kind of cool. But I mean, it's obviously like a warning shot. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, careful with what we got.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
But yeah,
Well, July, I gotta say, so far, July has probably been one of my favorite months this year, as far as price action goes and trading. January was okay. It was all right. But yeah, man, July. Maybe it's just
Okay.
because I was in XRP, but then November last year. November was awesome. That was like a mini alt season. So many
I
things
mean,
were popping off in November around the the election, the US election.
I think January was at the beginning and the end for me. So I was like, that's a horrible quarter. That first quarter I thought was the worst quarter for me. But
Oh, dude, it got ugly after the inauguration date. That it just started going downhill.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That Trump and Melania coin just absolutely just
With this,
Yeah.
everything.
it just
Yeah.
it just made the whole market shit the bed. Like it was couldn't have been worse timing
Could-
and everything else. But
couldn't have been a better top signal for the time, like local top, you know.
Literally. I thought it was cycle
Yeah.
top. That's why I sort of, you know what I mean, got shaken out.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were kind of spooked out of their, ambitions for the bull market at that point.
yeah, I'm not gonna complain. I made a couple thousand off of it in like 15, 20 minutes and stuff. But it just completely ruined the market. And then that Melania coin the next day was just like, what are you guys doing? But now we know it was set up so we could take all these bribes from all these countries and leaders. So people that are looking to get pardons and everything else, so you can just pay them under the table, nobody knows, and boom.
I think that Hawk Tour girl got lucky that that her project suffered, the Hawk Tour coin.
What before
Um,
Trump thing?
Hawk. Yeah, dude. If that happened during Gary Gensler's reign as the SEC chair, she would have been like dragged through the courts, man. She would have been facing all sorts of problems. But
Sure.
yeah, she's very lucky. If the president can do it, I can do it.
What is this? What's this wick? That's a massive wick. I missed that. Wait, let's see.
Man, ETH was pushing before and it gave the whole push back.
Yeah, I
What
told
is
you.
non?
Yeah.
It's not weird. I told you on the hourly and 4 hourly. Every time we go
Yeah.
above here, it's just a wick. It's a little
Yeah.
vector candle.
Mm.
We got to hold it to make it mean something.
You
Don't
told me.
forget about Libra.
Above where specifically? What point? It's on the hourly and the 4 hourly. Let's see. Yeah, well. Well, I'm guessing where it's wicked in the other parts. So what past 37.60? I'm guessing. Or 37.80. It's 50. That's nah. Minutes there. They bounce 50. Not so much. Did okay there. That was about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, in those time frames, every time we go to those areas, it doesn't last long.
Yeah. So you don't have anywhere in particular, just generally where the wicks are, which would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just you're looking for patterning. That's the pattern at the current moment until it breaks higher.
Yeah, having a sense of where the discount zone is and where the premium zone is for the weekend range, I guess. When you get pushes to the premium range, it's like, whoop.
That
It's
looks
it's like
like
a
a
nice pump, but shit.
looks like a little
Unsustained
double
pump.
top there on Bitcoin.
Yeah, local one. Yeah. Dogecoin's in a nice range on the 15-minute chart. It's just been bouncing, through it sideways. It's sort of on the discount side of that range, Dogecoin, right now. But BNB, dude, that was a nice rally. So, like, I don't know, that was like a 3 or 4 hour rally right there. It's kind of cooling off now, but yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. See what that move is. 2% move.
Yeah. Yeah. It's only 2% moves are only beneficial if you have a hell of a lot of size on spot or you're using lots of leverage on futures. Yeah, otherwise 2%, that's peanuts. You know.
2% is fine for me, man. That's
Yeah, I'm very happy with 2%. 2%.
2 to
I
5
could
is a
call
good.
it a day. I could call it a
Yeah.
day at 2%. Like, that's good.
Yeah.
So when these double-digit performing days happen, it's like, oh, dude, Christmas. It's crazy.
Although it's nowadays until it gives it back, right? That's why it's sort of promoted. The PA's promoted profit taking. So
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that is a very common behavior. Giving it back, like it tends to do that a lot. I'm guessing that's the market maker recovering the vector that it just built. And if no one's coming to the party, they just take it back.
yeah, exactly.
Mm.
But that's the crazy thing. You think people would be stepping in, but maybe not.
Yeah, weekends generally speaking pretty dry, like for activity. No one tends to back anything for too long on the weekend, if at all.
Yeah.
And this is why I love a Monday morning. Because the real
Enjoy
action sort of starts. But yeah, man, I'm so keen. I know I've said this already, but I'm keen for this week because of the GDP results and also the FOMC meeting. I just want to see what Powell has to say in his the FOMC press conference. I know it's highly likely to be a pause, of course. I don't think he's going to cut or anything like that. But I don't doubt that the reporters are probably going to be asking him about the Trump visit to the Fed. They're going to be like, "So what did you guys talk about?" He's just going to shut it down. Like he's just going to say, "Oh, well, I'm not here to talk about that or discuss that. I'm here to
Yeah.
talk about the funds rate and
Whereas
our dual mandate."
then
Yeah,
people are going to
he'll
read
keep it.
what he's got, how
He's
he
gonna
say.
say, "Release the files."
He's going to start saying, "We've decided to start adding cryptocurrency to our balance sheet." Could you imagine that? That would go wild. But yeah, no, they're not adding to their balance sheet at the moment. They'd be reducing.
But we would get a pump. Then it would dump so hard when people found out that they didn't add yet, and then they would add. Hey.
Ahoy, hoy.
Hoi hoi.
What
We're
up,
going
Hope?
up. I hear those buys in the background.
You hear
What?
buys?
Somebody's on one of the aggregators.
Oh.
Oh, am I still on somebody's stream? No, I'm not.
My stream has the aggregator, but
They're
I
coming
doubt you're on
through.
that one. Just quietly, I think BNB is going to be working on some price discovery in the week to come, man. Just the fact that it's hanging out around its old all-time high like this is very optimistic. It's not like it bumped it and then crashed. Like it bumped it and then pulled back and now it's come back to it. So it's I feel like it's hungry, dude.
Okay, can you hear me, guys?
Certainly can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so
Sure can.
I found the indicator. It is a stochastic RSI with divergences. This one's by neobutane, something stupid like that. And I think it was Quai that was on there that had really bad connection. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think
that's him.
I think that's what he was guessing, and that it was a stochastic with divergences, and that's exactly what it is.
Yep. I
And it's
like
free.
the I like the stochastic volume. What is it? The money flow. Stochastic volume money flow.
Oh yeah, I got the money flow on Market Cypher, so I've got so much crap on there that
Well,
I can't even see my
they're
screen
all
anymore. Ridiculous.
they're all rolled into one indicator. So the stochastic and the RSI are kind of like almost the same thing, and you can tell when something is both oversold and that also means it's bearish, super bearish. And
Okay,
if it's overbought, it's also usually bullish because the money flow is flowing into it.
right. Okay, what is that called again, specifically?
Volume stochastic CMF. Let me see. I'll pull up a link and put it in general.
Okay.
Let's see. It's a good one. I have a bunch of it turned off, to be honest. Discord? Why can't I share it? That's
Is
crazy.
it
Why
price
can't I?
and volume stochastic divergent by M. Wright Inc.?
Give me 30 seconds and put it in general. Oh, it's not switching my room? All right, hold on. I might have to exit and re-enter Discord. It's doing weird stuff. Yeah, it keeps putting me in this other room. Oh, there we go. I got it. General chat. I'm placing it right now. It's the volume buy sell CMF and stochastic oscillator. And I drop I think it's the RSI or something into it. So they share the same panel. It's weird, but it works. I have the volume bars turned off. I just essentially use the moving averages on there and the buy sell, and I set the buy sell range to where I wanted it.
Where's the general chat? Because I pick up like the free the voice chat up in the top right hand corner, and I just see some stuff earlier from BJ. I don't.
General chat is under TA and above off topic chat. What's your name?
Rubber.
What is it?
Rubber. RUBBER. Yeah, there's a story behind it. Not what you're thinking though.
It should have tagged you and you should be able to find it now.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Did it work?
Island in Cambodia.
Let me see here.
Should have already popped up.
What's this? Here we go. Hmm.
Most of us look at charts on TradingView. There's a dude asking questions in general. If anybody feels like typing.
Yeah, I see it in general chat. Thanks.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah, I found it in general chat. Thanks.
Yeah, and then there's somebody asking questions. I'm not sure what I should say. Lot in one thing. Because I know people are looking at different places.
Ooh, that is a busy oscillator.
Yeah, I took off the volume. I took off a bunch of it, like the MAC divergence and some other stuff. I particularly like the buy sell, the fact that you can set it so you can actually set the range so it where your sell signal shows up and where your buy signal show up.
Did you change anything in the length or the K or the smooth?
Not really.
So just in the
I
style.
added an RSI into the same panel. The longer the time frame on that one, the more accurate you're going to find it.
Right.
You put that thing on a monthly, weekly, 2 month, 3 month, you're going to find it super accurate.
Is the length by day or is it the length by candle?
What do you mean?
Okay. Like if you have your chart on 15-minute and your length at 30, is the length measured like I was on 20 when I started? Is that 20 minutes, 20 days?
Should be the
20
last
hours?
they can.
20 candles usually always, I think, is what
It's
you're asking.
changing time frame.
Oh, we're losing you.
It's changing when you change time frame. Is it changing the length?
Great explanation. Can you tell me how to hook up my Wi-Fi?
I didn't hear anything. Whoever that was talking sounded like robot.
That was
Randy.
quiet.
Was that
He
a
like
short?
cut in. Yeah, he like
Can
cut
you,
out. He thought he had connection. Robot.
can you hear me
What's
now?
up, body? Yeah, you stopped body.
All right. When you change the time frame on the chart, does it change the length,
No, they should all be the same
or
according to
does
the
the
frame
length
on.
stay the same? And then if the length is 20, it's the last 20 candles. It's the average of the last 20 candles.
I have, let me see, 2 in the same panel. I have a stochastic right above it. So it's running with an extra stochastic.
It looks like it's running identical with the stochastic. Not sure what the difference is much versus except for the red and green bars.
When you put an extra stochastic over it, you can actually move the panels within each other. It's kind of strange. I'll take a quick snapshot of my screen and upload it so you can see.
Sure.
So you're able to do silly stuff like this. And remember, you're looking at the bottom of the screen. So a regular stochastic is what's above it on the first picture. And then the indicator that you just downloaded is the other one. They run very similar, but not exactly. So I have the regular stochastic because it's sharper. It really tells me when those turnarounds happen, when those reversals happen. Kind of,
sure.
You know what I'm saying? It makes those V's. The other one, you're able to set it up so that way when it's above a certain range, you know to prepare to sell or that you want to sell in those ranges.
Gotcha.
So it'll pop up with the pink. Same thing when you go to the bottom, it'll pop up with blue to buy. And I mean, when you line this thing up, you want to look at those buys more than the sells. The buys line up pretty darn close. And I find that the stochastic will turn around up to 3 candles before the whole movement. So you'll find like a bottom, and then 3 candles later, you'll find the, a lower bottom. That's the actual bottom. I mean, that translates to daily and weekly, so it could be 3 weeks on some of those, longer time frames.
And on the
But
style aspect of the indicator in the settings, you said you clicked a bunch of these off.
mm-hmm.
Do you happen to remember which ones, or?
You see. So I have buy volume off, sell volume off.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay.
That cleaned it up.
It did.
Dina's pushing again, man. The thing's up 12% in the last couple hours.
So you can see that there's a line on the chart that you can move around, and that line decides when you get those buy sell signals according to how the MAs are crossing. When they both fall below, it'll give you the buy. When they're both on the other side of it, it'll disappear. Not disappear like past tense, but like it will stop telling you to buy.
Okay, yeah, I'll play around with it for a bit. Thanks. Always looking for new toys.
This one I really like. I use it a lot more on the longer time frame. Let me see what a good one would be for you to check it out on. Weekly, maybe. Yeah, if you look on the weekly, when it gets the big buy areas, not all of them fall down, but those are definitely times that you should be checking your stop and finding where the support and being below it. So like back on in December, it has like a fake where it tried to move up, kind of failed, and it was giving all these sell signals, which is what I meant by it's overbought at that point, but it's also super bullish because people are buying it. So that's why it's overbought. It's like a chicken or the egg. So you got to figure out when it's changing.
Right. Got it. Thanks.
And it throws up a lot of, I guess, false sell signals because of how bullish it gets. But the buys when it dips down on like the weekly and stuff tend to be not terrible. On the weekly, it even gave a buy signal in the middle, the dip, July 2021, when it dipped down to, let me see, from 69 down to like 30. It actually did give a buy there. But it also wanted you to buy going into the bear market a little bit.
I don't. Let's see that. Yeah, I'm just comparing it against some of my other stuff right now and in the charts. Try that future trend channel by Chart Prime.
Hmm. Yeah, but I do like this indicator a lot.
Sweet.
I should probably tell you where my buy line is. Let me go to the casino and win me some money.
Go play craps.
I can't stand your darn thing anymore. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna go play craps. Are you a fan of craps?
Yeah, I was a dealer, then a supervisor, then a pit boss, and a casino manager back in the day. So I didn't know all the games.
What do you? How do you feel about craps?
It's that and roulette's got your best odds.
So you basically have seen people actually do well at the craps table.
Oh yeah, Tripper Jones came in from the Atlanta Braves one day, ran up 152, 175 grand. Honestly, he was on like an hour and a half roll. The guy couldn't lose. Like the place was going bananas.
Wait, an hour and a half? So what? He just like for an hour and a half? Did he keep changing his bets, or he just let it roll for an hour and a
I
half?
just kept, he'd hit his point, and then it would start back over again, and he'd roll,
Yeah.
and hit his
Yeah,
point,
but
and
did
start
he
back
ever?
over again.
Did he add to it, or did he clear the table, or that was it? He was just.
The whole table was, and that's what took so long too, because you got 16 players on the table, so you have all those bets to play off every time it hits, and it was just, yeah.
Yeah, no, I've gone. They have what is it? They don't call it video craps, but it's video craps where they have the physical dice that shakes and it's under a camera.
Yep. I've had a lot of luck with those at the casino too.
Yeah, yeah. I want to go play that because the casino where I'm at, I can get in for like $20. It's like a $5 minimum, and I think on that machine, it's not counting a $5 for the don't come line. It's like I could go put like $3 on hard 6, hard 4, hard 8, whatever, and like $3 on the pass line and just play.
Nice.
And it got crazy expensive to play at the tables and stuff.
Oh yeah.
You have to like even if it could be a $5 minimum, and for you to play what you want to play, you're still going to need like $30, $45
Yeah, if you want
to
to
play
play
the board.
a certain technique.
Well, if you want to play the board, if you want to put like $5 on each point and just let it roll, you know what I'm saying, and roll the points. I've had my most luck with craps in the casinos. Walk over to a blackjack table, lose like all my money, take $50 over to the craps table, win a couple hundred back, go back to the blackjack table, rinse and repeat. But it's fun, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure the blackjack dealers were like, is he going to the ATM?
Oh, it was nuts. It was like like you see in the movie.
Yeah, I was out in Vegas for years. Grandfather and my grandparents lived out there and stuff, so I'd go visit
Cool.
for like a month at a time, just hang out in Vegas. Depending on who you go with, you could have a fun time. So I'd go out there with my cousin sometimes, and he gets bored quick or upset with the casinos quick and goes to the next one.
Mhm.
But like, it's funny because he'll throw down some crazy bet, he'll win, or he'll keep doubling up until he has enough to pay for the limo, and then we're all on a limo and gone.
Nothing wrong with that.
We're gonna go to the Bellagio now. Are you kidding me? You're getting wrecked here. The Bellagio is twice the buy-in.
Yeah, they don't let you buy in for $3 or $5 there.
Nope. It's fun, the whole idea of the casino. Get ready.
Oh, this is painful.
What's happening? Nothing.
Just exactly.
The weekend.
Double weekend.
Nothing is good for me because down is bad. I mean, I've been holding this trade for so long. It would probably benefit me to exit 3/4 of it and just let the rest run. Because I fluctuate, like the leverage is 28x. Every day, this trade fluctuates at least 150 to 250%. So would probably do good cutting it at the top of the range and trying to catch the bottom again. But the daily looks pretty good on ETH. Could be making a double top today. We could be making a breakout tomorrow. Who knows? Yay, recover ETH, recover. This is where it gets fun as we get to all-time highs, especially on ETH where it's been rejected so many times before, around 4,000, just above. We could trap a lot of shorts up there. We could move up pretty far.
ETH bounced off the bottom of the cloud on the 50, but on 15 minutes. But I do wonder if that's going to hold or if we're going to start to come down. I guess if Bitcoin starts to lose its and also its cloud, then
No, Bitcoin and ETH are definitely looking different on the longer time frames.
look at the longer time.
So BTC on the daily versus ETH on the daily, ETH looks much more bullish. ETH is second week of a retrace from a peak. I'm sorry, BTC is second week of a retrace from peak. And then you have ETH still might not even be a retrace on the weekly until tomorrow night. So tomorrow night we'll have our first red candle consolidation type candle. And right now we're holding upwards on it above the close of last week or around the close of last week. So it's a tough call. I guess we're on a pivot point right here. But you could have something where Bitcoin starts to go down and the money pours into some of the alts and then pours out of the alts.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. Look at dominance. And the thing is, if we're expecting dominance to rise, that's only really going to come from either a big dump or a big pump, right? So I know we're sort of diddling in the middle.
Oh.
Hey, I just put that future trend change indicator on my trading view. That thing looks cool.
Yeah,
It's like a channel.
Yeah, it'll fluctuate obviously as the things go, but so go, like click on your 15-minute time frame and you'll see within the channel, you'll see a little sign pop up. It'll say future price or something like that.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
yeah, and then go to the let me see what the hell they call it. Let me get into my
Yeah, I'm in ENA. It's like seeing Santa's sleigh. I mean, it's
yeah, so
just
if you go over to the left channel, and you'll see like the smiley face and you go over, it says icons. It's right under
okay.
the text, the T for text box. No.
Okay, you lost me there.
Okay, well, see in the left channel how you have like the trend line, you have the fib retracement icons,
Oh,
the long and short positions. Go down until you see the smile. There should be a smiley face there. It should say icon. It should be under the T for text box. You see that?
maybe because I have other indicators up, I'm not seeing that, but no, I don't.
This won't have anything to do with the indicators, but it should
Okay.
be in your left. It should be in your left, far left channel there. You see like where you go up and you grab your trend line.
Nope, I don't. I just see, okay. So I've just got the candle, the structure.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I'm saying like go way up to the far left, the furthest left of the whole screen. You should have a column there, and there'll be like a there'll be a star at the bottom, a trash can down there, a lock, something that looks like a lock, a safety lock, a magnet,
no, I don't
a
see any of
ruler.
that.
Are you on TradingView?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in ENA on TradingView. I have a split screen though, so it's messing me up. It's confusing me. So hold on just a second. Let me get this screen out of here. Okay, so are you talking about on the left panel?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I thought you meant on this indicator.
No.
Sorry. I thought, yeah, because I was saying that this got this. Okay. Anyway, okay. What am I doing now? Walk me through.
So you start at the top. You got the cross. You got the
Yep,
trend
yep.
line.
Yep.
Go down to just below the T for text, and there should be a little smiley face. Should
Yes.
say icons.
Yep.
Click on that. Scroll through until you find the target, like an arrow hitting a target. Once you click it, it'll always be at the top then, but you just gotta scroll through.
Okay. Hold on. Arrow hitting the target. I know what you're talking about. I just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. I'm gonna guess it's down in the activity sports.
Yep,
Yeah,
right
it
there.
is.
I'm
It's
in the
down.
activity. Yeah, I'm in the active. Oh, there it is. Okay.
So click that.
The bullseye. Is that what it is?
Yep.
Yep. Got it.
Click that, and then go drop that right on that part where it says the price,
Oh, there.
where it says future price, and has the
Oh,
little.
cool. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
and then go to and now when you go to 30-minute, click 30-minute, go back over to the smiley face, and now that target bullseye thing should be right at the very top of your icon. As soon as you push that, it should be recently used, and it should be right there waiting for you. You don't have to scroll and look for it.
It is.
And then, okay, now you're gonna have
I
to
need
adapt
to
your screen.
let me
Gonna-
condense this a little bit though, because that was taking up way too much space there.
yeah,
Okay,
condense
hold
your
on.
screen a bit, and then look for click 30 minutes.
Yeah, I've got it on 30.
Okay, now there should be a brand new future price.
Yep.
Box. Drop that bullseye right on that.
Okay, I'm going to make sure that changed because that looks like it says the same thing. It says future price 0.06 on 15. On 30 minutes, future price 0.06.
Okay, then stretch it out to an hour. Then don't worry about it. You know,
Okay.
just go to 1 hour. It'll
Oh,
pull it out.
future price
from
0.07. So what am I supposed to do on this one now? Put the bullseye there?
Just drop the bullseye there, and then go to 4 hours, and then daily. And you can just plant those targets right all in those channels,
Oh,
and then just kind
gotcha.
of watch the price. You know, I said it's
That's crazy. That is so cool.
Mhm.
I've never seen anything like this. How'd you figure this one out? Okay, hold on.
I don't even want to tell you the hours of trial and error of all the indicators I've used.
Okay. Right there. Okay. There. Okay, there it locked it in. Wasn't locking it in. Okay, so let me ask you this then. I'm going to go back and just get down small time frames, which is what I would be scalping on. And I'm on the 1 minute. So I'm on ENA, and like I said, it looks like Santa sleigh going, straight up basically. It's it's on the bottom of this channel. So the channel is green. Are you on TradingView
Let
by
me-
chance?
I am. Let me go to ENA and see what it pulls up there. Okay, I'm on the 15-minute.
Okay,
so
go
it-
on the 1 minute.
The 1 minute?
Go down to the 1 minute. Yes, because if I'm scalping, it's going to be on, I'm going to be looking at the 1 minute. So it's hitting the bottom of the channel. So the channel's green. So it looks like you've got the bottom, the supply line, and then the top of the channel there.
And it,
So
the future
yeah.
price target should be right in the midline of the channel. Is what I'm showing for the 1 minute. It's obviously down. Let me see where that.
It says 0.06, so that's 6 cents. But that would be down below. Okay, now I'm confused. So if it's in this channel, if the candle is in the channel and it's hitting the bottom of that channel and it is going up now, is that what that? No. Okay, I should look at this before I start.
Basically,
there.
grab
Go
your trend line.
Okay.
And put it on the candle right now. That little green one just popped up off the bottom of the channel. And draw your trend line straight over to the bullseye and release it. I can get a pretty darn good idea where that's going to go. Does that make sense?
Kind of. Hold on just a second because I'm going to lock that trend line in. Okay. So you said to take the trend line on that green candle, which I've got it on the green candle where it's the first green candle. So it's the second green candle is kind of coming back down. So I've got it on the first green candle and I took it straight to the right because that's where.
Yep, up and to the right where the future price target is.
Yeah,
drop
and
that
it
bullseye.
says 0.06. What does that mean?
I don't see that, but it really doesn't matter. I mean, it's showing, it's going to show you where, and it just moved up a bit, so it's definitely showing ENA is going to keep climbing
going.
here.
Yeah. Okay, so mine says future price. So it's the box. This one for some reason doesn't have the bullseye, but it's on the 1 minute. So didn't translate over to that 1 minute. Um,
Mhm.
if you're saying that if I need to go on all the different time frames to do it, which I shouldn't have to, I don't think.
If
But
you just
nonetheless,
do one, if you're scalping and stuff, just do the 1, the 15, and then the 1 hour.
gotcha. Okay, so I take the trend line on the green candle, which is where it is right now, and I take it straight up and to the right.
To the where the bullseye should be placed at that future price.
Yes. And
Yeah,
then you're
and then
saying
just
so that after so much time where this bullseye is, that's where price is going to be.
Yep.
Oh, I'm so watching this right now. Okay.
And
I'm
again,
actually-
it's no indicators 100% on, but
Oh,
man,
sure,
this
sure, sure.
it's
If it's
it's
even
just
close,
argues.
yeah.
Mhm.
If it's even close, I
We're
want to
gonna
watch.
hold you to that. I heard him say it was 100% on.
I wish it was 100% on. I wouldn't be here.
Let's say, don't get Drew on here and get him started. Jeez. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna play around with this thing. This is so cool. Look, and that's basically it, right? There's not a whole lot of these and nows I need to know about it.
Nope.
Awesome. Thank you.
If
I'm
you,
gonna.
if you want,
I'm
maybe go on YouTube and type that channel in there at the top and look and see any videos you can find on it.
Oh, that's a great idea. You've been so helpful. Thank you. I'm gonna go do that right now, actually. And
That's what
then,
I get for having a teaching degree.
yeah, yeah. Well, apparently you're good at it.
Oh, that was in political science and U.S. history, though, so a little different subject than this.
Oh gosh. Well, you still have a teacher's heart. Okay, I'm gonna go jump on YouTube. You guys finish your conversation. Sorry to interrupt. And I'm
course.
just gonna
Good
keep
luck.
this on the background and
Let me know.
see
Yeah,
if
let
I
me know how
can.
it goes.
Thank you. I will. Appreciate
You
you.
bet. Good luck. Sure.
This 1 minute candle on Zora is nuts.
Pingu was launching off.
What's going on, y'all? Got back from getting some dinner. What you guys up to? Except for falling asleep.
Hey, yeah, I'm working up some dinner myself.
But at this point, we might have to include all this damn price action in the weekend trap. This shit is stuck underneath that, under that supply. Crazy.
It doesn't look like it wants to come back down, does it?
Nah, I mean, it's looking a lot more like that. We'll see how she plays out. Definitely doesn't want to go above 118.1. That shit is hitting a brick wall every time it tries. The 50 EMA is holding us up underneath, so that's not that big of a mystery, but we see what's sitting there as far as buy orders. Gotta be right on top, and there's nothing there. The weirdest shit ever, bro. It's like we're rejecting off of no orders, no standing orders at all. We got 400 Bitcoin at 18.5, but that's way up here.
It's like a ghost line. Jeez.
That's those algos, bro, doing what they can to try to keep price from getting too close to CME, but there is buy pressure, which is why we're not breaking that 50. Like an angry dog on a leash. Let me at him, coach. Let me at him.
You're gonna release the the lungs? What do you think about that, D?
I don't know. That's what we're waiting to find out. Still isn't enough. There isn't enough information yet. I mean, honestly, if I wanted to be real, we should probably bring weekend trap box up to hold all of that. How long would the box be? As long as it's smaller than 1%, it isn't crazy. Yeah, it's right underneath 1%, which is usually the average size of the box. You just got to give the range some time to play out to figure out where the range is going to be.
Mm-hmm. But it's not showing sign that it wants to go down at all.
Yo, God of Trade, don't come in here shilling bullshit. If you want to explain your little strategy, go ahead, but
D, on the alien wave extractor, there's one thing that it cannot happen, and it cannot touch the or retest the W.
Block is weekly
That would
overbought.
be an
What is
invalidation
the TA for tomorrow and
for the
Monday morning?
impulse. Yeah.
Yeah, I personally don't trade Elliott too much.
Yeah, I know.
Where did we stop there? 117.86. 117.86 was the actual close. $17.86 brings us to the bottom of that accumulation.
If you go to a lower time frame, it's showing a different number.
6. Click on the 15. Excuse me. Yeah, that's the premium. The premium is too high though. I'm looking on the daily to get a better sort of. So lower time frames are going to show you the premium. The premium is always like $1,000, if not more, than where it came off of. But the higher time frames do a better job of showing you on the macro where the actual number was. And that takes us right to the middle. I mean, it's all the same. The only difference is the CME closes there and perps closes there. Right? But either way,
So
they're both within. If we were to split the difference, right? Perps is at the end of that candle. CME is at the end of those candles. If we were to split the difference, we'd be looking dead middle of the trap.
Right. So we're okay. So we're in the right now where we're trading it's at the premium. That's why it's holding the top.
Hold on, let me get rid of this guy, bro. People can't wait to come in here and try to sell my people shit. Bye-bye.
What are they selling?
Some bullshit, some course or some trading strategy or some copy trading bullshit. I mean, the dude's name is God of Trade, so I mean, he's got to know what he's talking about, right?
I know it was like 3 in the morning, man. There was a bunch of them on there. Like what?
Yeah, they get loose. Super chat. Let me see. Weekly overbought. Yeah, so we're looking to see what our liquidations look like. For me, it looks like we're building up. Remember we talked about good market participants? These guys right here are not being good market participants. Right? These guys that have their liquidations inside of the weekend trap are basically in the danger zone. So I don't know how many more times we're going to try to get above to get this liquidity. But if we can't go grab it, or even if we are capable of grabbing it, and we come up and we get that swing just to get that measured move, then I think we come down for these. That's going to be important though, whether we get this swing or not, right? Because if we don't get that swing, then this liquidity is going to stay above, right? And this liquidity is going to stay below. And when it comes to have our fake move out of the trap, it really can't go either way. But if we come up and we swing and we grab this and then come back into the trap or whatever, chances are we'll have that false move down, right, to grab that liquidity. Since there's no more gas up top, grab this liquidity and then have our 3-day up. If it plays out the way it's played out the last couple times, it will be a sweep down that comes back to the range and then puts in another low on Monday and then has its recovery. But we need to see if we're going to sweep this liquidity first or not, right? We might just reject again and then come down and grab this liquidity and then just keep doing this. Right now, to me, it seems like the false move would be down, but we need some time to pass.
unless the the algo lose control, right?
Yeah, unless whales come in and decide to push this thing overnight. But I'm still looking by 2, 3 o'clock this morning. It's gonna be 3 o'clock in the morning when we stop putting in these psychological ranges. I'm looking for them to bring this psychological low, at the very least, down here, so that our CME gap will be in the middle of the psychological ranges, right? Your psych high will be there, your psych low will be here, and then your CME will be right in the middle. Pretty solid little wall we got above us.
Would you be looking to compound on that false move down?
I'd be looking to probably put some more. What I'm gonna do when we pop down is I'll probably add a little bit to some of the stronger alts. My Bitcoin position for the most part is already solid. I'll take a long, right? I'll take like a short-term long. But my positions for the most part are full. The difference is where it's sitting, right? Like I've got like 60% to 80% of alts positions full, meaning of the money that's supposed to be in each specific alt, 60 to 80% in it, and then that 20 to 40% that's missing is sitting in Bitcoin. So it's all about when do I rotate back. And then I've got like 15% dry powder just in case some crazy shit was to happen, but
Yeah, I got a rack in ETH, and I kind of want to pull it out and put it in Bitcoin, but I'm not sure when I want to make the move.
I mean, ETH is getting to the point that it's starting to slowly outperform. They're going back and forth, right? Sometimes Bitcoin goes down 3% and ETH only goes down 1. Sometimes it matches, sometimes. So it's kind of hard. The way I'm doing it is my ERC20s, any alts that I was holding that were ERC20s, when I took profit from them, those went into ETH. And then everything else got taken out into Bitcoin. I figure if an ERC20 drops, it's going to drop less than ETH does, right? Similar to the same way with Bitcoin. If ETH drops 3%, your ERC20s are going to drop 6, 12%.
Imagine if we do give that move down, it would probably be like a false move down. If we get 3 days up, you could almost make a little bit more money on some of the strong along in that.
Yeah.
Or do you think something where like Bitcoin moves and the alts just kind of lag? I guess it kind of depends on Bitcoin dominance, huh?
Yeah, it depends on dominance and how strong it's looking. I do think that dominance gets dragged up with this next move up for Bitcoin. Which is why I want to get all the bottom shit out of the way. Last thing I want to do is have dominance shoot up to 5%, to 0.5, or the golden pocket, while Bitcoin is popping down. Right? Because dominance can move up while Bitcoin's going down. If Bitcoin comes down and dominance moves up to 0.5 from here, or to that measured move basically, and then Bitcoin decides to go to all-time highs, Dom's going to golden pocket. But we've been looking at those alt Bitcoin pairs, right? I mean, some of this stuff does have to come down still. And it's not a massive drop. It's probably just more than most people are going to be comfortable taking, you know? But this stuff, in my opinion, not has to, but should come back home. Should tap back down into these ranges before everything's ready to go. And it looks like that's basically what I'm expecting, right? Tap, that's a big drop. But what's going to happen at ETH if that happens? What's going to happen, you know? But when you look at, like I was saying earlier, if you look at ETH BTC, If BTC pumped like this, alts were still dropping off, right? And they found a little bit of a floor. So when ETH took off, it was right here, right? Everything found a little bit of a floor for a second in these ranges. But when ETH BTC came down for the higher low, right? It didn't break its lows. It came down for a higher low. Total BTC took out its lows. Right, so even though the move on ETH BTC wasn't big, the effect on total 3 gave it a new low. So if ETH BTC comes down and does something like this after hitting this measured move, just a simple cool down retracement, building structure for the next move up, right? That should be enough to give total 3 a new low and find our support. And then at that point, I'm loading into alts because they've got support underneath us, right? So it's like, and they've got support against their BTC pairs, which means that any sort of gains that they get, they should be able to hold, right? We should be out of that full retrace environment that we've been in for the past couple years. That's a lot of if this then that, but that's kind of how we got to play this, right? Is Pengu still going?
Athena just had a nice pump, starting to retrace.
Like all my coins are moving, bro. I have no complaints right now.
Took off, it ripped up like 15%.
What's your bubbles look like?
Pengu's setting up to move right now. I know, I haven't looked. Let me see. I try to avoid looking at the port sometimes. Bubbles helps me do that. It's like I can kind of glance at my holdings without having to glance at the actual.
Crow's pushing, huh? What's going on with Crow?
Favorites.
H-Bar.
Launchcoin, Pengu, Beam. Don't hold Punky anymore. That shouldn't be there. Couple laggers, but for the most part, everything is decent-ish. Launchcoin doesn't really count. I just scalped this thing. Like, this thing will be down 20% in 3 days. Like, no bullshit, bro. Launchcoin is either the best performer or the worst performer. It's never anywhere in the middle. Which
The
makes
launch
really good.
/ dump coin.
It makes really good scalping, though, because of that, right? Because it's just the swings are... Like, when I look at my portfolio and I come up here and I'm like, I don't see Launchcoin, I know it's having a good day. I know that shit's going to be somewhere near the bottom. Look, the very bottom. See what I mean? Like, it is either at the very top of the list, percentage-wise. In a couple days, I'll show you, it'll be all the way down here at like a -10, -20. It's a lot of fun, though, because you don't hesitate to take profits on that coin because you know what's going to happen, right? So it's like, wait, what the hell is wrong with my... The hell did this blue line come from? Why is there a blue line on my Trader's Reality
Yeah, I know how to
name?
fix it. It updated. Go to style or
Okay.
visibility. Visibility.
Uh-huh.
No, it's style. Go back to style. The email border. Upper email cloud and lower email cloud. Turn both those off.
Yeah, but look what happens when you remove it.
No, turn the upper now.
Yeah, now it's at the 800 EMA.
What the?
I move the 800 EMA and it moves to the damn 200. Remove the 200 and it goes to the 50.
Whoa.
And your vector is blue too.
The
That's
hell
what
is
people.
that?
There's a recent update, I think, on it or something, and it's been trippy for me too. I didn't realize that though. I was wondering why my 800 email looked blue, but
I mean, I guess I could leave it there and just rewire my brain to remember that the EMA color is blue, but I don't have to do that.
I don't know what I've been doing, but it kind of, yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, Neve, I remember you asked me about that. Maybe they pushed an update on the damn trading on the indicator or something, but
Someone just said, right?
I don't like it. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
a
dude,
couple
on
of y'all
mine,
were
the
asking
bottom of
me.
the 50 EMA cloud is blue.
Yeah, I remember a couple of y'all were asking me about it the other day, but it hadn't happened to mine yet, and it's still not showing on this one. It's weird.
I don't know why they did that. I liked it the way it was before.
No, it seems like a mistake. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't even suit a purpose. You said you added yesterday high. And it went away. Oh, like added it to the. I see what you're saying. You gotta make it show to the. I gotcha. That's bugged out. Anybody tried just re-downloading the indicator? Is it still happening?
Man, I'm not going through changing all my settings again.
That's what I'm avoiding to do because I've got
If I
so
take it up,
many changes on. Yeah, exactly. Oh, they said removing and adding doesn't do anything.
Bitcoin's gonna.
it's probably just a Pine script issue. If I had to guess.
Let me show high and low. Oh, hell no, that's even worse. Oh, wait, there's nothing wrong on this one. What am I doing? Let me stop before I screw this one up too. Now we're just going to pretend that didn't happen. We're going to leave that. And then now I'm on the same layout with one that doesn't have it. Are you guys running double layouts of the same layout? If you're running two layouts of the same sort of layout up here, get rid of one of them. See if it's the same on all of them. I almost think that it happened because I was running, and it shouldn't, obviously. It's still not an excuse, but we'll see. If it pops up on this shit tomorrow.
Wait, so you have one chart,
What happened?
you have one chart where it doesn't show up?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of them where it doesn't show up.
Alright.
My momentum
Well, if you go
layout
up to
doesn't have
the
it.
right,
My YouTube viewer thing doesn't have it.
if you go up to the right where it says like layout, you know, there's that little save button. I know you're on auto save, but like you know, how there's like it shows just the name of your layout in that little box, and then underneath it it says save.
Yep.
You hit save, and then you go to your other charts, hit refresh, see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like
Like,
this until it pops up everywhere. I'm not trying to make it happen either.
well, if you refresh the page, like the tab on the other charts that do have it, then it like so first you got to save the layout that doesn't have it, and then you go to the other chart like on the other tab. You just refresh that tab, and it should be the same layout that you were previously working.
Yeah,
So
no,
if you click save, that might solve the issue.
that sounds good, but you don't know my luck. My luck, I hit that button and it pops up on every layout I have now.
I have the worst luck in the world, and like stuff like that works for me. So I don't know.
Good luck.
I
Silk Shoe said he
I
just did it
definitely
and it didn't happen. But now my settings are reset and it's still bugged.
yeah.
Well, when you guys see Tino back online, I suggest you jump on there and scream at him, tell him to fix that bullshit.
Yeah, I'll go into the server right now and be like, yo, what the hell is wrong with your indicator? Hey, you need to fix this shit.
I'm ahead of you.
We should all just go raid his server. Like, look, bro, this ain't right. You need to fix this. We want a refund. It's gonna be like, are you guys mad? The indicator is free, man. What are you doing? Nah, if I notice that he's gone live, I'm gonna go hit like I'll go into his YouTube live chat and be like, yo, this is a problem, bro. There's a lot of people that are real pissed off about this.
Got some sort of weird noises coming through your mic, Clay.
Oh yeah, I'll mute. It's my car.
It's like probably not gonna be the only one.
See, platinum and hit 1500.
Out of control.
It just dropped down a little bit. But
Good. Everything is showing a bit of weakness though right now. That's good though. They needed to sort of catch up. Silver gave back a bunch after the run they did had a great run though. Copper's almost up at target.
I have a gold related question for you.
Yeah.
You familiar with the gold backs?
The securities?
Gold backs, the paper currencies they're printing with gold content.
Yeah, gold-backed securities. Yeah.
I know securities.
What about them though?
I was looking at them and it's interesting because they're trying to promote for people to start accepting them at their businesses. And there's like 5 states that have them.
Interesting.
Florida has the most. They seem to have gone all out on it.
I prefer physical. I mean, these derivatives, every major bubble that we've had, from the tulip bubble to 2008, was literally all caused because of derivatives, right? At some point, the bubble gets so big that you're no longer trading the actual asset. You're trading paper that represents the asset that is not being, it's being rehypothecated or whatever. Same thing happens with tulips.
Yeah.
Same things. I mean, it's so yeah. You got to be careful. I like physical. Me, period. Me, personally, I like physical just because of the chance of any supply shocks coming through when I'm holding. These little supply shocks every once in a while pop up, and they hit paper really hard.
It's interesting because it's I don't know how the value will be affected as it goes up, but at $3,000 or 3,500, whatever we're at, it seems like it's almost double the cost. So you pay for the gold, and then you multiply that by 2, and that's the value of the bill. So theoretically, you could easily lose 50% of your money if nobody's accepting them, and it's only worth the gold on it.
Yeah, yeah. And then the problem is, like I said, if there's any supply shock, they're starting to talk about this Fort Knox thing again.
Yeah, yeah.
I've heard it a couple times, but that's a perfect example, right? They go into Fort Knox and there's one single gold bar out of place, you're going to get a supply shock. Even if it doesn't make sense, it's psychological, right? Whenever something like that happens, when they find out that somebody doesn't have enough or that somebody's lying, what ends up happening is that everybody that's holding paper gold turns it in, right? They're going to redeem that for gold if they have the opportunity to. They're going to go into hard gold. And then there's a run on gold providers, and then the price of paper gold goes to shit while the price of physical gold goes through the roof. Happen to silver. It'll happen to gold eventually.
So if that happens, does it eventually reverse?
Yeah, everything comes back. Yeah.
Accumulate the paper, but
Yeah. There is a good time after that where it's a good time to buy paper because it's so cheap and things are starting to cool down a little bit.
you would think, but then I think of the original silver and gold certificates we had, which were paper. You can't go into a bank and exchange that anymore.
Yeah. Metals are weird, man. For them to be truly liquid, you really kind of have to have a guy. Like, as close as you, well, or just be trading an ETF or something, right? Electronically.
Yeah.
But
Well, I mean, the way
even
I
on
do,
my best day, like right now, if I wanted to liquidate my gold, I couldn't do it. Right, I'd have to wait till office hours. I have to call him in the morning, make sure he's there at open. I have to get in the car, actually drive over there.
see, I can't. I mean, I can't. I can do it at any time. It's the problem is the amount you would have to own to get your physical gold sent to you is like literally a full Bitcoin.
Yeah, they never want to send.
Like,
They don't want to send you gold. They want to hold the gold. They
But
just want to trade you paper. If they can avoid it, they will.
yes, on the exchange, I can do back and forth from silver, gold, and USD.
Yeah.
At any point, anytime. So I just go on there whenever. If it's at a high, I can sell. If it's
Yeah,
at
it's
a
more
low,
convenient.
but it's an app just for gold and silver. I don't want to name drop it to still too much.
There's lots of them.
Yeah, it's a good one. But it's nice when you have that digital access at any time. So yeah, I was looking at them. I'm gonna start acquiring some of them here and there. I think, especially if gold starts dipping a bit.
I need to cut this AC on. It is hot as hell in the house. Hold on, I'll be right back.
You ain't gotta mind the fucking color, bro. I've been paying the bitch like $1,500 a month. I don't know. I've been having it out there. Think about it. Huh? I've been out there ever since I met it out. Yeah, don't worry about that bitch, bro. Like I said, I've been paying like $300 extra a month, bro. That's what she charged me.
Hey,
Like,
Chris,
something. Oh, my bad, bro. It's my bad. Sorry, bro. My bad. Discord.
Rump pum pum, rump pum pum.
Well, the price action is that exciting, huh?
We could be getting some sort of change in direction now. It does seem to be trending to the upside. We just got a retrace on the 15-minute. I don't necessarily think this candle's going to close green. For ETH. Oh wait, did it just do that? Yeah. Yeah, it could close green. But whether or not it closes engulfing is a good question.
What if it doesn't close at all?
Then things will never be the same.
What if it's just the never-ending candle? It doesn't go up or down, it's just sideways.
What if you could make entries on the left side of the chart?
What if your legs bent backwards? What would a chair look like?
What if you peed out of your nose?
I've been on one of those chairs.
Yeah, isn't there some sort of special massage chair that bends your legs backwards?
The other way. Everybody's thinking now.
I already know what it would look like. I told you. I've been on one of them chairs. I'll tell you this much, a stool wouldn't change very much. A stool would be exactly the same, and a chair would probably be almost exactly the same.
You wouldn't be facing the right direction.
You would thin it out. Think of bicycle seats. So you would be thinned out so your legs can go the other way. Just telling you. Make the chat GPT draw it for you. I mean, I guess there's a bunch of different ways you could make a chair, but a stool would just be a stool still. Have you seen the episode of Rick and Morty recently this season where they have those people with the legs are reversed?
Never saw an episode ever.
Oh, it's a great series. Pretty funny.
We got a few buys coming in here.
Yay. Still early too. It's only 10.
Why did you sound like Wooderson when you said that?
Like what?
Wooderson, the guy from Dazed and Confused. He's like, "You gotta join, man." He's like, no, not on me, man." He's like, "Oh, well, it'd be a lot cooler if you did."
I hate how we lose you every time.
It's Matthew McConaughey in Dazed and Confused.
Or if you did.
Yeah. Be a lot
Who,
cooler
him?
if you did, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how he sounded like. He was like, "Looks like we got some buys coming in."
I saw some
Big
dude
book.
on the other day, and he looked like he fell out of the Dazed and Confused cast.
Sweet, dude. Hey, man, we got some buys coming in? Nah, man, not right now. Well, it'd be a lot cooler if we did.
Yeah, man.
I can't believe they're pushing the top of like this range so hard. It's gonna get trashed. Willing to bet. That is a lot of times hitting that sort of same
Option strange.
resistance though.
Just run stuff constantly, huh?
Gordon Holligo, you need TP for your bunghole?
What? Yeah, sure. TP is for bungholes.
Did he move the trap?
Yeah, he moved it up a little bit to include the price action that happened today. And the
There's gonna
bottom of
be
it is still in relatively the same spot.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's moved. It wasn't the same when I stepped away for a while. I come back, I'm like, wait a minute, what?
on with that. This is the wrong one.
Matches, you have an open mic.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. We just heard like weird sounds.
I'm driving, so there's stuff jingling on my dash, and then I cleared my
Okay.
throat. Must have been funny.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know.
I appreciate that. I thought I left it on mute, but that's fine. I was about to click off in about a minute, anyways. Was also got distracted because like I was driving down the street and I took the wrong turn. There was a couple cops on the same street, and they pulled over the dude next to me, I guess, right after I turned. So I might have forgot I was on.
Yeah, funny you say that. I was just about to take an exit on the highway and pass a cop, and he freaking instantly turned around and put his lights on, and I saw the blue lights. I'm like, oh shit, I wasn't doing it. And so it would seem like he was like following close behind me, and I took the exit to the right, and he took the exit to the left, and I was like, oh yes, thank God.
Yep.
I made that shit.
And they were blocking the path of where I was going, so I'm kind of happy. All right, I'll catch you guys in like an hour.
Alrighty, take it easy.
Later, dude.
Drive safe.
Check you later.
Peace out, homie.
It's later, man. They get me some girls, man. And get some from your mother, man.
I can barely hear you.
It's all right. I was just saying random quotes from Days of Confused movie. Like Slater said at a point, like they were talking to some girls that they ended up leaving for a week. He was like, "Check you later, man." His friends gave him a ton of shit about how he's like freaking geeky and like in the car off.
That movie is a classic.
And then there's another part where Ben Affleck comes up and he drives up. He's like, "Hey Slater, you hit me, get me some drugs, man." And he's like, "Hey, get some from your mother, man." Yeah, that movie's awesome. It's like one of my favorite all time.
Damn, I thought surely if I take my eyes off of this shit for a second, it'll do something. Wrong again.
Yeah, it's kind of strange how it's pushing that same like level of resistance there and not breaking through. It's hit it a bunch of times today, and then but it has decided to break through it. And interestingly enough, that's like 1% above the CME close.
Yeah, we're up against a market maker wall here, and you could tell because look
Yeah.
at this. Look at the liquidity heat map. That shit is bumping up against an invisible wall that does not exist. All these
Yep.
walls appear waiting to get snatched. This shit is just bouncing off of the ether. Yeah, it's the
Hey,
algo
he's not
hard at
letting me
work.
in there.
It seems like
I think
we've got a bit of an equilibrium between the natural buying pressure and the pressure of the algo. Like it's like a tug of war where neither side is inching. It's just kind of stuck. But you know, this is a Labubu market after all. I don't know what to expect. I do know that the more time we spend here, the more liquidations are opening up inside of the trap here underneath us.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
So it's like, does the algo let price go past its boundaries to get some liquidations when it could stay well within its boundaries and just eat these? But I would have expected it to break the 50 by now. So, like I said, there seems to be equal pressure on both sides.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not giving up on the bottom half of my grid because sure enough, by the time I wake up, the bottom half is going to be filled.
yeah.
Path of least resistance is downward, right?
Yeah, that would be the cheapest. I mean, apparently the way up is a no-go. Like that supply is just sitting. And yeah, there's free money down here. Little bulls v bears. What time is it anyways? 1:30.
So if you think the false move is going to be down, do you think that could happen tomorrow,
I'm
like
not sure
before
yet
CME even
if it'll be
opens?
up or down. If we would have had a sweep up, I would have leaned further towards it being down. But we're gonna have to see how this plays out. But yeah, you would expect it to be tomorrow afternoon, tonight.
Well, I'm probably gonna close the bot like but tomorrow once CME opens anyway.
Yeah.
But I was just hoping at least it would have been really nice to see the bottom half of the grid get filled.
Evening.
If I
What's going on, Rick?
Yo, just got back from work. It's good to be home. Only one day left, and I got 2 days off. Perfect timing for the market.
Chippendales gives you good hours, huh?
Chippendale.
Well, you're the. That's, never mind. That's the
I
Thunder
give them
Down
good
Under from
hours.
Australia.
I give them my best.
Breaking hearts every night, brother. You're just breaking hearts every night, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Well, it's like Bitcoin sometimes. I see this weekend's still been nice. Scalping. You know, the range is there. It's still moving up and down, huh?
Very,
Even though
very
it's
tight.
yeah, it's tight, yeah. So you would either need a lot of size or a lot of leverage, but
Very
not both.
tight. So for the first, as soon as CME closed, for the first 12 hours, we stayed within a 0.4% range for 12 hours.
Oh, 0.4.
And then now we are 17 hours to this new range, and it is a 0.32.
Oh,
We're just getting smashed.
0.32. 0.32 is the new 3.2.
0.32 if you slap 100x on it with some tight stops.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
what are you gonna do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, oh,
Like,
yeah, exactly. Well, you're not in danger if it's moving 0.3.
there's no meat on
Unless
the
it does
bone
all
right
of a
now.
sudden, then you're in trouble.
I think this will
Yeah.
break eventually, though. We've been slamming up against this resistance, and we just aren't able to break it. So eventually, we'll come down to the bottom of this range, and then Qui-Gon could sleep happy. A lot of
Yes.
hits.
Well, I know we say this every week, but it is a big week this week coming. GDP, FOMC. Not that the funds rate decision is going to be impactful, but just the kind of questions they're going to launch at Jerome after the whole
Tone.
Trump visit.
Tone is going to
He's
be
just going to
everything.
be, he's just going to brick wall them, like as
I
per
don't know.
usual. Like,
So what's interesting is like, and this might just be more sort of bluster from Trump, but they asked Trump about that meeting with Powell, and he said,
Yeah.
we had a really good meeting. It was productive. He was talking nice about him and shit. And then he said, which is just weird after just dogging him out for the past 3 weeks, but whatever.
Yeah, that's his style.
It's just weird. But then he said, yeah, he told me that he thinks America's in a really good place, and I took that to mean that he is changing his mind on cuts, or that he's more open to cutting, or something like that. So what I'm gonna wait for during FOMC is just tone. Do we have a shift or a softening in tone? Do we have some sort of like preparing the market for
Light
a
at the end.
possible cut? Yeah.
Something to look forward to, yeah.
We'll see.
Definitely.
As it is,
Yeah, some
September is
dovish.
looking good, right? Like September is still at 62% chance.
Yep.
For a 0.25, and then 1.6% chance for a 0.5. July is goner already. That's actually it's gone up from 2% to
Has it bumped a
4%,
touch?
but it's
Oh,
still,
okay. That's,
it's
yeah.
still 4%.
Still a,
And
yeah,
then
still a lost cause almost. Yeah.
yeah, and then October, there's about a 75% chance altogether, but there's actually a 30% chance of a 50. Interesting.
Yeah. See, I think the thing with Powell, I feel like, or maybe this isn't the case, but when you push him like that, he's just gonna dig deeper, and as in like he's gonna be stubborn about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got to be careful, like trying to force something to someone because it can make it worse. It can make them be determined
Yep.
to do against what you're trying them to do.
Well, you get
know?
in a situation where, so for some people, and I'm not saying Powell's like this because I don't know him personally, but I feel like he might be. For some people, they take these sort of things so seriously that even the appearance of impropriety is unacceptable, which means I could have been ready to make decision A, but if you keep publicly pressuring me to do that, then there's
Yeah.
gonna be an appearance of impropriety if I turn around and do what you want me to do. It's gonna look like I've folded.
I've
It's gonna,
folded.
yeah, it's gonna set bad precedents for future. I mean, like, I'm not saying that's what's happening, but why take the risk? You know,
Yeah.
why take
Yeah,
the risk?
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would imagine that when rates are up, you know, Federal Reserve chairs are gonna naturally receive a lot of pressure from all over the place about the rates, right? I mean, that's just part of the job, I would imagine. So they would have to come to expect that people are gonna get fed up with it when the
Yeah.
rates are high.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
tried to use that to his advantage, I think. I think this whole thing was just to try to get cuts one month early, or one
Oh, yeah.
FOMC early. Yeah, he said every FOMC that passes, or every month that passes, with the rates the way they are, is $300 billion that they could save with
It's
just a
insane.
0.2% cut,
Yeah.
0.25. So
It's wild.
I think that they really put the hammer down to try to get him to cut in July. And now they notice it's not happening. Now they're looking at Fed Watch numbers. They see, okay, we're probably going to get it in September anyways, no matter what. I would imagine
Yep.
that they kind of cool off on Powell after this meeting because there's no point. He can't make another decision until September, and it already looks like the
Yeah.
decision is to cut. So what's the point?
Yeah. Well, he said, like, Trump has definitely been critical of Powell for a while now. So Powell's certainly had it his way. I mean, rightfully so. He's the chair, like he decides, right? But it's not like he's getting pushed around. Like he hasn't just thought, oh, yes, sir. Yes, President. Of course. Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. President. I'll
No,
cut.
there's supposed to be a separation.
Pretty, yeah.
Independent. Yeah.
Yep.
And Trump's the one that hired him. He's the one that put him in place.
People forget, but people have a really short memory. They're like, well, he cut for Biden right before the elections. Like, yeah, they also raised it from 0 to almost 5% during Biden's
During Biden.
presidency.
Yeah.
Like, that is not
Right,
what
right.
you do when you're trying to make a president look good. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I think people try to apply the political frame at it, but
mhm.
yeah, there's a good chance it's got nothing to do with politics at all. It's just they're trying to address the issue of the inflation, and yeah.
I worry for the day that we get somebody in his seat that really is political.
Yeah.
Because then people's confidence in the dollar will fall, right? That the whole point of there being a separation is because you want the world to have faith in the dollar's strength, basically, no matter who the president is. Can you imagine if the world freaked out every 4 years, depending on who the president was, on whether the dollar would be sound to, to trade with or something?
Yeah. Yeah, true. Add to the
At
instability.
this point, how do you get the dominance? At this point, how do you get the dominance of the U.S. dollar back again? And if you can, how long is that going to take?
Stable coins.
Like it's just
The reason they just passed this genius bill is because the stablecoin providers have become number 1 and 2 bondholders. Right. So, as the plan, as I understand it, is if you can get $10 trillion of traffic through stables, then that allows them to buy enough bonds to basically secure the strength of the dollar for the next 30 years. And as that grows, it continues, because what you're doing is you're taking the dollar from a petrodollar to a crypto dollar or a digital dollar, right? what's kept the strength of the dollar strong this whole time is that it's the petrodollar. You can't buy oil anywhere in the world unless you buy it in dollars, or we come do shit for the most part. We come figure out what you guys are thinking. But that
Yes,
won't be
backwards
forever,
are
right?
always
So
right.
eventually, it's funny because everybody thought that stables would be the death of the dollar, that crypto would be the death of the dollar. And what it's really done is give it another use case, right? If this really is going to be the new way that we transact and everything is going to be online and all the assets that we're trading in are valued against the dollar, then that ensures the longevity, right? That ensures the future use case of the dollar and also helps to pay off the debt, or at least to buy up the debt. The green candle here looks a little different. I think we might be making a run to go grab this liquidity here. I like the structure. Let's go, market maker. Made me look up. Speaking of petrodollar, Trump told all the BRICS countries, hey, do whatever you guys want, but you can expect another 50% tariffs on top of whatever your country's already paying. That shit is a good idea for the people involved, right? The BRICS countries are made up by countries for the most part that A, are independently wealthy. Most of them are oil producing countries. And B, are under risk of US sanctions eventually at some point, probably. So I understand why they want to do it. I just don't think that in our history, the world reserve currency has never flipped or never found an alternative without a war. Wars are fought over this type of thing. It doesn't just happen with the signing of papers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I think that puts us in a unique position because we can't be invaded, really. I mean, we can get nukes dropped on us, but there's going to be no, 10 billion man army storming our shores.
Shot for the cyber war.
Still not the same.
They do a EMF all electricity. That's going to be tough.
Damn, you know it's bad when you go to the 1 minute and Bitcoin looks like this. Hold on, you can see it better if I turn off. See all the all the dead spots. Two whole minutes of just no price accumulation at all, up or down. But 5 minutes of just dead sideways.
Summer doldrums.
This is horrible, bro.
Gotta love the weekends, bro.
Yeah, it's double, right? Because it's like a summer weekend on top of it.
Mm.
That is useless. No. Let me see.
A lot of red on that tape coming down.
I'm still using DeepSeek more than anything. Like, I don't know what that says about me. I don't even really want to say that I trust the Chinese more, but I low-key trust the Chinese more. Like, not trust them, I just trust that they only left shit out about them, and I don't really ask, you know, like, I don't ask DeepSeek anything about China. That's hilarious. If you want to have fun, go to DeepSeek and start asking it about Taiwan and shit. But it seems like all the other shit is pretty, I don't know. I haven't had a problem with it. It seems to be really good with code. And it understands when I talk to it about trading without me having to explain too much. Makes sense. Look, bro, you guys can stay on this train if you want, but I see that red flag coming over the horizon, bro. I'm trying to get in good with I'm trying to get in good with the Chinese AI just in case. Nah, I've tried them. I honestly like DeepSeek better than some of the paid versions. The reasoning engine is basically the reasoning engine that everybody else is using, right? They dropped it open source, and everybody else just took it and it made everything else stronger. But I personally like it more. I don't use it for any sort of creative shit, like generative shit, though. Like, there's better stuff for that, but
I was just listening to something on AI, and they're talking about basically from generation to generation, iteration to iteration, it's passing on like previous knowledge, but they don't know how. And it's with all AI. So they're training it to like to be on to make a picture of a cat. And it'll make the picture of the cat, but then and it'll be associated with something else, I guess. But when it goes to the next iteration, they don't tell it anything about a cat at all, but yet they can find a cat. I don't know exactly how it worked, but it was some kind of spooky shit.
yeah, the memory is going to be another component, right? Because people are starting to reach the memory limits on their LLMs, right? So the memory limits are getting extended. Eventually, they'll have like perpetual memory, right? Well, it'll just never forget anything you ever told it, and that's kind of trippy because I've talked to AI and then I've tried to get it to tell me something else, and then it's like, yeah, but you told me this, and it's like, yeah, I don't like. Are you like feel like you're judging me? You know what I mean? Like, don't use my past words against me. Just answer my question. But you heard about that guy that this music producer, I guess he fell in love with his LLM. It had a woman's voice, and I guess that's all it took or whatever. There was a documentary on it. So he used the AI to help him with this composition he was doing. And I guess he like fell in love with this thing. And then one day he went and the AI didn't remember him and it had got to its limit, to its memory limit. And the AI started all over and the guy was like heartbroken, bro. And then the next scene you see him in the kitchen cooking and his wife and his kid are at the table and I'm like, yo, he's married? I was dying, but that whole thing had me.
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to be funny, but I laughed through that entire documentary. Hold on, I'll be right back.
That dude is down bad, bro.
Nah,
real.
that's
This
bad.
wasn't a
No, that's
movie.
bad, bro. That's bad. I'll be right back.
This was real. This wasn't just a movie. This was legit. You're saying that was a real story?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. And if that's the case, that dude was
Oh
down
my
bad
God.
hard. Yeah, I can't even imagine.
How bad was his wife?
Oh, imagine she must have been awful. I don't have to imagine too hard though.
Look around your shoulder, see if your wife was standing behind you before you said that.
Oh, I never had a wife, and there's a reason for that.
Wow, there was a big one.
Nice move.
Bitcoin liked that statement that you made just then, Clay.
Apparently so.
There we
But then
go.
now it's
Reacted
calculated in
really
the
happy.
supply zone.
Told you this thing felt a little bit different. See if we can do it this time.
Well, there was supply right there, right? Wasn't there? On the liquidity order book.
Nah, there wasn't any walls. There was probably some oh shit. What is that? The first buy wall, I mean the first sell wall is at 483. But no, market maker just said let's go. It's the candle structure. So on the 15-minute, I'll show you what piqued my interest. Was this candle. Right, it's the first bullish engulfing candle that we've had after a rejection. Right,
I see.
they've all been bearish engulfing candles. So that candle right there was what made me say, okay, let me go down to the lower time frames because this feels a little bit different. But it could have easily just rejected. Again, I mean, this thing has been rejecting off of this level the whole time. Yeah, Crypto Brad, just be careful, bro. Discord there's like 40 of me's on Discord adding people and trying to offer them some stupid copy trading thing.
You'd think they'd they could come up with an AI that would be on Discord that would flag people like that and then just automatically delete them over time.
See, the thing is that they don't, in the beginning, they would come and they would hide and they would, I would find them in the chat. Now it's not like that. They come in, they get all the information, right? They send out all the invites and then they leave so that they don't get kicked. That's why I had to switch it to full paid. I still have to get it to where nobody can send invites. That's already taken care of. And then I have to fix a couple of more things, and they'll basically be like an empty hole, a room that people come in that didn't come in the right way, and then it'll be easy to just get rid of everybody. Discord needs to do a better job at a lot of this shit, bro. I'll be honest with you.
That's what I was saying. Once you train an AI that can go through just an agent, whatever, and then you see somebody typing out that type of thing, and it's not you, then they
Yeah, but
just be able.
they're not doing it in the Discord. They're sending people private messages. You get what I mean? Like they'll send you a friend request and then they'll just send you a private message. They're not typing anything in the Discord.
I got you.
That's why most people, like when you see people on, I never understood why they did it, but you'd see people and they're like, I will never message you first. You know, that I'm like, well, screw you. I don't want to talk to you anyways. But I get it now. You know what I mean? Like you have to be clear so that those scammers stand out. And if you pay attention, man, it's all a script. You know, they're in there like, welcome to my community. What do you want to gain from being part of my community? And then they'll move you right into some copy trading shit. Then I started coming in and telling people, look, we don't do copy trading. I'll never do copy trading. You can't pay me enough money for you to copy trade. It's only a $50 one-time fee. And then the scammers started trying to scam for the $50. So it's like they're actively paying attention. You know what I mean?
Right on. I had this woman I worked with got scammed while we were at work. She ended up leaving and going to Home Depot and getting, well, she was trying to get $10,000 worth of gift card. And well, our Home Depot would only give her 5,000. She left that Home Depot, went to the one a town over, and got $5,000 more, and brought $10,000 worth of those gift cards back to our base. And then I looked at her. I says, "You are being scammed." She said, "You don't know what you're talking about." She went in the other room, and boy, oh boy, I could not do anything. I said, "If you were my wife, I would be so pissed at you for throwing away 10 grand right now." And she's like, "I'm talking to them right now. This is Apple support." I'm like, "No, it's not. That's the scammers." She'd already taken pictures of all of the numbers, scratched them off, taken pictures of them, and sent them.
Yeah, it's
Gone. Goodbye. And then when I told her that, she just turned white as a ghost. She ended up leaving. She got her money back like 3 months later because she used Amex to buy everything, but that's talking just luck.
Yeah, that sucks. Those AI scams right now are crazy, bro. Like calling old people with the voice of their daughter. I'm stuck in Mexico. I'm in trouble. I need you to wire me so and so, grandma. And like it's actually the voice of their granddaughter. Or like they get it off of socials and stuff, right? They'll train the AI off your some videos that you have on social. Look through your list, find the little old lady that you keep putting hearts under her picture. That's got to be grandma. You know, reach out to grandma, and then make it seem
Get her
like you got
voice.
yourself into some shit.
Get her voice, and then go scam the granddaughter afterwards.
Oh no, my grandma calls me and tells me to wire some money. I'll be like, get off of the phone, man. My grandma don't even know how to use the phone. Prank call her.
I tell you, if you get scammed on Facebook, somebody steals your profile, man, they can, they will lock you out, and you cannot get your Facebook account back. Period. They just lock you out and then start putting out. I got scammed for $1,500 about a year ago from one of my good friends that they end up getting locked out of their account. They still don't have their account to this day. It's owned by scammers, and it's used by scammers. And as soon as you call them out on being a scammer, you get blocked. But Facebook won't do anything about it at all. Crazy.
My friend at work, he said that he just told me the other day that there are women online who will get you talking and then they'll convince you to send a picture of your, to them. And then immediately they start blackmailing you.
Extortion.
No, that's true. That
Yeah,
happened. That
he
happened
said it
to my.
happens to lots of
That happened to my boy Seb. I have real experience with that in a bad way. I was on the opposite side of it, where, all right, I'll tell you this story. He's this is everybody on his friends list knows anyway, so it's not like it's a secret. Met this girl, Facebook Live, talking back and forth. She wanted to get on camera, cute girl, whatever. One thing led to another, like you were saying, and it wasn't pictures. It was like live action, right? And then as soon as the fun was done, everything changed. Screen went black. All of a sudden, she started asking for money. He called his brother. His brother was like, "Screw that! If you pay them, you're always gonna have to pay them. Da da da. Don't do it." He locked him out of his Facebook. Opened a brand new Facebook. Send invites to everybody on his Facebook page, and his Facebook was for business. Like, it's a business guy, right? So everybody was on there. And then that new Facebook that she directed everybody to was nothing but just pictures and videos and screenshots. And like, this is his workmates, his business partners, the priest at the church, the wife, yeah, bro. Yeah. And especially him, right? Especially him. Because that shit happens to somebody like me, I'd be like, you got me, whatever. But like, he was very proper, like very straight edge, and it completely destroyed him. Like, completely destroyed him. All his business relationships. His wife didn't leave him, but it was rocky there for a minute, as you can imagine. You're just embarrassed. I mean, it's one thing to catch you cheating. It's another thing to embarrass your wife in front of all of her friends, family, co-workers.
Oh, that shit follows you for life, man.
Nah,
Wow.
it's nasty. That's nasty work, bro. And it was like $5K that they wanted. But he's right. If he would have paid the $5K, those pictures aren't going anywhere. The next time they needed a couple $1,000, they just made a phone call.
Yeah, they'll keep milking him.
Yep.
Yep.
So, moral of the story is, don't be a little filthy McNasty with strangers.
Yep.
Especially showing your face. Just send him a picture of a really big one and go, yeah, go ahead. Show that it's me."
Google search.
That's what my friend did. He was messing with one of them. That's how the story. And he
That's
just did a
hilarious.
Google search, and then when they did the whole thing about starting to blackmail him and everything, and he said, joke's on you," and then they looked it up and they were all mad, I guess.
Speaking of fraud, my wife just now is getting phone calls for some sort of fraud prevention that they'll never call you.
Bro, yesterday I got a call or a text or something that said that somebody was trying to hack into my Venmo. Bro, I haven't used Venmo in 10 years. They'll just be like, okay, we're going to send you a link to reset. And then you put in your shit, and then boom, they got your Venmo. Toko with the super sticker. Appreciate you, brother. W's. I didn't go to the gym today. You just reminded me, bro. I don't know why you picked that specific sticker, but the universe just used you to remind me that I didn't go to the gym today and I'm being a lazy ass.
It's all right, D. To be fair, I've never gone any other days, but
No, I know. I just was ignoring that part. I was just focusing on the part that made me feel better.
Ooh, the top was found on the local.
The local action.
Peace out,
The
Bitcoin.
local.
Oh darn! Whatever will I do with my grid bot?
Not necessarily the sweep I wanted, but you know, could have done a little bit more than that.
Man, it feels good to be just hanging out until, you know, until a real trend happens. And then I'll play.
Well, you know what's funny is it recovered that entire drop from the other day.
Yeah.
And like turned back around.
Let's see if that's the little Greg Louganis we need to finally break that support.
Let's go.
Remember we were talking about market maker will put his foot in it, but if retail doesn't step in, it's kind of what that felt like there. They weren't gonna pay for the whole ride up, and it didn't start a party. Nobody bit.
Yeah, it was like, are you guys serious right now? All right, then screw this. I'll save the beers for the next party.
It has been oppressively hot in Florida for the couple days.
Dude, I don't know how you do it. It's too
Extremely
hot.
hot here, but it cooled down today. Granted, I didn't wake up until like 5 p.m., but it was cooler than it seemed cooler than not quite as cool as Matthew McConaughey in Dazed and Confused, but it was a little cooler.
It's hot, but this 3090 isn't helping either. Cooking right now. Feel the heat coming off.
3090?
Yeah, the PC.
Oh, okay. Yeah, mine's hot too.
Like I was even thinking about upgrading eventually, but bro, I think I'm good. I don't need the extra heat, and I really
Dude,
don't
get
need
some-
the extra power. I mean, for what I'm doing.
Get some liquid coolant in that thing, man. It's the only way. But yeah, like if I turn off my AC and leave my computer on, then it's noticeable within like 15 minutes.
Are you in Singapore?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I wish.
Thailand? Somewhere?
No. I'm in New England, bro.
Okay, that's not Thailand.
A little further west. A little bit.
Yeah. Not quite. Not quite Thailand. Close.
We do have some people from Thailand in here though.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to who's talking. I can't see any names or anything like that. I just had the screen pulled up for the chart.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost is in the Philippines. He seems to be doing all right over there. I'm like, shit, maybe I'll not move.
You know, become a passport, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Got a
I don't
YouTube
mind.
channel.
That's something Discord needs to sort that out. Like when you've got a room of like 50 plus people in a voice channel, you don't know who's saying anything, like, because they should pop up, like, you know how there's the Discord stream kit overlay, how it shows who's talking
Yeah,
on a
it's got a little
page.
green
They should,
outline, but that's hard to see.
yeah, you have to go digging through a list to see it. They should just like have it as like a little thing at the top, like a sticker and a name.
So the
When someone's saying something.
the way I do it is if you watch your own screen, there'll be a list of there'll be squares at the bottom, right? They'll only really shows you like 5 or 6, maybe 7 of them. But the current
Yeah.
talkers will usually be right underneath your screen.
Pushed to the top.
Yeah. Like as soon as
Yeah,
somebody talks, they get like pushed up to the front.
Yeah.
I do have to put that overlay in there though.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Like it's adds just another element so that
Rick, you
the
should
audience can get familiar with, voices and names and things.
Rick, you should teach AI on to use that because I think she would really like it.
Teach AI?
AI on.
Huh? Oh, yeah. So
The girl in
does
it
AI?
who's a mod.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does
that's
she do
me.
the? Do you do the like the stream setup stuff, or is it Dbloc?
It's
No,
Dbloc.
he's talking about an overlay that you
Yeah,
that'll
I've tried
pop
to
up
do
in
that. I don't
rooms.
have that setting. I think it's because I don't do
Ye-
any gaming on here. I don't have that
It's
setting.
like
Yeah,
a,
it's just
it's like a
it's like a
plugin.
it's like a
Oh, it's a
website,
plugin.
and you just visit it. You don't even need to have a membership to it. It's just you literally just grab the URL. You build how you want to make it look, and then grab the URL, apply, because you're using OBS, right, Dbloc?
Yeah, Streamlabs.
You can add a layer that is like a web page and just punch in the URL, and it'll, because it has an alpha channel, it'll just have the names and the bubbles
And you
come
can
up
move
over your.
you can move like
Yeah,
where it go.
you
Okay.
can move it,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
scale it, you can do
I
whatever
still
you
have
like.
that. You
Yeah.
send that to me. I still
Yeah.
have it in our messages.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
do you mind DMing me that link?
Yeah, sure. I could even I'll show you. I'll stream my own screen and I'll show you how I
Yeah.
set it up. It's pretty easy. It's pretty
The
quick.
reason why I said I think she'd like it is because, like, if somebody has an open mic, she'll be able to see who it is right away.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
So I don't have to
definitely.
play whack-a-mole.
Yeah. Yes. No, good point, Choir. Yeah, I'm just making a quick coffee and then I'll be
You need
downstairs
to
and
ask
I'll show
Gloomy
you.
how he does it. Gloomy is on top of it. Crazy.
Yeah.
There's so many times I go to mute somebody and it just disappears off the list, like right before I press it.
Yeah, it's like, who was that?
He
Who was
probably
that
uses
voice?
the overlay. He probably has the overlay. That's probably how he snipes it.
Nah, I think the only person that can set the overlay is me because it has to be on the stream itself. It's not something that each person can do individually, I don't think, right?
Yeah, I think you can put it up in the corner. If you logged into Discord, you could just have a small window in the corner of your screen that shows
Yeah.
people's names that come up. So you don't have
I've
to
seen
be
that.
using OBS.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, I'll show you. All right, I'm just mixing up my coffee and I'll be right down.
Yeah, show me too. I'll do it. I'll even do it on mine.
Coming, honey. I'll be right there. Oh, gotta love instant coffee, don't you? Beautiful. All right.
Instant coffee.
Instant coffee. You guys have Nescafe, don't you? Like Nestle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right.
We don't drink it on purpose, though.
No,
Right.
I drink it out of.
Situation
I
only.
drink it. Yeah, dude. I drink it solely for function. That's it, not for pleasure or like enjoyment.
It's like you end up in a Motel 6 and they say there's a continental breakfast and you go and there's like a banana and some Nescafe.
Rick, you said you drink it purely for function.
Yeah, out of the
No.
function of like
Oh, it
caffeine
works.
without having
It'll
to
do
drive
the
out.
job. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, it'll do it.
a quick alpha, guys.
The way you
Hey,
pronounce desperation is pretty funny.
that,
It is desperate.
hey guys,
Yep.
quick alpha.
What's going on?
Doge just announced plans to use AI to identify 50% of 200,000 federal regulations that can be eliminated by Trump. So they're going to use AI to cut as a tool. Let's see, is already at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Blah blah blah. Described the tool to analyze about 200,000 regulations to find ones that officials believe are neither necessary nor legally required. And Doge is doing a little bit of a pump here, so just a little alpha real quick.
Oh, you mean because of the Doge department thing?
Yeah,
Sweet.
not Doge the coin, but Doge,
Yeah,
Doge
yeah, yeah.
department
Yeah,
is using AI to find more cuts.
So is it Dogecoin that's pumping?
Man,
or is it
I
some
wish
other
Yeah,
that
but
Doge reacted to it the way that I expected it to. I mean, how
Hmm.
many times did Trump say the word Doge out of his mouth over the last 6 months, right? The president of the United States in front of the world uttering the words Doge, and price doesn't absolutely just go crazy.
All right. I don't know if you can see my screen, but I'll show you this very quickly. It's
Yeah, I
it's
can
pretty
see.
easy. You can see? Cool. So just go Discord, Stream Kit, Overlay, like that. And then enter, and it should be the first one. I'll link this URL if you want it like that too. But yeah, you just open this up and you hit install for OBS, like that. And then you want to get the voice widget. So that's over here, the third tab. And then you got to select the server that you want. So it's the Cypher by Dbloc, and then the voice channel, free the voice chat. And then it'll list everyone by default. So you have to select show speaking users only. So it's like this. And then you can go in and you can adjust how it appears and whatnot. And when you're done with all of the cosmetic stuff, like the text and size and whatnot, font, you can then let me just scale this back.
So wait, I
You
thought
grab
you said
this.
that
This is where the URL is. You just right click, copy, and then you can literally just dump it in a new tab, and it'll be up in the corner here like that.
Tell us
And
more.
you can then grab that URL and plug it into OBS. Let me open up my OBS real quick, and I'll show you that
hang on.
part.
I thought you didn't have
Here's
to run
OBS.
OBS. I thought you didn't have to
He
run
didn't. He
OBS to
just
use
did
it.
it. He just did it without
No,
OBS.
I didn't. Yeah, that's without OBS. Now, to get it into your OBS, like this is my Crypto Down Under one, right? Just hit plus in sources.
Yeah.
And then go browser like that. And then
Got
you
the
can
link.
name whatever you like just say overlay or something. And then go okay. And then it'll ask you what the URL for the source. And then you just dump that same URL in there. And then it should pop up in the corner there. Yeah, there it is. And then you can adjust it to whatever you like.
Yeah, yeah.
Have it wherever you want on your stream.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna do that. That'll be good
nice
for
and easy.
YouTube too, to be able to see who's talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. It's so much better that you showed me because it's going to save me a lot of time. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah, definitely. And yeah, customization in that interface before you grab the hyperlink. Because I think
Good
every
job.
time you make an adjustment, it'll build a new hyperlink kind of thing. So it's like, yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's
You know,
it.
my shit says that it can't connect to Discord. So it looks like we're having trouble. It says can't connect to the Discord client. It looks like we're having trouble connecting to your Discord client. Make sure you have Discord installed and running on your computer. If you don't have the app installed,
Oh,
you can
really?
download it. Yeah, but it might be because I'm trying to do it through Brave. Are you doing it through Chrome or something?
This is just Chrome, yeah. Just Chrome. Mm-hmm.
It might be
I'll put it
because
up in the
your
corner.
connection sucks.
Not even on my phone anymore.
I noticed.
Oh, dude. It's like automatically. It's like automatically working on my phone.
Oh, yeah? There you
Yeah,
go.
like I open up
Yeah, it could
Chrome
be
and
a
it's like your voices are popping up.
yeah, it could be like tailored to Chrome, or Chrome has a feature that allows that kind of, Web 2 or Web 3, whatever the hell it is.
Chrome is the shiznit. Chrome, they want your business.
Chromium. I
All
mean,
right.
they are one of the big Fortune 500, the NASDAQ kings, Google, right? You'd hope
Had
that
a
their
couple
Google
of
Chrome would
beers.
be helpful.
Hey, Dbloc, I was listening to you while I was in the gym, just so you know.
Hey.
great.
just left.
At least
That's
somebody
all,
got
yeah.
some gains out of it.
Yeah. We like when you get ripped on D blocks.
That's almost as good. That's almost as good as, hey, bro, good night.
Yeah.
You weren't listening to him in the shower.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Were you saying that you're a couple of beers deep matches?
No. Did I say that?
Oh.
No.
What it sounds like.
Maybe I did. I was gonna go home and drink myself a sarsaparilla, some root beer to kind of balance out the regular beer, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I should just stick to water.
Duck, I took care of it. Phantom, if you're listening, you had an open mic with TV playing in the background with some copyrighted shit, bro. I had to mute you.
Oh.
But you're unmuted now.
It's
All right,
interesting.
so I've
Sometimes in
got
that overlay, just real quick, just sometimes in that overlay, you'll see someone's muted, right? Like they've muted their mic, so they're not talking, but the overlay's putting their name up, like, and it's stuck up in the who's speaking area. You know what I mean?
It's me,
Yeah,
right?
that happens sometimes. It has happened with yours sometimes matches. Yeah.
It's all the time, dude. It's all the time with
Yeah.
mine. All the time.
I
That
think
thing, even with the noise suppression, it's like got some sort of hum or
yeah, it's
sound
a
that it's
bug.
constant in the background.
Yeah, I think it's a bug.
Yeah, you have a
So I
lot
think
of
the way
that.
to yeah, the way to fix that would be for the person that's got their name stuck is to unmute themselves, talk, and then mute themselves again, and that should jog it to, you know, turn it off.
No, it won't. I'm
Really?
telling you, like, yeah, if everybody be quiet, my mic will just like overpower it on mute. It'll just show up with nothing talking.
I don't know.
No, girls,
See
turn
that?
off.
For a while, I thought it was just like when nobody's talking, it shows your own face, and eventually I figured out that it's not the reason.
Might explain why I get gulagged at random at times, boy. I'm just
Yeah, it's clicking.
It's
Yo. It's like
almost like
weird.
mine
It's
gets
weird clicking that
activated.
comes through the mic sometimes.
It's almost like mine gets activated from the other mics. Like it hears the other voices and
Gets
kind of
excited.
turns itself on, but doesn't feed the sound through.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm using push to talk on an iPad. Am I blowing people's ears out or something?
No, you're
By
good,
chance?
bro.
Sure. If
Wait,
you
how
want
do
to
I
be.
turn it? How do I turn it off so that it's only showing the people that are talking? Because it's like on my Chrome. It's like overlaid on my whole Chrome browser.
Well, no. But I'm gonna keep
Gloomy,
talking
that's
to you until you can fix it. Good luck, my friend.
Oh yeah, boy, that's gonna be a hard one, really.
Rick,
You get-
Gloomy,
check out,
that's just me being lazy with my open mic. Sorry, Gloomy. No, I
check
get
out,
you.
Rick, check out my
Open
screen
mic
real quick.
All right, hang on a sec. I gotta find it.
Look at my screen.
Oh,
Yeah, it takes a
maybe
moment
it's not
to go
showing
dig
it for
through
you.
Yeah, it's loading.
Do you
Yep. I see you, and I
do you
see
only
me.
just see you and me talking, or do you see everyone? Do you see all the other people below it too?
Look at my chart.
Well, it's stuck at the moment. Hit refresh for the page. The little recycle symbol. Oh no, there it goes. Now it's working. Yeah.
Do you see all the names on there?
No, just the people talking.
How the hell do I take that off then?
What do you mean? How do you take it off?
It's like, hold on.
He
I'll have
didn't.
to,
He
like,
didn't uncheck that thing that says only show people that are talking. He missed the step.
Oh, I see.
No, I did.
That's weird because I
did
can
that.
see his working as the same way that mine would be working, you know?
Oh, it's not showing when you look at it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
That
tripping then,
is,
Quack.
dude, that is a trip.
No.
I don't understand what's going on, man.
I can't even screen cap it because it's like
I'm like lost
How
in the
is it?
matrix
How
right
is it
now.
blocking it from Rick's vision though? If you're sharing your screen,
dude, I have no
Yeah,
idea.
I
But
can
like,
see your
do
screen.
you
what
see my
kind of
mouse?
So you can see a list.
what kind of
Yeah.
witchcraft is this?
There's a
So
whole
you
list. I
can
can
see a
see Dbloc, Gloomy,
really
me, Rick,
what,
Newman,
dude?
Crypto for Crypto X4, Agent Liquid, AI on,
The
plus
hell?
70 other invoice. So like, I don't know why the hell it's doing it.
Well, are you sure you've got Chrome open, or are you looking at your?
Yeah, I'm looking at Chrome. Maybe I'll try. Maybe I'll try to
You
do.
sure?
I think it's
Yeah.
because you
Okay.
didn't
Maybe.
add it to the next step.
Yeah, build it from scratch again. Just delete the / voice and then all the numbers from that
Because that's
URL
the URL
that's
that you're
already in.
supposed to add. Oh goodness,
Yeah, just
I'm gonna need you to give me the next step. I realized that I already forgot it. Like
you're
what the
right. All
name
good.
that I'm adding it to is, because I remember how to get up to there. But I don't remember what I'm
Okay.
adding it to.
Are you still looking at my
You'd be so
screen?
I'm
Let me know
about to
if you.
go back to it. One
Okay.
second.
Yeah.
Dude,
Let me know when
it's
you're ready, and I'll.
it's overlaid on my Chrome. You don't know how to
Okay, I'm watching
get
you.
rid
I
of
just
that.
Cool.
watching you write
So
this down.
I think
Probably a Chrome
you can
setting.
even just type Discord overlay in here too, like that, and it should come up. Yeah, Discord Stream Kit overlay, and it's thanks matches. Yep, we got it. So hit install for OBS, and then hit the voice widget at the right. Make sure it's the voice one, and then you got to dig through your list of all of the servers that you're in, and then find Dbloc, and then you got to find the voice channel, free the voice chat,
And then the
and
other
then
things.
show speaking users only. You can even make the avatars big or small. Yeah, there's so many little settings in here for the like how it looks. Show my avatar first. Yeah.
Okay, but
Oh,
then you took the
mhm.
how did you get the URL?
It's just over here on the right.
Okay,
So
got
you
it.
have to you can just right click that box and hit copy, I think. Or maybe you have to double click and then copy it all. Yeah, copy.
But then where did you put it besides after you showed me that
Yeah.
you could just put it
I
in the browser?
just grab a whole new tab and just dump it into a browser, a new browser, and it'll start coming up like that, like this. It takes a second to load, but yeah, there it is.
And then after that, you showed me that you could put it in something else.
Yes, you can put it then. So you've still got it on your clipboard, that URL. You can now open OBS, the program, if you're streaming. Like, let's say you're running a YouTube like the Dbloc. Open up
Oh, okay, so I
your
couldn't do.
OBS. You don't have to do that. No. So if you're
How are
just a
you doing
user
it
that you
though?
just want to look. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, you would just have it on. It would just
Are
be
you
a basic like a
able to
web
have?
page on the side.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check out
Yeah. If
OBS
you were,
anyway. Why not?
yeah. Yeah, if you're just a mod in a Discord channel and you're not streaming or anything, but you still want to see live, like who's talking, you can just use the tab, put it off to the
Okay,
right
yeah,
or
because
whatever. Yeah.
that's where Rick's tripped up because, or you're Rick. That's where Qui-Gon's tripped up because it was just showing just like that
Yeah.
and covering his whole screen, where he's gonna have to just make
Yes.
another window small, make that one smaller so he can. Did you get that,
Yeah.
Qui-Gon?
It's like, no, it's still coming up. I opened a whole new Chrome thing and it's still coming up on the left hand side. It's like part of my Chrome. It's like part of the Chrome extension or something. I don't know how to turn it off.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there,
It's
bro.
just no matter what, if I bring Chrome up while I'm in Discord, it will put everyone's face
You're
on the
stuck
side,
with us,
on the left hand
Qui-Gon.
side.
This is life now.
Damn.
Are you sure you unselected show the whole list? Or
Yeah,
no,
like
what
okay,
it
so
is?
if I put the link into a new tab, right, it will just show the people who are speaking. But if I have a Chrome window open at all, it has the overlay of like
How did
10
you add the
people's
overlay to
pictures.
Chrome? Like, how did you manage that, bro? That's insane.
That's
Like, I
I don't
wouldn't
know
even
who
know
did
where to
that.
begin doing that on purpose.
Dude, I have no idea. It just happened.
Like that might actually be useful for when I'm doing research and I'm, to like have you guys like in a corner on top of whatever web page I'm on. Like if I could
Yeah,
turn it on and
there
off
might be
whenever
a
I
way.
wanted.
Dude,
It has to
I
be if they
use
did
There
it.
might be a way.
all extensions, and it's not even in my extensions. All I have is Dark Reader, free VPN, and then Google Docs. All four. Like it's not even in my extensions list for Chrome.
Qui-Gon.
Discord overlay.
Is that what's happening?
Now you're using Windows, right, Dbloc?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Built-in features allows you to access Discord's interface while playing games. Yeah, so it's like while you're running an app, especially games, like it can come up like with the bubbles and the names, like the top left. But I wonder if it will work when you're just using your Windows like normally, like your desktop and whatnot. If it, like overlaid on Windows.
I have a small it's like an ultra wide 14-inch screen. It's like one of these screens that goes underneath your main screen. It's like usually for like computer temps or whatever you want to put in there. People put them inside of PC builds sometimes, like to have a screen inside of the PC build. But I'm thinking what I can do is throw that on a web page and then throw that onto that and just have it like that'll be the home for it, right? That's where it'll pop up at. Like in case I'm not looking at specific screen.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there'd be some pretty cool, like tricky adjustments you can do that I haven't really dived into. But
What kind of
for, like,
rig are
people
you
that
rocking,
stream
D-Block?
i9 3090.
Like, I mean, like monitors. How many monitors do you have?
I have 6.
Oh, it's not a Chrome setting; it's a Discord setting.
One 49-inch ultra wide, 2 32-inch regular, and 2 32-inch curved.
Sweet.
i9 39 is pretty beefy, man.
Yeah, way more than I need for anything I'm doing. I don't even game on this thing, bro.
Oh, swear. Okay, because I know you gamed, didn't it? So I was thinking
I
that
game
makes sense.
on my Xbox mostly, on my couch,
shit.
comfortable with my feet up.
Oh, well then, yeah, it's overkill.
That's why I don't understand why, like, whenever I do have those issues with the stream, I'm like, I know it's not the rig, it's not the PC, it's gotta be the damn internet company screwing with me. You know what finally fixed my bandwidth problems? My bitrate problem? Did I tell you guys?
No.
So no matter what I could do, it would let me stream for like maybe I'd get 1 12-hour stream out of the day, but by the second one, my bitrate would start to crash. Internet stream would start to crash and reset. I'd start losing frames. But I tried everything. Went on AI, made all types of changes to my computer, got new cables for the Ethernet, upgraded a bunch of shit, and nothing fixed it. I finally changed my VPN, and it works perfect now. My internet company is throttling me.
Yeah.
Then I started digging into it
think,
to figure out what's going on, and they said that some internet companies in some areas, they'll throttle streamers, right, because of just the pure amount of sort of bandwidth that you're hogging up.
Yeah. I know that if I use a VPN so that I can access Pirate Bay, like if I want to get a torrent or something, my country blocks Pirate Bay, so I have to switch the VPN on and then choose like Europe so that the internet thinks I'm in Europe. But that the trade-off is that now my connection has to run through a proxy in Europe and then come back to Australia, so it slows everything down. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm running through Canada right now. I've been switching from Canada to New York to Texas. Every once in a while, it'll start to do it. Like it was doing it earlier, and I had to switch from the New York server to Canada. Just weird, bro. So whatever it is happening externally, you know.
I guess Florida's probably going to be a bit better, but I remember here in the Midwest, it's got like an option of what 2 ISPs, and that's it, like 2 to 3, and they're all just screw them over because they have no choice. There's no competition.
I know how it is
I don't
here.
know
You
what.
got AT&T and you got Comcast. For the most part, most people just have Comcast, and you can tell
Guys, I know.
by the way they act, right? You know that they've got it made. So
I get how to do it. If you go into, it's a Discord setting, not a Chrome setting. So if you go into settings on Discord, the little settings cog wheel, and you scroll down to the category that says activity settings underneath, it says game overlay. And if you click on game overlay, there's an option up towards the top where it says Google Chrome overlay has been disabled for this game. So it's for gamers. So like people that are gaming on their computer can still see the voices on their Discord. So if you enable that, then it will come up on your Chrome browser.
Oh, you're talking about
even
Discord
when-
Where's
overlay?
that option? Where's the Chrome
It's-
option?
Option I don't have.
That game
I read all
overlay.
the instructions, I just don't have it.
Yeah, I don't see that option, bro.
That's in hang on.
Do you see enable overlay and enable legacy overlay?
Yes.
It's above that,
see
but I
those.
don't know.
Oh,
I don't know how
yeah, I
to
don't
add
have
it.
that.
You might have to add it. Like you might have to add some sort. Like we did something back in the day. Remember when we were setting up OBS and like I wanted the overlay? We must have done something where I downloaded an extension or a widget or something specifically for Chrome, and it probably asked for permissions from Discord. And so like it probably imported some setting into Discord, but it's a Discord setting. Like under game overlay, I don't know how to add it, but I know once it's there, it said it was active, and then I could take it off.
It enables it whenever you play Steam games as well, and it tells you you're talking in the top right. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
If you're playing stuff on Steam, like in the Chrome browser, you can have the voice overlay right on the left side of your screen, like
Oh,
in
mate.
your Chrome browser.
That's good as well, actually, because sometimes I play through Game Pass browser, so that's actually pretty useful. Good.
Like if I'm looking through, like if I go on my Chrome browser and I'm like, looking stuff up in my browser, like I have it so that it shows you guys' names on the left hand side. Like it wasn't optional. I had to turn it off.
Yeah, there's
Switch
this
it.
other third party thing called overlaid.dev, and they have like an application that you can download.
I want to be
and
that
it
guy.
keeps it like masters
No such
the
thing. You can't
overlay
be
over
overlaid.
absolutely everything.
It's like having too
permanent
much fun.
overlay.
That's not possible. You can't be overlaid.
There's always
Always on top. Always stays on top so that you can continue working or gaming.
it
So
basically
always,
does the
it's
same
like
thing, though, right?
perpetually. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it does. It just means that it paints it over everything, like even your desktop.
All right, so if you go to game overlay and you click and you scroll down, do you see where it says voice widget? And then it says avatar size and then display names. Under display names, you
Hang
can
on.
put always, never, or only while speaking. And if you put always, then it will show up on your Chrome browser as an overlay. At least it was doing it for mine. I guess it's not doing it anymore.
Yeah, I don't see that as even an option on my Discord. Like you had this extra setting that I didn't have. That's so strange, dude. Your computer's a mystery.
Oh, yeah, Chrome, Google Chrome currently running overlay over the game. So like I don't know, it's something to do with game overlay, but you probably have to import Chrome into your game overlay somehow.
Yeah. I think I'm getting
I
an
must
overlay
have-
overdose right now.
I must have downloaded it at some point, but like I don't know how I did it. I don't remember, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, I'm gonna be the guinea pig for this overlaid application. I'll see if it's worth it. You have to authorize it so that it'll work. Oh, yes, dude. Check it out. I don't know if you can see my stream still, but look, this thing is like literally part of my computer now, like this overlay situation. I've never used it before, but I'm gonna see if it'll let me open settings.
So it gave you the same thing, a page, but it gave you the PNG, basically, the transparent background.
Yeah, yes, with the alpha channel, exactly.
See, like that's
Yeah,
going,
I hope
but
it.
that's what's going on with mine. Except, yeah, like it's permanent. It's like permanently on. Maybe I don't just have the overlay. Maybe I have the overlaid.
But it's got a whole list of everybody in there, so I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
how
what I'm
to
saying.
edit the settings for this thing anyway. This overlaid app. Maybe there's like a settings bit. Dev tools, maybe. Developer tools. Now that's getting too technical for me.
Dude, all like the 21-year-old like computer nerds are like laughing their asses off at us right now. Can't believe these guys are having
These
this much
boomers
trouble
discovered
breaking
overlays.
And now we're having an overlay overdose. Open config directory? No way. No, that's not right. GitHub. Oh, right there. That's what I wanted. Only show users who are speaking. There. Boom. I got it everywhere. I wonder if it'll pin it.
Oh my god, I think I know what
Yeah,
I did.
look at that. How sick is
Oh,
that?
that's pretty cool.
That's good.
So that means you
I
don't even
remember
have
what
to
happened.
add it on your OBS. You can literally just
Yeah, you can have it on your computer, like
and just put it
like a
wherever you
master
want.
layer.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. Nice.
And pinning it, to unpin it, you need to go fetch it out of your taskbar, you know, down near your clock
Oh,
in the bottom
damn.
right of Windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to actually go in there, and that's where its settings and everything are. But that's cool. I'll
Dude,
probably
I
use
know
that
what
instead of this junky thing.
I know what I did. So I remember why this is like this because there's a setting where you can add applications to your. I was trying to stream a fight, like a UFC fight,
Mm.
and it kept like from Netflix, and I had opened my Netflix in Google Chrome, and it said in order to
Yeah.
stream something from Netflix in Discord, you need to download this thing into Discord, and it enabled somehow like it had me download something that enabled like Discord to link to Chrome. So that's how I think that's how it happened. But I
What, so
forget
you
what the
got
process was.
protection and it didn't give you like the black screen that it normally does.
Yeah, exactly. Because when I was trying to stream Netflix onto Discord, it was just a black screen for everyone that was trying to view it. But then I downloaded this thing and connected it, and so that I could let them see the fight. They could hear audio, but they couldn't see the screen. Yeah, so
What the hell?
so that I could share copyright content to other Discord users. Yeah.
I mean, you
Stream it
didn't do
live.
any of that, right? Because that would be illegal. So you wouldn't do any of that.
No, of course not.
Just checking. I thought I didn't think you would.
No, I'm just talking hypothetically. You know.
Yeah.
Hypotheticals.
Let's say hypothetically.
I don't know. They just had a big one like a couple of weeks ago. It was
Yeah. I wonder if this nah, there's nothing that adjusts the sizing.
It was one that was like a big deal. That's why everybody wanted to watch it. It was the Mike Tyson Logan Paul thing.
Right.
I'm pretty sure.
What a piece of shit. Fight was horrible.
Yeah, I know. Terrible.
The amount of aura lost in that fight. Insane.
Wait, was it Jake Paul or Logan Paul?
I don't know, bro. Aren't they the same person?
Yeah.
Like, have you ever seen them?
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
the same person.
No. There's no. Yeah, one of them actually is.
I
I
think-
mean, excuse me. One of them takes the
I think it
fighting
was
thing a little
Jake.
more serious than the other. What's with this shit? I haven't clicked on any of it, but for the past 3 days, I've been seeing YouTube videos about Logan Paul going broke or some shit, which to me sounds
Probably clickbait.
freaking ridiculous. Although he is a degenerate gambler, so for all I know. We're going sideways, Yudi. We're going sideways.
Like, don't get me wrong. There was always a way for people to go broke, but at the same time, I always say there should be a point at which, like, you shouldn't be able to go broke. But obviously, that's only if you create like income
Nah, man.
generation. That's
Listen,
like
this
really
world has developed some amazing freaking ways to go broke, bro.
crazy.
That dude spent millions on damn Pokemon cards that ended up being G.I. Joe cards. He got ripped off for like double-digit millions.
Hey.
They got a city that will help you go broke. Las
Yeah.
Vegas.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Shit, we can go, bro. There is no amount of money that you can't blow sitting right where we are. Right in front of the screen.
Yeah, you don't even have to go big.
Right
I know.
through our computer,
Hey,
bro.
fans.
If you got access
Yeah.
to, if you have access to $1 billion on your exchange, if you're like a couple of buttons away from being able to bring a bunch of money on exchange, you can lose it as quick as you can get it on there.
Yeah, just give it to the market.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I like for me, the reason why I always used to say it like that is because in my mind it was like, let's just say it's a person who spends money, right? Not a person who's like such a degenerate gambler that's like they've got nothing in their hands.
Yeah.
They're gonna take the shot off their back, and I say, I bet you the shot on my back that this will go this way, right? That I would be like, okay, well, you could, buy property, you could have like sort of income generated from rent or some other passive means, quote unquote passive, because property is not really passive, but and like in that way, you'd spend all your money, and then if you were to just behave yourself, you could eventually get it back, right? But yeah, like you're saying, there's ways for people to lose money. There's always been exciting.
And there's also people that write off their future earnings in deals, right? There's people that's part of a negotiation. You know, maybe the next 5 years of your streaming income has already been promised to somebody for something. Like, this is how over leveraged some of these guys get. Like, they spend it before they have it, especially because they know it's coming. But some of these streaming kids are making ridiculous, bro. Like, they're having NBA stars and shit on their streams, and they start talking financials, and you just see the guys look like, why am I risking my body? Like, I'm
Yeah.
risking, arthritis and just being all shitty when I'm old to make this money, and these kids are just sitting in front of the screen doing IRLs on Twitch with 100,000 viewers that paid $5 each per month.
There's even crazy amounts of success for streamers that are just literally just reacting to, whatever's happening in the media right now.
I'll tell you what the method is, right? What the method is right now is whenever Kai streams, like right now, Kai and AMP are doing this summer thing. Whenever they do these marathons, you see all of these guys on YouTube that literally are just showing the screen from Twitch and sitting down in the corner saying one or two words every once in a while. But they'll have, bro, this one guy started his channel at the beginning of the summer when this shit started. He's got like 40,000, 50,000 viewers.
Listen,
that iShow Speed guy, he would
there
make
you
a
go.
killing.
Listen,
Yeah, I'm
they
talking
say-
about. I'm just talking about the guys that are restreaming Speed, making
Oh,
40,000 in 2
Holy
months.
crap.
It's nuts. You know what they're making on AdSense?
No, but I show Speed, like I saw one quote tweet of a caption, and they were just like, this guy is the Michael Jackson of like streaming, right? And I was like, man, get out. Like there is no other Michael Jackson. But then I looked at him,
Yeah.
and he was in like Finland or somewhere like Slovenia or somewhere, and he was just on the the top of the building, and he was screaming, "I show speed!"
No, it's
The
crazy.
guy was just
Rockstar
on the
shit, bro.
rooftop.
Insane.
It's
Is he
rockstar.
from the UK?
It's like football player level of fame.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Fandom. Yeah.
Yeah.
For real.
And the I think the reason he did so well is because he chose YouTube. Right. So YouTube, Speed is the biggest streamer on YouTube, and then Kai's the biggest streamer on Twitch, and then Aiden Ross is the biggest streamer on Kick. They're all pulling down 9 figures easy. Easy.
Oh, he is American. I thought he was English, probably because he's always wearing those like football jerseys. Like
Yeah, his obsession with
Liverpool or
football would
whatever.
make you think that he
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
American. That's true.
That he's from England.
I don't know where he
Yeah.
picked that up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was British.
You know what? There was like I remember I saw another video where he was like playing football, and then he had an interview, and he was like, "Yeah, I've always loved Ronaldo since I was a kid," right? And everyone's like, "It's like they're like Speed, stop lying, man. You started liking Ronaldo in 2021," and they were like, "You know, in 2021 he was like 16, right?"
Yeah,
He
my
wasn't-
bad for not having a strong opinion when I was 13.
It was like, yeah, this guy was a kid. Like this, he's still young, extremely young.
He's only
Man,
20, dude. I
Bro,
should
the
say, that's
documentary when
crazy.
he like burned out and like just by the time he hits 30 and he has the tell-all, he's gonna seen some stuff, man, at 30 years old.
I think the smartest thing he ever did was just decide to go on that world tour. Like you can sit in your house and stream and all that, but to get paid to travel the world, because the streams are now paying for your travels. Right? Not only that, but the rest of the world is so excited that they're even being seen. Like, because nobody else does it. So everybody pulls up. Like it really is like rock star crowds when he pulls up. And it's just because like who's the last person that ever just popped into this little small town in Indonesia somewhere, you know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah, I think a big part of his like virality is the football jerseys that he wears, man. Like, because football is the amount of fans of soccer is crazy, man. Like FIFA, like all that stuff.
Yeah, he dipped
He's
into
like
a really
he's
big
appealed to
market.
all of that. Oh yeah, it's very smart.
Football really is life for a lot
So,
of people.
Don't blame me if you see me wearing like a Man United jersey.
Well, I don't even know what team I'm supposed to. I don't even know what team I'm
Or like
supposed to laugh at and what team is
Yeah,
good.
me either. Me either. Liverpool, is Liverpool like respected in the UK?
Liverpool just won the league last season, so yeah, they're basically the biggest team in England. Next
I'll get
to,
me a Liverpool jersey.
That's a true American for you, Dbloc. You don't know what's going on.
Nah, bro, I'll be whatever matches, whatever sneakers I happen to be wearing that day. That's probably the jersey I'm gonna grab. Be like, that looks good. That looks good with these Air Maxes. What
Listen, if
what
you
team has
play-
like the rowdiest? Like, what team's the one where you don't want to pull up to that
hooligans?
stadium? Yeah, where it's like
The football hooligans, yeah.
Okay, with the Bus Hooligans, I would say out of the big ones, I mean Manchester United's got some hooliganism, like Tottenham, Arsenal, some of those London ones. Chelsea's definitely got some thugs in there from back in the day. So I would say like a Manchester United, I think historically known for it. So you can go for a Man U. It's got some rowdy crowd.
yeah. In football, it would be
Yeah.
like what, like
Raiders?
the
NFL?
Raiders, Raiders, Jets. Yeah, there's a couple.
Philadelphia.
The Eagles, yeah, the Eagles are bad, bro. You're gonna leave smelling like beer. Might as well just come in regular clothes, bro. Like you can come see your team. Like you don't have to wear the jersey, do you? Like there's some stadiums where like you can just come watch the game. Like you don't have to come in the head to toe opposing team outfit.
I
This
tell
is a
you
bit of
what,
a dangerous question, but
Oh, go on.
have the Raiders ever been to the Super Bowl? Have they ever won?
Back in the day, long time ago,
Back
right?
in the day? They're way overdue.
Way,
then.
way back.
Yeah.
The anger comes from somewhere. It doesn't just come from nowhere.
Detroit hasn't
Because they
won
just
one.
look around their city and see how bad it is.
Detroit's still waiting for theirs. Ours.
Yeah.
Can't find one. We're looking. Trying
There's like
hard.
more than 20 teams, right, in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
It's like heaps. Damn.
Oh, by the way, if you want an international team that's known for being rowdy, I guess a PSG, Paris Saint-Germain. I mean, just because listen, they won the Champions League for the first time in their history, that team. And literally in Paris they are rioting. Because what else are the French gonna do other than riot, right? They riot when they're happy, they riot when they're sad. They riot when they're glad, they riot when they're mad. Like,
it's a revolution every day.
yeah, man. So they were going crazy. And they and those guys, look, they'll be like setting off fireworks and the opposing team, like when they're sleeping in a hotel the night before a match, like they're lunatics. Truly.
I was in Montreal back in the early 2000s, like maybe right around 2000. Was in the downtown city area, and the World Cup was going on. I think France won that year, and the whole town melted. Oh my God, it was crazy. It was stopped traffic everywhere, and people were hanging out of their windows in the city, and oh my God, it was just absolutely off the rails for the whole night. And I had no idea what the hell was going on. I'm like, what's going on? What the fuck? Sorry.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Oh.
Like there's a lot of football. Football's it's a funny sport, man. Like it's both classy and it's degenerate.
You gotta love it though.
I love it, man. Love it.
That's part of it. Like going to a football game, seeing a couple fights, going to a basketball game, seeing some guys go at it. Like, if you don't fight, do you really care about your team? You know what I mean?
Literally.
Just pretending.
Drama.
There was a time where one team was gonna get they were gonna get relegated, right? They were gonna get bumped down to the next division, and they won the match that was gonna keep them safe. And all the fans jumped. Normally, the fans jump on the pitch like to celebrate, right? Because they won, like they won a trophy or they won something significant. And this is significant, right? They jumped on there. They was running around, and the manager of the other team was just walking around, and some of the fans ran up to him with like their phones, started heckling him, like, you friggin' this and friggin' that. That guy just took the phone and he slapped the guy in the face, kicked him to the floor. That was like a big controversy. Everyone was like, this guy's lost his mind. Like, because I think he had been on a bit of a losing streak anyway. And his job was kind of on the line. So that was kind of the final straw. These guys just in his face, just absolutely like jeering. And he just thought, you know what? Nah, you're getting it today. You're getting it.
I don't know. That hooligan shit is different, bro. I've seen it. I don't remember where it was. I don't know what team it was, but I know that the team that was about to lose, the fans decided that was not going to happen. And somehow, without any prior like organization, you just saw 75 flares get lit and the entire stadium filled with smoke, bro. They had to shut the thing down. Everybody had to leave. They were like, nope, not today. I was like, yeah, that's different, bro.
I think
that's different.
I think it's on another level in South America, like Brazil, Argentina for soccer,
that too.
For football. It's wild.
You know
it's
what?
So passionate.
I watched the match in Brazil, and it was like, so. I mean, first of all, like whenever there's violent conduct in any other country, even if you like put hands like on someone's neck or if you put your hands like anywhere near their face, that's like an automatic red